was 14 with Nigeria. Because na Shakpa, there ain't no, na Sakpa, there ain't no corruption, they get no corruption, there ain't no, na Shakpa, there ain't no, na Sakpa, there ain't no corruption, they get no corruption, there ain't no subsidy gone from day one, propaganda on day two. Fake news on day three, oh you. Breakfast from Chicago, FBI they come with the big cargo. Delivery location, destination, now your resident. Article you do this, article you do this. He's a female barber, article you do this. Article you do this, is officially a zoo. Taka forgery in our nation, inside Oluwale. Taka forgery in our nation, inside Oluwale. Hey Baba, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, na ga shanka sosai. Hai, wannan abun da kai muna jin daɗi. Taking the bull by the hand to save Nigerians from this. This is the Vawulence. Propaganda on the two, fake news on the three. Oh you. Breakfast from Chicago. FBI they come with the big cargo. Delivery location, destination, now your resident. No lobby in Chicago. No lobby in Chicago. No lobby in Chicago. You can go uptown, downtown. Look them walk. This is the Vawulence space. This is the Vawulence space. This is the Vawulence space. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. To listen to news and depression. If you get connection now oppression. We they play to possess our possession. Yet the country they scream for recession. Many people plan not to jump out. But to get one thing, I want us to know. Who go come fix our Niger? Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Everything in life like competition. Now the priest they meet us for confession. Holy Ghost I'm a go for protection. And I just go fight all your progression. Many people plan not to jack out. But to get one thing I want us to know. Who go come fix our Niger? Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. Many things where I don't see you. The way many things for my country they go. Many things they pain my soul. The way many people they suffer they go. This is the Vawulence space. Many people plan not to jump out. This is the Vawulence space. You come fix our Niger. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vawulence space. Vawulence space. Vawulence space. Vawulence space. Vawulence space. Where we converge. Sharing. Raw facts. Real analysis. Breaking reports. Friendly banter. I get that to complain. All of you, my time, I love it. I'm on the people don't care the great because no matter. Money no need. Wait don't go change. Morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, mommies and daddies, brothers and sisters, friends and foes alike. Welcome, 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 welcome to another Violence Space, our post-election series of the spaces that we'll be having on the platform. Thank you to every single one of you, all our first responders, as I always call you guys. Thank you to all of you requesting for the mic already. Thank you to all the blue tickers, non-blue tickers, all our handles on the platform. Thank you to every single one of you. It's another prime Saturday edition of the Violence Space on this platform, as we always do it every Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And we are back again post-election, post election season, post judiciary season. Now to the point where we say all eyes on Nigerians. And I say welcome, my brothers and sisters. Welcome one more time to this wonderful platform. Let's get this conversation rolling as we have always been doing for the past couple of weeks, for the past couple of months, for the past couple of years. I call you guys the first responders because at the heat of this whole moment, you guys are always starting the space with us. And I get to play you guys wonderful songs, get to put you guys in the mood before our brothers and sisters coming to the platform. But if it's your first time of you joining us on this platform, I say you are welcome. If it's your second time, you are also welcome. But you know what you got the last time you were here. And if it's your third time, you're already a family member, and I say welcome. And to all our esteemed Day One Violencers have always stayed here through thick and through thin. You guys are also welcome. And to all of you listening to us from the YouTube channel, from the Facebook channel, from our Violence radio station, you guys are also welcome. It's just unfortunate you guys cannot join us in the conversation on Twitter, but we have made sure and we have made it possible that we can stream as far and as possible as we can. We have done our own bit as people on the platform, trying to make sure these conversations go as far as possible, because I have always said it on this platform, and I've been saying it for a very long period of time, that Nigerians need to wake up. And the only way we can wake Nigerians up is through information dissemination. That is the only way we can take. How do we spread this gospel? How do we get our people involved? How do we get our people politically charged? How do we get our people to continue to put pressure on the system? Because that is the only sustainable way we can to get back our country. Probably many of us listening to our principal probably will talk about his at the cost of the space, play some sound bites from his interview at Oxford earlier on today. We'll talk a whole lot about so many things. I think we just have to review the whole election cycle, the whole circle of what have happened the past couple of months, the past couple of years. And I said something on our last space, on our space on Thursday, and I was like, I was surprised that we even had people coming out, because honestly speaking, I said, I've made tweets for the past couple. I said, at this point in time, people have reached out to me and said, I'm tired. And I said, at this point in time, I'm not going to tell you if you want to give up, don't give up. I'm not going to tell you that if I cannot sell you hope. I cannot come here and say, I can only tell you what I think and what I feel and how I see things from my own prism. My prism might not be how you see it, but that's just how me I see it. And I have always said that bad people have, if there's something a bad person know how to do, is patience. A bad person understands, I want something, I will do everything to get what I want. But good people always find ways of checking out. We always find ways of finding excuses. We always find ways, and rightfully so, because the whole system is working against us. So we feel like, will there ever be a way? Why should I stress? Why should I this extra energy? Why should I invest more time? Why should I the mental torture? I can totally understand it. I said it last. I said, please do not look at us like we are aliens. We are not aliens on this platform. We that host these spaces, we are not aliens. We are not absorbed of what is happening in the country. We are not absorbed of the things happening that have been happening around us. It's just that we probably tend to see it from a different angle. We probably tend to see it from a different different viewpoint. And if you try to see it from how we are seeing it, you understand why we every time have to come out here and discuss. Because I say, if this is the only thing we have to do, because Nigerians have broken it down on this platform for so long, Air Force and ground force. I have broken this down all the time. Air Force and ground force. Air Force and ground force. And until Nigerians wake up and say, okay, it is now time for me to talk. Oh, it's now time for me to. It's now time for us to take on the system. Oh, it's now time for us to do this. We have to do that. Oh, until Nigerians get to that point,
we can't just keep quiet or go back to our shells, because coming out of that shell again might never happen again. It might happen. Let me paint a picture. After June, after what happened June 12th, 1993, um, Nigerians went to their shells. Nigerians, that generation of Nigerians that came out overwhelmingly and voted for the man called MK Abiola and saw their votes stolen and saw the system rigged against them, never fought that system. They never stood up. They never did anything. Many of them went back to their businesses. Many of them gave up on the hope of one Nigeria. Many of them gave up on the hope of Nigeria about working. And 30 years later, we are still where we are. If those Nigerians in 1993 stood up and said, no, it will not happen, we must get democracy, we're going to fight, we're going to do this, we're going to revolt, we're going to do everything possible to make sure that MKO gets his mandate back, and fought and died. And MKO, remember how MKO ended? He ended up in jail. And Nigerians that voted him overwhelmingly moved on. Nigerians moved on. And that man ended up in jail and died in prison. And Nigerians moved on. And after that time, those people that moved on, some got married, some gave birth to children, some died because of ritual killings, accidents, armed robbers, kidnapping, bad system. The system got rotten and got bad and bad and bad and bad. And we are where we are today. Many of us are the product of people that should have held that system accountable, and they did not. And they gave birth to us. 30 years later, we are fighting the battle people were meant to fight 30 years ago. And I'm saying this for some of us to understand the implications of what we have done in this election season. Because for many people, it is, after all, I'm okay. After all, make I give up. Nothing, Nigeria no feel better. It will be in our eyes. 30 years will pass. Womb. If Jesus Christ or whatever world does not end, according to my Christian faith, on that 30 years will pass. Our children, we're on this platform and we see we have had 60-year-old men, 50-year-old women, 60-something-year-old women come on this platform and they're speaking all the time. Our mommy Mbolale is standing, and you see her every day in London protesting with her life. That's the grandmother. Many of us will stay here, and if we choose to say, let this phase pass over, and we will stay here, and these criminals understand how it means to hold on to power. We hold on to this power, pass it to the next generation, and we will just be here watching these people on that 30 years will come. Many of us will now be grandparents by then. And will be probably it will no longer be spaces. Probably it will be something AI must have generated. It will be probably through. I think I have seen the Facebook owner that Mark Zuckerberg invented with the Ray-Ban glasses. With the Ray-Ban, the glass you can just wear your glass and you'll be your eyeglass can do anything. Probably will be in the metaverse, or what it might be a better verse or something verse that will be happening that period. And we'll be in our 60s, some of us in our 70s, some of us in our 50s, jumping on those metaverse, trying to ask the gen something. Then how do we connect? How do we go? Oh, how I wish we fought in 2003. See, now this is 2060. Nigeria is still the way it is. In fact, Nigeria now they're eating human being. Right? It can only get worse. And that is the unfortunate truth. People wonder, how bad can it get? It can only get as bad as it can get. It's the reality of the country that we live in. And it's the reality of life itself. So, in as much as I myself, I look at it and say, for the past 1 year, sometimes I've not had a Saturday for myself. I've not had a Saturday, not just when I went to be with my family. Just last 2 months, I was like, I've not had a Saturday for me. I'm like, almost, I just want to take time out. But I look at the whole picture and say, guy, I don't want to be doing this in the next 5 years. I don't want to be doing this. I'm not seeing myself doing space in 2007, 2027. This is not the life I came here to live. But we have to understand that sacrifices have to be made, and we have to fight to the very conclusive end. That is just the reality. Except we are saying there is no more Nigeria, or we are no longer Nigerians. How do you denounce Nigeria? How do you denounce Nigeria? How do you denounce Nigeria? It is not possible. In the midst of our movement, so many people were, I said the obedient movement was a very big house of all disgruntled Nigerians. We had every type of Nigerian join the movement. All agendas were in that movement. Why? Because at the focal point of all those agendas were people that are looking for a system or a home they can call their own. And Nigeria as an entity has not provided it. For so many people, I can name agendas, I can name agitators from all across the country. All people that just needed a place to say, Nigeria have hurt me. We all came into a movement. And I understand that's why probably most times I see people attack, I say, obedient has all sort of people. It's a very big house that have housed so many type of people. In fact, there is nobody that's not this our movement. Every kind of person did this movement. All looking for what? A country that works. A country whereby a son of a nobody can aspire to be somebody. A country whereby the least of us in society gets the same privileges that the best of us in society has. A country whereby I don't need to be a billionaire before I go to the hospital and be taken care of. I don't need to on my own get so wealthy that I have to now start getting policemen, getting the army, getting working with convoy. It's only in an insane society you see people coming. You see Americans, all Americans, they have their own guns. You see my brother Jimmy, how they carry gun up and down. You don't go see Jimmy go there, police go follow for back for America. You go how much you get? How much you won't get? You go now, one Nigeria will have 10 policemen with him. That is the system Nigeria has created. That is the system I'm fighting against. That's the system I'm looking at and saying, how sustainable is this system? You create your roads, you build your roads, you build your you talk to NEPA, you provide your own electricity, you provide your own water, you provide your own security. We are so independent. The country has made us so independent of reality that we don't understand the basic amenities that are meant to provide to us from the government. And we now see people like us that we believe our Nigerians are sharing the same pain, supporting the system. And right now, you see young people, all they think about is how do we run away from Nigeria? We had one of those, our crazy violence phases whereby I think, I remember Harry coming to share his episode of how he left the country. How many Nigerians are dying every day just to run away from the country to the desert? I have a very good friend of mine also that he's in Germany. He comes, he has a 20-year-old son, twin doctor. He used to come on the space. He probably is here listening. He left Nigeria to the desert also. He's not a big man in Germany. He has lost hope and all interest in Nigeria. He is now back in his 60s and fighting for the same thing. If only people in their 60s fought the system in their 30s, we will not be having violence space today, fighting for Nigeria. And if we choose as a people to shun what we are meant to fight, this is our fight that we must fight it. In 30 years' time from now, our children will be doing the same thing. I'm saying this to challenge every single Nigerian because at the point where we are right now, When people are talking about, I do not see myself talking about anything. The only elections I'm concerned about is immediate elections right now that are around the corner. Any election that happens after this immediate election, I am not. If Nigerians don't rise up and take away these evil satanic people in power, we can't have an election in this country anymore. This is my honest opinion. I don't understand how we should. I don't understand. I'm going to try and find this guy's tweet. I think Fisayo's tweet, where he was making pointing out already to what this man have already started setting towards 2027 elections. He has already started appointing INEC Rex that are sub-loyal to him against 2027. Nigerians, there is no hope. There is no hope. There is no hope in an elections you will ever think that will be conducted with this criminal in power. And that is why me, for myself, I'm saying it now and I'm speaking out with my whole chest. And I made a tweet. I'm going to find out. Probably many people have tagged me and said, Saddam, can you remember this tweet you said? And that at the end of the whole stuff, you're going to use your chest and call out Nigerians for embassy evolution. Or I say, yes, I said it with my chest. Going forward, violence space will be dedicated to totally radicalizing Nigerians to wake up to their duties. Wake up as people and own your country. This space, people, you now go call SSS, DSS, FBI, CIA. You now go call them time because we will now total radicalization we're going to do right now. Nigerians must wake up because it is no longer a matter of we must wake up and pursue APC and Tinubu out of Aso Rock. That is the only thing that will save that country. You can never have a free and fair election without criminal in Aso Rock. Forget it. As it stands now, he's already paying army for they call it Tinubu tax. He's paying the army so that they will not even think of coup. And I'm asking, why should we even be thinking of coup if Nigerians can stand up? And what Nigerians standing up is we identifying our weaknesses, identifying our differences, and unifying in one common purpose, which is the growth of this country. If there's something that we demystified in 2023 election is that Nigerians can unite from the north to the south to the east and the west and vote. There's a reason why they were saying Peter Obi is not a serious candidate. There's a reason why they were so sure. They were so sure that Peter Obi is not a serious candidate. There's a reason why. What was that reason? Because Nigeria know how to unite. The Nigerian system. And I'm saying this because it is from where we are coming from. Because if you don't know where you're coming from, you will not know where you're going to. The Nigerian system, due to our unfortunate past, and the people that hold on to power in this system know how to unite when they want to attack a particular tribe. They understand this. This is the creation of the elite class. The divide and rule tactics. So for them to come out and they're shouting, it's not as if they did not see Peter Obi coming, or no, or they don't know that he's so competent. No. But they felt like this system we have set in place to make sure that we unite against this guy and where he comes from is a working system that has been tested. So he's not even a serious candidate. Now we go back him. Now we go sell him for him to be able to be sold. Any other way is not possible. But we Nigerians stood up and said, young Nigerians across saying, we don't freaking care his tribe. We don't freaking care what happened in the past. We are rallying around behind this man from the north to the south to the east and the west, and we voted this man overwhelmingly. Beating Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his own Lagos. So they never expected that stuff to happen, and it happened. But in the usual fashion of criminals, in the usual fashion of armed robbers, in the usual fashion of evildoers, they had to steal that election from our hands. And they know they steal the election from our hands, they can only deploy that and normal tactics again, which is divide and conquer. When you divide them, you conquer them. When you divide them, you conquer them. And that is the major reason why I've been saying this all the time, that I ask, because I say, if you want a total takedown of the system, it cannot be a one-sided takedown of the system. It has to be a holistic takedown of the system, whereby Nigerians are taking down the system from the north to the south to the east and the west. If you take down the system only from one part of the country, it becomes a sectionalized takedown of the system. If you take down the system from two parts of the country, it's still sectionalized. You have to at least have majority of Nigerians on board, seeing what we are seeing on this platform and what we are saying on this platform. We have to have a collective, we just have to make sure that Nigerians across the sphere understand that this is not a battle of me. It's not a battle of you. It's a battle of the soul of this country. We have seen a high rise in criminality, ritual killings. Look at the state of how our young ones today are going into organ harvesting, 10-minute ritual killings and the rest, just to make a living. We are seeing, and it will only increase. Across the country, it's not like it is not sentimental. It happens everywhere. Same way we are seeing crime rising across the country, it's the same way we should be passing this message across the country for everybody. Everybody, go back home and tell your people, every Nigerian, tell your people the truth. We cannot survive a criminal like Tinubu in power. Nigeria has gone to hell. There has to be an uprising in the system. How we're going to do it, I don't know how we're going to do it, because for me, I say all the time, nobody has monopoly of knowledge. All I'm going to say is what me I think and what I know. And open up the floor for other people to come up and say what they think and what they know. Because for me, honestly speaking, there can be no 2027 if Bola Tinubu and his gang of criminals do not get out of Aso Rock. We have to pursue that criminal. We have to pursue that criminal out of Aso Rock. Every which way we're going to do it, I'm saying this for those. It's not as if right now whatever have happened in the court case in Nigeria is over. It doesn't change him from being a criminal. Those that are in America that can open up file suits up top his criminal record, because FBI files should start coming out from tomorrow. Or from next tomorrow. That was why they had to rush the criminal injustice system to rush and give their verdicts. The FBI file is coming out. We need Nigerians. I'm saying this because it has to be a holistic affair. Nigerians in diaspora taking this freaking man to court. He go see the next couple of weeks, months should be so intense that something has to give. This is me speaking from my own point of view. I don't know what is your own point of view. I don't know how you guys see it. I don't know how you guys think about it. People are saying, so now we're in 2027, we should learn from our mistake. 2027, come up. Bola Tinubu will not be here in 2027. If you want a free and fair election in that country, or if you just want, not even free and fair election, if you want a fair election, because that word free is not even free. If you want a fair election where you stand a chance, as a people, as a country, that freaking criminal has to go. How we achieve that is left for us as a collective to start doing the hard work. And big shout out to my brother today, Abdul Rahman. He made a serious post, and I'm saying this because I'm going to indict a lot of people. He made a serious post. He said that look at what's happening in the north. I've been seeing some of my friends, my brothers, and Captain Jamal and the rest hosting spaces, and when they host these spaces, about the kidnapped girls in Zamfara, nobody's talking about it. And they were like, some of them said to me, say, so now you people don't talk about our problems in the north. It's like people forget, people are, it's not fair. I said, my brother, I can't cry more than the bereaved. If I host a violence space now about the kidnapping in Zamfara and start calling out some governors and the rest there, many of you will now come out and take it as if we're insulting your region. You have to stand up and hold your leaders accountable. I'm putting a mirror across every single one of us, every region, because we are a multicultural country. We are a country of nations. We have close to 500 nations inside this country.
Saddam, that is even selective justice. Selective justice. Everything we are talking about is still within Nigeria. That is one thing I want people to understand. If we go after Zamfara, other people will go for other states, but with this government is out of the way, we are hitting the raw thing from the root. That is the point.
From the root, my brother. From the root. You perfectly get where I'm coming from. So we cannot continue in a system whereby if this will happen one place, you cry for this person. If that will happen the other place, you cry for that person. It has to be a collective effort of Nigerians saying no to this nonsense. Our generation saying no to this nonsense, because if we don't say no to this nonsense and we say let us give up, let us retire. After all, that was how MKO's mandate was stolen in 1993. And the youth of that generation gave up. The youth in the 1990s, they gave up and they moved on. And look at what they passed through. They passed through an Abacha. They passed through an Abdul Salam. We had a facade of a democracy. Let's say Obasanjo did his best. And yes, he did indeed his best. But if that democracy that we got in 1999 was in 1993, imagine the years of progress that we would have had as a country. If there's anything in 2023 election has shown us that God will never come down and do for you what he's going to do for yourself. What he has empowered us to do for ourselves. We have demystified all your churches, your pastors, your imams. They are all fake. Except for few. Few that stood in the line and spoke truth to power. I saw my brother Dr. Kelechi's tweet. He said, the revolution has to start from the churches. You Christians, freaking open your mouth and speak. Are you guys slaves? Go to your churches and speak truth to your pastors. This is how we bring this revolution that we're talking about in this country. Because if we keep quiet, I'm saying this, we go there here. We go there here. Jesus Christ is coming soon. That's what they tell us for church. Some of our pastors on the build mansions will be a house. You see the church, one of our pastors they build 100,000 capacity. Does that one look like someone that is thinking of Jesus coming soon? 30 years we reach. 30 years from now we reach. We will be here. Many of us will not be in our. Some of us here on this place would have, God forbid, some of us will be in their 80s, 90s. Some people don't even die. Not seeing the Nigerian dream that we came collectively as people to fight for. Please, my brothers and sisters, it is time to get radical because people you're playing with are criminals. There is no more time for soft talk, no more time for smooth talking, peaceful. No, now fire for fire. An eye for an eye let us all be blind in this country. Because if Nigeria cannot work for everybody, it should not work for anybody. This is the mentality we must get in going into this next couple of weeks and months. This is how you should be radicalizing everybody you know. Everybody you know as a Nigerian. Now, so you're going to tell them, because if you leave this criminal, honestly speaking, let us kiss this country goodbye. He has perfected a system whereby some people are going to be so comfortable in their chains. They will buy a bag of rice, 200,000 naira, and they will still be hailing him. They're going to change the dollar for 1,000 for 5,000 naira. They will still be hailing him. He has created that system of slaves. We that have stood up and taken this mantle have to fight this to the very conclusive end. If some of us die fighting this thing, so be it. After all, nobody will live this life alive. We all will die one day, or we all will live this life one day. But let it be known that some people stood and fought Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the very end. We will never call that man a president. Every day you wake up, make tweets. Every day you wake up, denounce that. Don't call him. It is killing them. They're waiting for congratulations. They will die waiting for that congratulations. That is how the resistance starts, from online. And I'm saying this because we have to be active. We have to be active. Somebody, I don't know who made that tweet, I was saying, I've Biden congratulated him. Have other people congratulated him? And I asked, why will they congratulate him? Did I even, and listen, my brothers and sisters, as I wrap up my submission and pass the mic, no protests have happened in Nigeria that is an out-blown protest against this criminal. But every political leader in the world are avoiding this man like a man with leprosy. They are all shying away from, even if they congratulate him, it's in the middle of the night or with text message, and they'll tell him, no, tell your people, say we'll congratulate you. Why? Because they are truly aware in the world that there's a movement called the obedient movement. You think Biden did not see what people did on his tweets, on his replies when he sent that first tweet message or some people coming? You think they don't see all those things? You think they didn't see what you did to Sunak man of UK? You think Israel are bombarding Gaza and Israel IDF? Their commander will come out and make a video on Twitter. Make a video on Twitter and speak English. Do they speak English in Israel? Do they speak English in Palestine? And make a video. Palestine don't have access to social media to see what is happening right now. But they are making video and posting on social media because they know that the narrative that the international world gets of any country emanates from their social media spaces. That is why we can never leave social media. Because for me, I'm not I know this thing no be say there's no joy. I say sometimes I get anxiety, panic attacks before starting violent space. I just want to chill like my mates, but I cannot. But when you understand the ramification of what we are doing on this platform and how important our voices are, we just have to continue this fight. So my brothers and sisters, as we come in today, I'm asking questions to Nigerians. Is it not because I've passed that stage of protest. I've never, in fact, one of the reasons why I never even spoke about protest. One of the reasons, my innermost reason is that protests have not changed anything anywhere in the world. There is nowhere I've seen anything in the world that protests solved any issue. What have always solved issues is an outblown revolution. And Nigerian case, nobody will go protest. Nigerian case are when we will revolt against the system and say enough is enough. Sure, you see, we saw when Nigeria posted that video of Amechi. And you see, when I say, sometimes I say, there's what they call consistency of behavior. Amechi has been consistent, even though he's a very stupid, useless person. He has been consistent in dragging Nigerians. In 2015, he said, we are stealing because Nigerians will not stone us. 2015. 8 years later, he's saying the same thing. Nigerians will not do anything now. All of them are saying, everybody, almost all the politicians, everything has to be fake. Nigerians will not do anything. If like bring out 10 Nigerians and shoot them, Nigerians will not do anything. Speaking his hard truth from the eyes of his generation. I just pray and I just wish and I just hope that Nigerians, this my generation, will not toe the line of our parents' generation, that we abandon the cause to take back our country for another 30 years. Because if those that were meant to stand in 1993 stood, we will not be doing this today. If they had occupied Nigeria and said, no way IBB, you must install MK Abiola or we die here, we would have had a 60 years period of democracy in this country. But no. Sorry, like 60 years, no, 30 years, like a 30 years period of democracy right now in the country. But no. They kept quiet. They did not do anything. And we are here today. Many of us are trying to move on. Because, Nigeria cannot be better. We are sulking. We are crying. We are doing this. All this will not help or save us. What will help and save us is Nigerians standing up and saying, enough is enough. Going back to your region, radicalizing everybody around your region, your circle of influence, your friends. You say, one of my friends said, one of our two friends said, Saddam, I'm living in an APC area. I cannot do much. I say, freaking radicalize those in your APC area. Are they not hungry? Are they not passing through the bullshit you're passing through? Are they not seeing what you're seeing? Are they not experienced in Nigeria? If you're the only obedient to your area, then you're wrong. You're part of the problem. If your whole circle of friends, your WhatsApp story, nobody knows. If you post obedience, you're even scared of posting, my brother, your sister, you're part of the problem. It is time for us to carry this light and shine it at our faces. Put the mirror in front of yourself and ask yourself these hard questions. Are we just coming up on these spaces to talk? Even if I will never, ever, ever be that person to say people should never talk, because I know this is one very strong form of protest, also speaking out. But while you speak out, are you backing your words with action? And that's why I will forever respect Mami Bolanle. That is someone. And my brother Jimmy. Even when we in Nigeria, said he was out there in the streets of Nigeria. When we were here, he know me tell us, we used to Maxwell. These are people that I will go over and say, these are people, they back and we talk, action. I never want to say some things on this platform, but I don't want to hide. If I say something on this platform that my brother, my own blood brother, has done, that did in the course of the court case in Abuja, all of you are not saying my brother, but I don't listen to my brother. I don't listen to what he do. But the whole Nigeria asking who did that thing. It's our blood. So I'm not the one coming out to talk here. No. My family, no, everybody knows, say this one, leave this one. It's a radical. My circle of friends, everybody know. How hungry are you about Nigeria changing? It's a question I ask people tonight. Guys, welcome to the Vawulence Space. Let me pass the mic over to my brother, Well-meaning Nigeria. Thank you, Well-meaning. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, every single one of you on the platform. It's going to be a very, very, as usual, our spaces. Long and interesting. I did not even indulge you people today to please share the space, like the space, retweet the space. Let's get people into the platform today. Let us discuss, because I understand many people are already downcast. Many people have given up. Many people have lost hope. Many people don't want to come on spaces anymore. Many people don't want to talk anymore. Many people want to have cut off from Nigeria. I don't want to hear to Nigeria. But if we continue in that trajectory, Nigeria can never be saved. And probably in the next 30 years, our kids will be the one doing what we're doing today, because we left our roles. And for you Christians, because I'm a Christian, that's why I'm always calling Christian. I'm calling my people out. What was meant to be a 40 days journey for the Israelites out of Egypt turned out to be a 40 years journey. I repeat, what was meant to be a 40 days journey turned out to be a 40 years journey. And all the people that were meant to enter the promised land died. And their children go see them. He who has ears, let him hear. Welcome to the Vawulence, my brothers and sisters. Well, me Nigerian bring you to a conversation right now. Jimmy, thank you for joining us one more time. Bolanle, every single one of you on the platform. I see all of you requesting for the mic. It's going to get to every one of us. Thank you for joining us one more time. Please share the space, like the space, retweet the space. Let's get people into the conversation as usual. We that are not tired, we have to be an extra source of energy for those that have lost hope, and bring them back to the fold and let them understand that this is not just a sprint, it's a marathon. And as Jimmy said, it is a timed marathon, not a marathon of overrunning and thinking, rush the run. No. It's a timed marathon. A marathon that Nigerians, for me, must take back their country before 2027. Because if you are waiting for 2027 elections, you will never play free or fair with these criminals in power. And to all of you in Imo State, Kogi State, Bayelsa State that are having elections, I posted a video and I'll post it on the Jumbotron today again. The mantra is Operation Launch Your Bag. Operation Launch Your Bag. Get your own tools. Get your tools. There is nothing like if you're going there, get your any person will come your polling unit want to do this thing. Make that person give him instant justice because the court of law in Nigeria has turned the jungle justice is better than the court of law in Nigeria right now. That is the Nigeria that these people have created for us. It is important to understand this. Thank you. Well, Nigerian, pass the mic to you right now. Good evening, my brother. Welcome to the Vawulence Space.
Because you know the problem. Instead of Nigerians finding solutions to their problem, they are committing suicide. I'm praying for you every day that you should continue to commit suicide so that by the time I wake up one day, all of you have died. I can now reap the benefit of your death by taking those things. What other people resist, like in Ghana, as it's going on now, like in Kenya, is what Nigerians, no worry, not before 4 years. After 4 years, he will go. The man wins the second time, whether by magic or by crook or by reason. You don't know, not only 8 years. No be good luck, no be good luck, don't go so. No be why don't go so. He goes soon go. Another person will come and repeat the same thing. You'll be saying that until the day God will come. For those of us who are Christians. So I have chosen to be like you. Say nothing, hear and do.
Where are we? No. Political power is not going to be served in a restaurant. It's not served in a la carte. It's what we are doing. It's being determined to do it. At all costs, fight for it, grab it, snatch it. I know with you. Starts a chaos. It's easy.
All right, to start a chaos. It's easy. All right, so thank you very much, Saddam. Good evening, so good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are. Welcome to Vawulence Space. Like Saddam had said, if you have not retweeted the space, kindly go ahead and retweet the space. Maybe you forgot it, maybe you are too, maybe Nigeria's problem is too much. It's quite easy to retweet the space. All you have to do is click the, if you look towards the lower right corner of your screen, you see a chat button, something like a chat screen. On your phone, you will probably see some set of numbers which indicates the number of messages that have been sent on that chat. When you click that chat, you have to just click a repost. I think now they call it repost. So please endeavor to do that and see if you could get, a couple of people up in here. It's not as if those of us that are here can't have the conversation. In fact, as we are now, we are already, the speaker request I'm seeing is a little bit already too much. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and retweet the space. So good evening, everybody. I can see a couple of persons on the space, a couple of other well-meaning Nigerians. I'm sorry I've taken the name. So welcome to violence space. So the topic today is election review. Nigerians rejects Tinubu / revolution. That revolution comes with a question mark. And I think Saddam in his own ways have answered that question. So I have like a lot in my mind, right? And sometimes it's very difficult for me to piece. That's why most of the time, when I want to speak, when there's a lot in my mind, I try to write out points so that I don't, begin to turn towards blabbing and just saying so many random things. But even with the current situation, it's kind of really difficult writing down just points, especially because of the way it is in my mind. So it's very difficult. So, apologies if maybe at some point it sounds like I'm blabbing. I'm really hoping that by the end of my debate, I would have been able to convince and not confuse you that the way forward for us as a country is a reset in the system. I mean, so people cannot say. So one thing you can say about me is, you cannot say, forget this one to just like now. Best way just like violence. Now why you want to make this thing? For people that followed us, those of us that because I always like to emphasize that if you think you're an obedient on Twitter, maybe by the time you enter Facebook, you might discover that what you are doing is almost. So I usually give honors to all those people. I don't like to assume that because I think a couple of us here on Twitter kind of give ourselves power that we don't have. So we think when we say things and act things, when we think we can move mountains, and truth be told, we can help move mountains. The environment we are in helps us do that. But so for people that followed, after the election, and I think I made reference to this, I'm personally glad that Peter Obi went through this process. It is why now I can be sure. After the PPT judgment, I read a tweet from I say tweet. Hey, not be tweet too. I read, a statement by Thomas Edison, the man that people credit the formation or the finding of a light bulb to. I read a comment that he made when light bulb electricity, there are different perspective to it. When after he had tried so many attempts in his invention, and people started telling him, you have tried, you have been failing. Why do you keep trying? Like, I mean, why do you keep trying? And here is what he said in quote. He said, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. End of quote. I have not failed. I have just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Okay. So I think I saw Nello on this space earlier, because Nello is someone that we talk. We used to bounce ideas off each other. So a couple of people that as had our conversation yesterday is really just bouncing off ideas. We had a conversation. I hope she will permit me to. We had a very fruitful and engaging conversation this afternoon, and I got to learn a lot from her perspective, and and she also kind of understood a lot from the perspective I was coming from, and that's how we work in the obedient movement. And Nello is a replica of what a typical obedient is. So we had that conversation, and I wish she'd permit me, because a lot of the things I'm going to say, maybe it might sound like broken record. She might be like, you've said all these things before, but it was just right. This is what for me, so firstly, to answer the question, like I said, I think Nigeria needs a revolution, if you want to call it a reset. But one thing is certain: Nigeria needs a Nigeria needs to reset. Nigerians need to revolt. And the fact that I said Nigerians need to revolt does not mean I am sure that Nigerians will revolt. So I need people to get that. So people will not say, oh, but we know that's not the point. I think the first point is to know what has not worked, and so that you can be able to say, okay, now I know what will most likely work. After the NSAS, right? After the NSAS, the first set of things that happened was that, oh, you know, we have not really, the real conversation that was in the air was that, oh, we have not really exhausted options. Like, you two people, it's just to, now people are complaining, but if they tell you to come and vote, you will not come and vote, just this and that. You people need to get involved. You need to mobilize yourself. You need to rally yourself. The way you came out from NSAS now, you need to do all that. You need to, you know, on and on and on and on. That was the conversation. And luckily for us, we took that advice and we went to 2023. Now, here's why it's very important for us to know what we want to do. Like, this is why it is very important. Because I think as of yesterday, we had a very, very interesting space yesterday, 1MMC. I really wish a lot of you were there. But if you're not there, it's fine. I think it was recorded. Maybe you should check 1MMC handle. We had a very, very interesting space, almost like a debate, where we had, a couple of persons that, I call it school of thought, right? It was very engaging and intelligent for me. A school of thought that felt like, maybe we should just do a couple of things better. And, we have time, we could do, and that school of thought makes sense, to be honest. We could do what we did now, win an election in less than a year. So maybe if we have close to 3-4 years to prepare for another election, maybe we'll most likely, win the election. So that why there was the other school of thought, which is so that's why I almost feel like it's an extension of this topic, which is that is not going to work school of thought. Which somehow I think I kind of belonged to that school of thought, even if I get the point that the quote unquote, like I said yesterday, those of us that think we should take these baby steps of pain and get towards 2027. And this is like I was telling my sister this when we were having that conversation, by my sister I mean Nero, when we were having that conversation this afternoon, I said the problem is not what to do. The problem is the messaging. And it is why I want to say it emphatically on this space, so people will get it. Because I know some of you are like peace-loving people like myself, and you just really want us to, try, even, and I know some of us is really because, and it's totally understandable. I personally am disappointed in myself as a Nigerian. I'm not talking about any other person. In my own self, I'm disappointed in my own self as a Nigerian. So I think every Nigerian, we should be. I watched the video I played earlier. I watched that video with some level of disdain, with some level of anger, with some level of pity. I had so many mixed emotions. So when I tweeted that video, what I said was that I don't know why I'm posting this video, but it is sad because I can't really find out. I can't really say he's lying. I can't really say he's lying. And I told, I said it earlier today with, Nelu, that I think I've said on my tweet that a couple of years from now, 10, 20 years from now, let me tell you what will most likely happen. I'm not a prophet, but sometimes when I say all these things, it now comes to happen. And I said this thing. What will most likely happen in 10, 15, 20 years from now is, and I mean if there's no revolution, if Nigeria does not reset, is that the APC will have a presidential candidate that Festus Keyamo, maybe in a presidential election, Festus Keyamo's camp will lose, right? Festus Keyamo will be the new Rotimi Amechi. Festus Keyamo will go to places and do interviews and say, well, you will blame Nigerians, they don't stone us, they don't used to react, they don't used to do anything. Rotimi Amechi said do nothing in this video up to like 5 times. So I felt being subbed by my oppressor or by one of my oppressors. That's how I felt watching that video. But I couldn't feel bad because I also knew it was not literal. It really was not lying. So, point is that we need to be very clear about the messaging or the mindset that we should have as Nigerians going forward. We need to be very clear about that mindset. It doesn't in any way neutralizes, the need to plan, the need to, start. For example, Abia State is enjoying good governance today. So it doesn't in any way impede if, at every point, like Salam said just now, elections next month, anywhere, anybody. So I'm not going to, for example, anywhere I can help Imo State, anywhere I can help, Bayelsa, Kogi. I'm not going to say, because I think they will not win it, Tinubu will not allow them win it, I will not help them and all that. That's not the point. For me, I tell you that if I will hear somebody say something like, in 2027, let's boycott the election, let's not go and vote or something, I will not support it. But what is important for me is really the messaging. The messaging in the sense that at this point, I think every Nigerian should know that the only way we can have a new Nigeria is if we revolt and take back our country by ourselves. That is the only way. Whether or not we revolt is another conversation. Whether or not we can do it, whether or not we have the balls to do it, is another conversation. But let us know. Let us not shy away from it. Let us not try to cover it with, we just need to prepare better. In this election 2023, I know there were loopholes here and there. But this election, let's get it correctly. Peter Obi is not in power now. Not because there's something we didn't do better in this election. Not because there's something we could have just done. Even if we just do this thing, if we just this small thing. If to say Labour Party just get agents for all the police units. No, this election, we for just win now. No. That's not what happened. So if you are here and you're having self-pity, like you are pity, you are angry, you are feeling like, you wish. It's not your fault, obedience. It's not anybody's fault. This is typically people in power that have said it by their mouth, and we probably just wanted to give the benefit of that, which was right, we did. So, and I'm going to come to that. But now we know for certain. So it's a question of how can it happen? What can we do to begin to make it happen? I think that's the real question. Because if we still think it's the other way, there's a possibility we can tweak one or two things, fix one or two things, and we'll get the right things going, then we may be walking towards the wrong direction, right? So here's the point. After NSAS, when they did that whole election thing, the real conversation in the air was that for us to fix our country, for us to have a better country, what we needed was to get involved in politics, get active, register for PVCs, mobilize ourselves, do everything. And because of that, and this is the importance of narrative, this is the importance of the messaging. Because of that messaging, and rightly so, I need people to get me correctly. I'm not saying that message was wrong. That was the right message at that time. If I had to go back again now, I think that's the messaging we will still use again. And it is why I say I will help it out. But you know why. I will come to that point. So, because that was the messaging in the air. And I told somebody today, I said, what that meant with that messaging in the air was that if between 2020 and 2023 election, someone pulled an Arab Spring. Someone burnt themselves up in Nigeria because of what the government was doing. Nigerians will not react. Do you know why? It is really because we had the messaging in the air. That I'm emphasizing messaging for a reason. The messaging in the air was that let's wait till 2027 and kick these guys out. 2023 and kick these guys out. Nigerians will not react. Do you know how I know? And before the election, for those of you that remember, the Naira redesign almost caused a severe panic in the country that could have turned the country upside down. But do you know, some of us, I included, I'm not going to exonerate myself, some of us said that no, people look for reason to postpone the election. No. Let's everybody calm down. In fact, we told ourselves and we said it's even good they will not have money to buy votes. We told ourselves that, and we just said, Nigerians, you know what? Let's and everybody, even Nigerians, and I mean Nigerians in Nigeria now that are really suffering the brunt, was like, man, hi. The thing best was say, man, that go polling units. The way I want to vote, these people come out. And that's really because in that time, the messaging in the air was 2023 election is where we are going to do the magic and we are going to keep the people out. And we went there and we did it. We won the election. And these guys shifted the goalposts. In fact, they did not shift it like someone told you today. They did not shift it. They moved it to another location entirely. They changed the stadium and moved it to judiciary. And here's why I say I will be forever grateful to Peter Obi. You will understand this point. If Peter Obi, okay, let me put it like this now. If after the shift, they moved that goalpost, we pulled a second EndSARS that does not end in a revolting, let me tell you what would have happened. What would have happened is that it will end relatively the way EndSARS ended. Then they will tell us that, I've said it many times, they will tell us that you guys should have just gone to court. Your case is so solid. I said, first of Kiyama will be on TV saying that, the Labour Party would have won in court. I'm telling you, I'm a lawyer. I'm telling you. They would have won in court. They would have, they had a very good case. They had can you even imagine? Even when I left, they won some of the states. They would have won in court. That was the wrong move. And all that. Do you know what that would have meant? That would have meant that a lot of us would say, hey, it's true. You know what? No problem. Let's wait, 2027. If we go to election again, they rig it again, this time we'll go to court. That's what many of us would have done. Do you know why? That's why I say I'm grateful Peter Obi went. What Peter Obi did in this phase was use one stone to kill all the birds at once. Because if he had not done that, and let's say we went out, did all we wanted to do, that does not lead to a revolt. Except we are saying what we wanted, what we would have done was a revolt as at that time. And what I usually tell you people here is that as long as there is a hope somewhere, you cannot get total pressure. You can never get it. As long as there is a hope. So it's why now I'm even careful of people that want to be giving, of the kind of hope. Let me put I'm careful of the kind of hope that we put out there. See, and because I bet some people, the TL say, let's not give up. We did well. We did well. We can. All we just need to do on the TL, and I know they're saying it innocently, maybe not with any sense of this thing, but for me, it's wrong messaging. It is wrong messaging. So, if Peter Obi had not done that, we would have postponed, you see this revelation of the judiciary, we would have postponed it to 2027. Maybe now for 2027, now we're going to say judiciaries are criminals. Then maybe now 20, we will come, they say, okay, now maybe now 2027, we'll come, all this lesson we don't learn now. Now 2027, we'll learn. So that's why I'm grateful to Peter Obi for exhausting this process. Because now, personally, I am fully aware of what can change Nigeria. I'm sure. I wasn't very sure before. I'm not going to like tell you, say, oh, I knew now. We knew that the Supreme Court, we knew that the appeal court will not do the right thing. We knew. It's easier to say we know now that they've not done it. But I will not lie to you. I will not lie to you. You might say, oh, it means you are not very smart. You don't know. No problem. But until it has happened, it's easier to say in retrospect. Anyway, let me just put it like that. After you don't lose bet, you don't lose your odd of 2.0, it's easier to say, and I know say Arsenal for win this match. That's how it works. Sorry, say I use Arsenal. But going to what I'm saying, why this messaging is very important now, to let every Nigerian know. And I'm saying it because some of us here are going to be the agents of that messaging. Some of us here are going to be the agents of that narrative. And it depends on what we put in the air that people will harvest. Somehow, the lower class look up to the middle class. I've noticed it. The lower class reverence the upper class got money, but they look up to the middle class for instruction. What happened in 2023 election was that the middle class for the first time woke up, and the lower class, I described this thing to some people. I said, picture it as 3 blocks. The upper class, the middle class, and the lower class. What has happened in Nigeria over time was that middle block shifted away. So whenever the lower class look up, the only class they are seeing is the upper class. They are not seeing the middle class. What happened in 2023 was that middle class block came back to position between the upper and the lower class. So when they look up, they will not see the middle class telling them that we have to take back our country, we have to move. So that's why we are the agent of that messaging. If we give the wrong messaging between now and 2027, between now and tomorrow, between now and next week, it will affect us a lot. It will affect Nigeria. When I say us, and I mean us as a country. So this is not an obedient issue. This is an issue of the country as Nigeria. If between now, as in if maybe now, what we do, the messaging we put, because now we can pull 2 kind of messaging. Let me just try to wrap it up on that. We can pull 2 kind of messaging. We can pull the messaging of we tried a lot. We did a lot. There were just some loopholes we needed to cover. Let us cover it. Let us cover this thing. And, we have enough time now to cover it between now and 2027. And that will be right. That will be correct. Let us cover it. There is no guarantee, and I put it to you, that if you cover those loopholes, that they will not shift the goalpost again. There is no guarantee that, and if that is the message you opt for, let me tell you the effect of that message. If that is the message you opt for, you would have created a hope somewhere where there's really no hope. You would have created a hope where even when a Nigerian is so devastated and wants to react, although I understand that we've given up on the fact that Nigerians can react or not, but even when Nigerians are so devastated that they want to react, you will hear your message that said, we are preparing for 2027, we are preparing hard, we are ready to go, we are going to get these guys, we are going to do this and that. But on the other hand, if the message that he has been hearing is that these people, they are criminals, we have to take this country by force, we have to, see, that is the difference. If you create that hope, you dice that messaging. I said it today, and this is how I'm going to put it. So, both of the messagings are, like I said, it's not as if one is wrong and the other one is correct. It's really just a case of priority. This is how I thought about it in my head. If I had an opportunity, and I'm just saying how I thought about it, if I had an opportunity to speak to all Nigerians now, like if maybe God places a mic in my front and says, well-meaning, what you're about to say now, every Nigerian is going to hear it. Every Nigerian is going to hear it. What will you say? That's what I asked myself. And I told myself that, so the question was, am I going to say, Nigerians, my dear Nigerians, and all of you can hear me, this election in 2023, we did so well. Let us come together let's come more together in 2027, and we are going to win the election. Or am I going to say, Nigerians, we have tried in 2023. These people are not ready to give up this power. This country belongs to us. Let us run out these people. Between these 2 messages, which one will I pick? And I weighed my option. And I said, personally, I will pick the second messaging. Now, there's a probability that both messaging Nigerians will not listen. Because I think some of us also forget, let me tell, it's as difficult to get Nigerians to come out for a revolution, the same way it will be difficult to get Nigerians to vote in 2027. Let us take note of that. So let's not think Nigerians will get, and I mean, to pull a 2023 outcome, I mean, a 2023 massive turnout in 2027 is going to be extremely, assuming Centuries Paribus where they talk, assuming Tinubu now becomes a saint, he allows a free and fair election, he allows everything, he doesn't plan to shift the goalposts, he's planning to, I don't believe myself, he's planning to do everything correctly, even with that good assumption I just said, whether Nigerians will come out or not is a huge if. So it is why for me, I feel like whether Nigerians will listen is already a gamble. I don't think they may not listen to that message. For revolution, they may be too afraid. They may be too, sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. We may be too afraid. We may be too loving of our lives and everything, and we will not do anything. Right? So both messages are there. But ask myself that when you are in a situation where two things are unlikely, what other factor do you look up to? For me, I look up to the one that has the guaranteed tendency to be effective. So what I told myself was that if maybe I was guaranteed that when I give that message, Nigerians are going to listen and act, if I give the first message and Nigerians listen, get motivated and wait for 2027 and go and vote, am I guaranteed that Tinubu will allow the vote to count when he's now even an elite, when he's now in power, using the organ of state? When he did it when he was not in power, is he now he will not do it? Or at least by my second messaging, if I am guaranteed that Nigerians can listen and come out, I sure for me say that the only thing why I will not know now say, well, how did the revolution go end? But like I told my sister today, I said, one thing I mean by a revolution happening in Nigeria is that it will make whoever comes after the bonds, after everything done segment, after everywhere done basbos, everything, whoever comes after, it will make them be afraid of the people. The current problem we have in Nigeria is the problem of the fear of the people. These politicians, they are not afraid of you guys, man. I'm sorry to break it to you. These guys, they are not afraid. These guys, they are living as in they are really not afraid. So I'll just leave it on that note and hope that with these few points of mine, I have been able to convince and not confuse you. If I confuse you, please, when you come and ask me, I will answer your question. That the only way forward, the only guaranteed way, let me put it like that, the guaranteed way forward, guaranteed. Every other ways can be there or maybe, but the one I'm sure of is that Nigerians need to revolt. Because it is when we know that we cannot say, okay, now we know this, what are we going to do? What we are going to do when we know that is, first of all, is your daily engagement on ground. That's the minimum everybody will be doing. In your daily engagement on ground, you go to radicalize people steady. You go to See, I was happy today with this Amechi's video and a couple of things. I really wish a couple of people like this would be throwing it in the air. Let it be in the air, in the airways of Nigeria now that the same way between 2020 and 2023, what was in the airwave was that we were going to kick them out through the ballot. Now, let what is in the airwave in Nigeria be that we need to run down these people. We need to take away these people from power. They are not going to relinquish power peacefully. They are not going to relinquish power by let that be what is in the airwave. Maybe if it's in the airwave for at least 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years straight, maybe people will start to they sink small. Let it be sinking inside people's mind. What I'm saying is, what we will put inside people's subconscious. We are not going to put the hope of. Let's not put the hope. Even if I said it today, I said, if for example, after doing all this, after we put this messaging all over the atmosphere and we arrive at 2027, Nigerians never revolt, Nigerians never do anything. No, at least we will hope the fact that the messaging has been there, we have been putting it in their mind, maybe because they get fear to come out for revolution, maybe at least they go no say, okay, make we try go vote again. So for me, it's a win-win. It's really a win-win. It's something that if you do it, to an extent, you would have at least kept Nigerians awake. That's why I'm just going to say, first of all, I've placed on the Jumbotron again, as usual. I always talk this one, parallel fact. The best way to support parallel, because for me, the problem is information. The problem is information. Please, nobody said we need to lay out parallel fact, the Portera, David Dundenyi, 99. Please, if you have access to information, you can anonymously create a platform and be giving out information. I don't see, we need to overhaul this system. Did you see just now? Arise, and I cannot blame Arise. Arise don't try. Arise is going to now become a full propaganda platform. And Arise so-called legal analyst was on TV today, yesterday, analyzing and said, Peter Obi, I saw that, I was like, see, we need to run down, we need to overhaul the entire system. So now that you know, whatever you can do, that if you agree with me, if you don't agree with me, there's no problem. But those that think they agree, whatever you can do to push this forward, to keep putting it in the air, call it instigating, call it radicalizing, call it rallying up, call it brainwashing, call it anything, I really do not care. But I am certain, personally, that except Nigerians revolt, as nice as AA is, our brother AA, I don't know if he's here, I really hope he's on this space. AA, as nice as he is, he spoke on my space today and he heard my mind. The truth is that it is certain there is no way we can get power back from any organ of state. And one of the ideas, I'm so glad, shout out to, a couple of people, I'm not going to mention him. One of the ideas that somebody said that is going to be coming, the person, it's still being, one of the ideas, one thing we are going to do is, because I know that Nigerians have short memory, you see this death of democracy, we are going to immortalize it. For example, every year we celebrate NSAS 20th of October every year. We are going to immortalize this day of death of democracy. The suggestion of the person that brought it, which I buy into 100%, he even told me today that, please don't say anybody brought it, say you were. Yes, I'm going to own it. See, is that, at the very least, we are going to mark it as a day by ourselves. When, for those that are Christians, apology to my Muslim brothers, when Jesus Christ in the Bible say, this is my body, eat as often as you do, in remembrance of me, we are going to get a day in remembrance of the death of Nigerian judiciary. So that every month, and that person suggested the last Thursday, and I know why he suggested it, the last Thursday of October was when our judiciary in the Supreme Court eventually stamped the death of our democracy. So, in the last Thursday of every month, anyway you want to mark it, not concern me, but we are going to ensure that it is marked as the day of the death of the Nigerian democracy. It is going to start small, but we are going to put everything behind it to make it loud in such a way that now somebody now start Throwback Thursday. Throwback Thursday was nobody came together that started Throwback. But today, some of you post picture every Thursday, old picture, and put #activity. So we are going to start it that the world will begin to ask, why is it that every Thursday we are seeing a particular hashtag about the death of democracy somewhere? We are going to start it. This death, that will be the remembrance. It has to be remembered monthly, because I don't trust Nigerians. 2 weeks from now, we don't forget. Say democracy is dead. Some of us will start saying things like, Tinubu should just do this. Is that a democracy? You should go forget it. We don't have democracy. So that's one of the things. If another person suggested I would like to today, I was like, we will do it. In December, we are going to have a no Christmas 2023. December. So before that, I'm just showing all this, so I'm making a thing for our mind. Say, we just start. To start chaos is easy. They've started this chaos, and it's left for us to continue. But one option we do not have is the option of giving up. So if you know anybody that have gone to say, oh, I'm tired of Nigerians, I'm tired, it's fine, it's fine. If you believe people are just talking, they are not acting, I totally agree with you, it's totally fine. But I think everybody, as much as you can, is to contribute. I'm not saying money. Find a way to contribute to, first, the messaging that Nigerians, the only way out at this point is not INEC, is not High Court, it's not Appeal Court, it's not Supreme Court. The only way out is Nigerians. By the time we don't run down Tinubu, don't bother. If we don't run, if maybe one day, one Nigerian from somewhere in Kebbi, Yauri local government, vex, born everywhere, or one Nigerian from somewhere in Enugu, or somewhere in Osun, or I don't care to know the place, stand up and it starts going. And for me, the target place is simple. I don't even think the target place is everywhere. The target place, first of all, the number one target place is Villa. I don't radicalize, so I feel say I don't radicalize now. By the time Tinubu don't run, or if he's unlucky, he's met by Nigerians somewhere inside there. That's very unlucky, sure. But by the time all this has happened, and whenever we don't segment, we can say, oh, okay, what happened? Okay, who is now going to... but at least we would have achieved one thing: the fear of the people. As it is now, nobody is afraid of you. Power is not served a la carte. They've started chaos. It is easy. It's left for us. Please, so look forward to our No Christmas 2020. Please look forward. This, remember, I will still talk about it in the coming days, but I just wanted to say it out now. Make it day your mind. This death of judiciary shall be marked. We will continue marking it and remembering it until Nigerians know that democracy indeed is dead. On that note, I'll yield the mic. I really hope I've been able to convince and not confuse you that revolution, revolt, reset, anything you call it, is the way forward for Nigeria, as harsh as it sounds. Saddam, over to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. You have radicalized me. You have resetted my brain and my memory, and I totally agree with you 100%. And I want to say this for those that were not here when I said something. I said in 1993, history has repeated itself in 2023. A man won the elections. Overwhelmingly, the whole country saw it. The whole country voted him across the country, from the north to the south to the east and the west. He was voted and he won the elections. The system, the Nigerian system that is built to make Nigerians suffer in penury, suffer in poverty, stole that mandate because for them, the people's choice should never have power. What did the people do? The people chickened out. The people gave up, and many of them japa. Many of them japa from Nigeria. We no go do again. They ran away. Nigeria can never be better. Nigeria can never be better. Many of them have come back and they have joined us now and are doing violent space 30 years later. Because they refused to fight them. If they had stood up as Nigerians and fought in 1993, many of us were the diaspora today. For the Nigeria, they invest. For the Nigeria, they chill, they ball. Because our democracy would have been 30 years stronger. But the inactions of Nigerians 30 years ago is what their children are fighting 30 years after. If we as the people choose to chicken out now and say, oh, no, this, fine, because there can be every excuse you want to give. But I'm telling you something, because I'm saying this for the separatists. For the people that never believed in one Nigeria before, and they saw a man that they felt to give justice to Nigeria. Because I say that every form of people were in the obedient movement. I will not come out and hide it. All sorts of people were in the movement. All sorts of agenda, the movement.
Saddam, even bandits were in the obedient movement. You know,
My
say
brother,
kidnapping reduced during election. Now, bandits led the movement.
My brother, bandits follow for the bandits. We don't tire today for Bush. We don't tire today for bush they operate that want a better life. Who don't like better thing? Obaseki said that even in our families, everybody's obedient. Politicians' children were all obedient, only that they could not come out and voice it. As long as you're tired of the status quo in Nigeria as it stands, you're obedient. But in the usual system, Nigerian system, they have grabbed it. They have stolen it, like they stole it in 1993. And they ran away with it in 1993. And Nigerians did not pursue them in 1993. 30 years later, we are now back to square one again. They have repeated history before us. And many of us want to toe that same line of our parents. By chickening out, by running out, they say, steam, I know go do. My brother, my sister, this same system will be here 30 years time from now. You will not have your separate country. I can bet and swear for you, you will be here and you will never have that agenda. I think you cannot have it with this system. They will kill you, they will do everything. You go there anytime because in the joy of them surviving and feeding of the system is that Nigeria remains the way it is today. So just forget that your agenda, you don't go work. You don't go work. The only agenda we have is we dropping that cowardice attitude of Nigerians, that I don't care attitude of Nigerians, that selfish agenda of Nigerians that, consign me, make I go hustle for myself. And come out and find this it should be a uniform approach in unity, saying, we don't tire. Let these politicians start getting scared of Nigerians. That is the only way. Because you cannot see all the hardship. In the midst of all this hardship, and just see NC made a tweet that a bottle of Coke is 250 naira now. Coke. One bottle. 250. That they said it used to sell 1990 is it 5 naira. 30 years later it's 250. 30 years time from now it will be 2,500 naira. And we cannot suffering and smiling until the people stand up and say no. And in the midst of this whole hardship, they are buying for themselves cars worth 160,000 naira. Among Nigerians, we have been stupid.
Saddam, you mean 160 million?
60 million, my brother. Nigerians, we have been foolish. Nigerians, we have been docile. We have been. I'm saying this, including myself. No, we have all been. In fact, I believe Juju is real. They don't use our brains, all of us. We have to freaking stand up and say enough is enough. And if these people know they fear us, we should just all of us just commit the suicide. There's no hope again. These people, they know past 2,000, all of them. Put all of them in. All of them. We were in the violence space. We are more populated than the people that hold us in ransom. But many of us will not talk because it's our tribe man or our religion man. That's why we have been where we are. Guys, welcome to the violence space. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, and all of you. All of us, all we docile Nigerians. All of us who have been docile. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Nobody, this one will just do 9 months of action. 9 months, 1 year of action. We're not ready to run again. Just 9 months, 1 month, 1 year, something. Of 60-something years we have been enslaved. Then we fight them for 1 year. We say we'll not do it again. No, now. It doesn't work that way. We can never get this country if we live in that kind of life. Let me pass the mic to my brother Jimmy. I don't know, Jimmy. Jimmy. How are you doing today, my brother? Good evening.
Bro, I'm fine. Let Auntie Bolanle go. I'll go after Auntie Bolanle. I need to tidy up something real quick.
All right, great, my brother, great. All right, Mommy Bolanle, good evening, ma.
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, women, Nigerian, Jimmy.
Mommy Bolanle, Jimmy, women, play drum or something, clap or something. I don't know what to do. This is only Nigerian. All of us are Nigeria. You're the only Nigerian, man. Continue.
Good evening, everybody. From my side, yeah, I mean, I've listened, and The one thing I will say, and I will repeatedly say, is let nobody gaslight you and tell you did certain things wrong. Oh, you didn't have agents. Did PDP not have agents in every polling unit? Oh, this, that, and the other. They didn't talk this. You didn't tell them to get out. Tell them to get out, because one thing that is clear is we won this election. They know it, and we should hold on to that fact and remain angry. You see, the thing is, one thing that I have learned in my life is I hold grudges. I hold grudges. And I will not make apologies for it. My reason being, it has always been our inability to hold grudges. That is why they continually cheat the electorate. They know you too well, because they know, say, small thing, and I go, they move on. This is the first election cycle where they threw everything at it. Eh? Big brother, this, that, and the other. How many times they did itself within that 1 year that we have come into an existence, right? And you showed them that when there is determination, right, and there is when we believe in a cause, right, that we can move mountains. So why would we then relinquish the space to them because they cheated? Abba, now stay angry. Yeah, and it was based on me being angry. I was like, if nobody follow me, I go out and I will protest. Right, even if it is me alone, and I go see me on the streets of London protesting. But I'm glad I didn't go today. I wasn't feeling well, but people went in my stead. People went. They didn't need me. I am nobody's leader. If you're looking for a leader right now, you're an idiot. Nobody needs a leader. I be people follow you where you're saying your shoe. You're the one putting your shoes on. I know where my pain is. And my pain is that even when people rose up again after 30 years, like Saddam just said, right, to try and change Nigeria, the system, the structures of criminality, all they did is shift the goalpost. In fact, like when me Nigerians said, in fact, they carried the goalpost. They carried it from Lagos to Kutuenji. And that is what they did. So that no matter what you did, right, no matter what you did, it was not going to be enough. But then my question is, are you angry enough? They killed young people in NSAS. They told you to go and change government via the ballot box. You did. You did that and you won, and they still cheated you. But here's the thing. Are you moving on? Are you angry enough to make that difference that Nigeria needs? You see, one thing that I am determined to do is to ensure that the whole world knows that these people, they stole an election, right? And not only did they steal an election, they captured all our institutions so that we don't have the rule of law. Yesterday, one of the things I was shouting out on the streets, I was like, if you have any plans to invest in Nigeria, do not invest, because the rule of law no longer exists. Right? I kept on saying it. Tony kept on laughing at me because I was like, here's the thing. Since people in Nigeria are not moving the way I would want them to move, let me move now. If others follow me, fine. If others don't follow me, still fine. And my position is simple. After we did everything right, without having we didn't have a local government chairman. We did not have a state governor. We had nobody in the Senate or the House of Representatives, right? We obedience became a structure in ourselves, right? And we won an election. if me, as far as people say to me, oh, but mommy babe, you're usually like really low key, you're not really, you don't get angry. It's a lie. Oh. If you steal something from me, I will pursue you till I get it back. When people talk about my kids will say like, hey, my mom care. Even she will tell you one person will die, either her or the other person, if she gets into a fight with you. And that's the kind of mindset that we have as Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians, should have right now. What is giving up? What is giving up? What is moving on? Do not let them sell you, oh, there's still 2027, because the Tinubu I know, the Tinubu I know will not give up power, right? Unless, in fact, unless the all the demons from Hades come and drag him out of there. Is it Tinubu you're saying 2027? You give him more time. You people are not serious. I love that people are speaking out. And here's the thing. One thing I learned yesterday is even in the diaspora, right? We were talking to somebody, and this woman was what she was saying, basically, all the things happening on Twitter. She had no idea. She had absolutely no idea. And I was gobsmacked, because here's me thinking in the diaspora, people have access to information. Is a lie. And therefore, okay, fine, we educated her, we invited her to our rally on the 4th. We asked her to tell her friends what she heard today. And I then realized, in actual fact, we can't wait for parallel facts. We can't wait for 99%. We can't wait for Reporter, or whatever it's called. We can't wait for anybody. We have to become individual journalists and put the news out there, because one of the reasons why people don't think it's enough is that people do not know the liberties these people are taking with your joint patrimony. Some people don't know the extent to which Tinubu is a criminal. Some people do not know the extent to which they are wasting money while telling you to tie your belts. Some people don't know how they will be losing weight while these people are getting fatter. Some people do not know that they are establishing their children to continue after they have gone to oppress you. So what's our job going forward? To make sure that people remain angry. And how do we do that? By giving them information. If you go on public transport, talk about it. If you're at the market, talk about it. Use every opportunity, both on and off social media. But let nobody tell you didn't do well. Let nobody tell you, oh, you made mistakes. Let nobody say that to you, right? Because you did more than anyone in any generation could have done to make change happen. Right? But like Peter Obi said, we would demolish. We are going to demolish. We are going to demolish we're going to demolish the structures of criminality. We have to. We have no choice, because here's the thing. I do not want my kids to be here at my age still lamenting the same, or saying goodbye continue forever to Nigeria, because that is what will happen if we do not act now. Uh, we having a rally here in the UK on the 4th. Please, our big handles, help us push it on Facebook, on Instagram, on Telegram, anywhere you have a platform and you have followers. Please help us share the rally. The rally flyer is pinned to my tweet. Please, 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 please help us share it, because we need to turn out in our numbers, right, to make a difference. Oh, that's all I have to say for now. I have to go and attend the meeting, but I will be back. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much, Mommy Bolanle. And I mean, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for what I don't know how much how well I can say thank you, but thank you. Meanwhile, I think Sizzle just came into the building, but I'm sure let him take his time. Jimmy is ready to speak now, so we'll just go straight to Jimmy and we'll take it from there. Jimmy.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Am I being heard? And the mousetrap was made by her father.
Yes.
Okay, loud and clear. 1 minute. Okay. Good day to every single one. Good day. Ọkùnrin, obìnrin, ọmọdé àtàgbà. Men, women. I greet you. I won't be able to mention names, but let me start this way first. Maybe wondering why I'm reading this. I'm reading this because listening to the poets and everybody, including the musician. Yes. Yes. You said yes. Yes. What about you? If you see a thief and you allow him to be stealing, what do? You have told nobody. That's why we are stealing. You will stone me. Who have you stoned? We came out and you started dancing for how many days? Oil subsidy, oil subsidy. We told you they stole 2.3 trillion. What did you do? The oil subsidy, we told you they stole 2.3 trillion. What did you do? Instead, you're protesting. Bring the oil subsidy. The name of oil subsidy that is not reaching the poor. Few individuals are going away with the money. You have done nothing. You're mourning Madiba, 95 years. More persons are dying every day, and Madiba was very angry when he died in Nigeria. You have had 50 trillion, $50 billion, not 50 million naira. Not 50. You can say I'm stealing the no problem. You can say as much as you want. It's good to steal if you can't fight back. You know, the problem is you have heard about $50 billion. Nobody's talking. You are debating whether can he talk to the president like that. Should we? How did you know he talked about it? Why should he then governor even write about it in the first place? In some countries, people will be on the street until they return that money. $50 billion is 8 trillion naira. It will change Nigeria. Me, I want to steal only $1 billion. Let them bring it. He read the passage just later. Just ask him, is he a South man? Is he a Yoruba man? Why is he writing like that? In fact, when he was there, what did he do? What have you done? If you don't take your destiny in your hands, we will go and other leaders will come. They will continue to steal. But Madiba will be angry. God bless you. That was Rotimi Amechi. I think it was last year. I mean, he's been talking about this for a while, and
You mean that was 1990, 2000 before 2015? Oh,
really, okay,
yeah,
okay. So
it was addressing
that
Jonathan.
that that
That was,
that even
I think 2012 or 2013. He made that statement.
that that
We don't scroll.
that even made it worse. You know, the older the video, the more was the situation. That means it's been going on for a very long time, and I mean, he's been talking about it for a very long time. So this is how I'm gonna start my submission. My submission will be very different today. Very,
And he finally got the chance to steal $1 billion.
he did. He even stole more than 1 billion. Um, my submission today will be different. Will be mean. Will be straightforward, and could be offensive to a lot of people. But I don't fucking care. The betterment of that country is paramount to me right now, because I've put in every single thing I have into this movement. I'm not regretting it. I'm just someone that when I do something, I expect results. Okay? All right. Let me start this way. You see, for every action, there is an equal or more reaction. I'll keep saying that. Um, it is true that we won this election, and I love the fact that Peter Obi went through every single step, even after the election. If everyone had concluded that, all right, let's hit the street, guess what? No one will fucking hit the street. I know that for a fact. Nobody will hit the street. It is now evident. But guess what? Peter Obi did the absolute right thing.
When I keep saying tick all the box, tick all the box, tick all the box, we ticked all the boxes. Every single one of them. We ticked every single box. We now know. Well, we've known all along. We've known how mad that country is. We've known how corrupt that country is. We've known how crazy the country is. But guess what? Now, it is now official. It is official that that country is corrupt. Nothing works in that country. I'm still waiting to hear from Peter Obi. But I am praying. I am praying. And I hope Peter Obi dare not congratulate Tinubu. Honestly speaking, I hope and pray he dare not congratulate Tinubu. Because I will have a go at him. Openly. All the money spent into the movement. All the time spent into the movement. All the submission, all the investigation, all the endless spaces. All the sacrifices, all the meeting, emergency meeting, all the called attendance, all the rallies, every single thing we've done in this movement, we've put everything in the bag. Him congratulating that bastard is him handing over that bag to him, handing that bag to Tinubu. That's against every single thing we stand for. Against every single thing we stand for in this movement. You see, people keep saying election comes and goes. You know, we it's just another election cycle. Comes and it goes. No, it's a different ballgame entirely. This is not just an ordinary election. It's not. As a matter of fact, it is true, absolutely true, that the election is over. It is true. I have no doubt. It's over, 100%. But my relationship with you is also over. Whoever supported this man, whoever is supporting this man, whoever stand with this man, my relationship, I don't care what my relationship is with you. My relationship with you ends. Because light and darkness can never coexist. Every single thing that man stands for represents you. That is the way I see you. I don't care who you are. Family members, I don't care. And people say, why is this election different from any other election? I'll tell you why. In case you've not figured it out yet. I'll tell you why. You see, this election, 2023, write it down. It will be the worst election in the history of Nigeria, the worst in the history of Africa, the worst in the history of the world, as we know of it. You ask me why? I'll tell you. Please, tell me which presidential candidate has so much baggages as Bola Tinubu. Show me any president in the world that has 5 different fucking date of birth. Show me any president in the world with criminal records with the FBI, CIA, DEA, IRS, and co. Show me one freaking president in the world that forged his school certificates to attain office. Show me one president that had drug history in the United States of America and still ended up being a president. Show me one president that is so cancerous to every single thing he lays his hands on. Show me one president that goes around international courts blocking the release of his dirty past secrets openly. Show me. Show me one single man that will buy the whole judicial system anywhere in the world As long as you don't have anyone to point to, I will be waiting. But till then, he's an outstanding, prolific criminal. Tinubu is not my president, and he will never be my president. Write it down. He will never be my president, apparently. That hashtag is a pain in their backside. I love it. Obedient. Keep tweeting it. Make it a daily habit. Keep saying it every single fucking day. Anytime they make a tweet, toss it in their faces. Write about it. Do something with that hashtag. Because it's getting to them. Oh, yeah, it is getting to them. That being said, henceforth, I'm going to be limiting the way I speak on spaces. Torí mi ò ráyè rádaràda, I don't have time for bull crap. Àsìkò ti tó láti ṣiṣẹ́. Now is the fucking time to do the do. We've talked the talk. You see, before now, we kept saying, that country will burn. There will be fire in that country. One single tire, you know, cigar don't want, but no cigar. Nobody smoke that. No, nobody smokes cigarette. Nobody smokes weed. One, but no cigar. None whatsoever. None. To show the displeasure of what happened in that country. None. Go see. Okay. Fine, no problem. But what I will not do is go on spaces giving people false hope. I would never do that in my life. Let me tell you something. There is no Nigeria. Let us write that down. Let us be factual with that. There is no Nigeria. That's number one. Number two, I've been hearing people saying, we need to go back to the drawing board. Hey. What if for drawing board that what if that table money lower? There is no fucking drawing board. What are you going back to do? What are you going back to do that you've not done? There is no drawing board. There is no drawing board anywhere. They've told you now that the way forward in that country, you need to snatch it, grab it, and fucking run away with it. It's high time you understand that aspect. And I hear people talking about rules of law. We'll do an amendment. Amendment of rule. God damn it. Amendment where they wo. Amendment where they wo. Who are the people that are gonna? Okay, let's talk about this for a second. Let's be factual with this for a second. People were talking about amending the laws of electoral law. That they need to put mandatory. They did not put some words. They need to change some words. Then, entering. If you like, make that constitution as perfect as you want it. They will change the goalposts. That is what people don't want to accept. And when you want to amend something, it takes the House of Representatives and the Senate to get that done. And these two arms of government are in this man's pocket, and you are expecting amendment. You are expecting amendment from people that are finding it difficult to reject a fraudulent process of transportation. 160 million naira worth of jeep each. You are expecting those people to amend it. The same Akpabio that has been passing some laws on the ground without the consent of some senators. You are expecting something from these people. People are still arguing that, it's not as if there is no rule of law, entirely in the country. I agree with you. Let me explain to you how that works. Now, the law in Nigeria is for sale. You see the appeal court, magistrate is out of it. You see the appeal court and the Supreme Court now, they have a standard. A standard at which only one man can patronize them, and that is Tinubu. If you go to the court to debate or to take your case to them. They will judge it the way they're meant to judge it. You will be surprised that, so these people, they sabi law. But guess what? If that person goes to Tinubu, go kiss the ring. It's just a phone call away. Tinubu will call the judge or whoever is in charge. That person is indebted to Tinubu. That is the way it's going to be going now. So don't be surprised. They'll be tossing some cases to you. They'll be tossing some cases. They're showing you that there's rules of law in Nigeria. They'll be tossing some cases to you. But you see, you cannot build anything legitimate on illegality. Think about Wolugi. When trees fall on each other, you don't go right from underneath to pull it out. You start from the top. You take it up one by one. Before we can get anything right in that country, the people sitting at that office, the top office, go. We don't talk like this on Vawulence Space. That's the reason why we call it Vawulence Space. They should change that name to Vawulence Space now. Because now, all my speeches are going to be radical. Are going to be radicalizing people. Operation Launch Your Bag, 2 by 2. It is a failed state right now in that country, in case you guys don't know. Hey, my DM is a mess. I'm cleaning it up by blocking people. I'm not here to sort out anybody's financial problem. The moment we start giving people money, the moment we keep sending money to Nigeria, that's a loophole. You heard what Amici said. People are committing suicide. They would rather commit suicide than fight the status quo, than go out there to do something. I joined this movement simply because I saw the movement, I saw the anxiety, I saw the happiness, I saw the real energy. I saw the fact that people, not just anyone, the youth are coming together. The youth are ready to take their country back. The numbers of people we see during the 1 million man marches, the energy was positive. Everything went fine. Everything went beautiful. Guess what? The polling units, we were disenfranchised, we were bullied, we were beaten, they did everything to us. But guess what? We still won that election. You don't understand. If not because of what they did, the numbers of people that are registered could have actually been more than 90-something million people. That one is certain. And if they did not reduce or limit cut down the days to collect your PVC, the amount of PVC that would have been collected will increase. Did you remember how they threw away PVCs? We're finding PVCs in bushes, in gutters across the country. They did everything to suppress us, but we still won that election. Even at the collation center, they were stabbing people. They were bullying people. They were killing people. They did all the amago-mago. On top of that, we still won that election. Hey, understand? Go on the IREV. We still won that election. What are you going to fucking do about it? The reason why I'm speaking is simply because I understand and I appreciate. It was a tough decision for me to take, but I understand and I accept the fact that we have limited people on ground that understand what is going on. Limited informations on ground. People don't really understand what is going on ground. And I decided to hold my thoughts and focus. I'm waiting to hear from P2B. But for the time being, I believe the energy should be pushed to the people to let them know that, you know what, don't expect anything from that country. The only way forward now, I'm not going to mince word, is revolution. Me, I am not mincing word. There is no two ways to eat. Eh? I don't need any fucking retiring judge to come and tell me that his colleagues are. We know that already. You coming out is just by the way. I didn't even retweet that video. We've seen this. We knew it. We knew it. This is a matter of life and death. We saw these things. We kept quiet. We're not doing anything about it. Well, I've made my own decision. I would rather be part of something that would make a positive impact and probably well more organized. Right? I spoke with the secretary of Nadeco yesterday. I'll be joining the Nadeco people because they have a very brilliant plan. They want to go all out. And I support them 100%. We are speaking to all the Democrats, Nigerians with the America. We're having a press. He's going to release a press statement today. Not a press statement, a statement. Just to counter the fact that APC don't start their propaganda. One thing I know that is eating them bad is what these Nadeco people says. Anything Nadeco say, that thing they touch their blood. They touch their soul. Nadeco they have a very strong grasp over APC. Then they hold them for blockers. They tweeted yesterday. Nadeco don't congratulate Tinubu. The way I take call that man, say, bros, Egbo, Orinji Buru Nikilode. What happened? The guy said he saw it. That is right. He's composing a rebuttal now. That's going to send it tomorrow. He's probably sent it to my WhatsApp now. I'll check it out. I'll tweet it. I'll post it when I see it. They are registered in America here. They can reach out to the people across the country. They know how to hold the government responsible, to let them know this is what they've done to the democracy of Nigeria. If you want the vote of Nigerian American in America, if you want our vote, this is what we're going to be doing henceforth. Do not recognize this man. We did not vote for him. He's an abomination to our culture. He's an abomination to our country. The worst of us will never rule the best of us. I don't have time for all these Twitter space all the time. Young, come back. Whatever I say behind you, I will say it in front of you. I don't have time for bollocks. Oh shit. It's time to do the do. Ati Soro. We've been speaking for a fucking long time. Now is the time. I will do everything in my part to make sure not to talk to the people. I will radicalize the people. I'm speaking it loud and clear. You see, before, we played by the rules. But guess what? The people you're playing with, they've taken off the gloves. Yeah. We've ticked all the boxes. So now, come report me for American government. Is radicalizing people. We will now take it from the top. What was I saying before? I was speaking to people. Below Biden. Do this, don't do that. Let's go by the law. Let's go by the books. And now, the people we played the law with, they cancelled the law on Fagili. And you want me to play in it with them. We have these bastards, Agbado people, screaming, shouting, congratulating themselves, celebrating. The German chancellor is coming to visit Tinubu. Is coming to the. Have you seen the news? Have you seen the breaking news about Germany? And I never hear. Let me read it out. German government moves limiting migrant remittances. indirectly telling you that all the money where migrants where they Germany, they try send back home to their home countries. They want to limit it. They want to limit how they will be sending money back home, how much they will be sending back home. And you don't know what is coming for you. Are you seeing the way dollar is dancing scale up and down? Hey, Timbon Kokon. People reaching out to me for school fees. I don't have any kobo I'll give you. The only advice I'll give you is go and meet UC Maxwell. He's a printer. He can make a certificate for your child. He will print you the best of certificates. He's a good printer. You don't need your child to go to school anymore, in case you don't understand. You don't need your child to go to school anymore. You don't. As long as you can forge your certificate, you will do anything you want to do in that life, in that country. You will. You will do anything you want to do in that country. House of Rep. They can amend the constitution. They should amend this. They should amend that. They've summoned Naira Marley to come and talk about Mohbad's gratuity. Those are the people that are meant to be talking about national security, that are meant to be discussing issues of what just happened, the rape that just happened to your country. They cannot do that because they know you guys are not serious about it. You guys, it's not a priority to you guys. Mohbad ni priority yín nílùú yẹn. Wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé Mohbad ló jẹ yín lógún. Mohbad's death is the priority of people. Very soon they will start summoning Big Brother now. Why did you guys evict Nancy? Why did you guys evict Lagbaja Abitamedu? Tí mo tó kán lù yín lù yẹn. Tí mo mẹ̀mẹ̀. Wọ́n ṣe mẹ́yẹ̀ bọ̀ lápò ni. You guys don't understand what is going on. It is a failed state entirely. So if you don't see me active with the obedient movement, please, you can call me whatever you want to call me. Come down in my pocket, go see what Allah. My conflict, I get whatever I want. But I'm not here to talk bullshit. If I'm not radicalizing people, if I'm not taking actions, I'm not interested. Enough of all this talking. Enough. Let us do the do. If I'm talking, I'm radicalizing people. Let's not give people false hope. 2027 will end party war. 2027 war. How many people will be alive by that 2027 safe? How many people? Awaye kama kuosi. We all die one day. As you go to me, Otito, I don't know about you. But guess what? Living in that country, Russian roulette. Russian roulette. Living in that country. Anything goes right now. Anything goes. Whatever you do now, let people know what is going on. Let them know. Certificate forger. Ni president to one there. He will never be my president. He is not my president. He will never be my president. I have family members sending me messages on Facebook. Your eye don't come down. Now better join the PC. They see you are a warrior on Twitter. They will give you a position. You'll be fighting for APC. But guess what? It's not their fault. Because they've seen the docility. They've seen how dull, how people accept their faith. The mad parties, the way they just involve Christianity or religion into the whole thing. It is God's will. I don't want to worship that God. Any God that will such on a nation, I don't want to know that God. I don't want to worship that God. Una religious leader. Now another chapter. Someone sent me a tweet. Listen to this. I have paid tithe for 16 years and I'm still broke. I recently lost my job. I got a call from my pastor asking me for my outstanding tithe. I explained that I lost my job, and he said God wouldn't understand. Did you hear that? Pastor, they tell person we don't lose in job. This person has been paying tithe consistently for the past 16 years. He couldn't pay his tithe for like a couple of maybe months because he lost his job. The church, the pastor, they're not bothered about him getting another job. They're not trying to use their influence to secure him another job so he can keep paying the tithe. They're now accusing him that God doesn't understand that you lost your job. You have to keep paying your tithe. Even if you have to go and steal it, they don't care. What kind of religion is that? They will use religion to ruin that country. They will use tribe to ruin that country. I saw the Zamfara space by my brother Jamel. I attended a couple of times. But I'm a problem solving kind of person. Back in my days in Kingston University, I did a critical thinking course, a decision making subject, evaluation. I sat down. I thought about the whole thing. Zamfara is just a part of the country. We have people getting killed in Benue, southern Kaduna, all around. Everything boils down to bad governance. If we can fix the government, everything will be sorted out. But going after a particular issue, it's not going to solve the problem. And I kept saying it. Individual justice is not what we need. Let us put our angles together. Zamfara, Southern Kaduna, fix a date. Come out. Show your grievances. Whatever state they are attacking, come out. Come together. We need to get our fucking country back. Enough is a fucking enough. We need to get our country back. I know how to keep malice. I will stay on to this one. On behalf of my Igbo brothers and sisters, I will keep that malice on your behalf. They called you guys different kinds of names. They threatened they would throw you guys to the ocean, river, over the bridge, Third Milan Bridge. It is now personal. Regardless the fact that my wife is Igbo. The fact that you do that to your fellow human beings. And now, you want to heal and move on? You die. You grabbed a cup of wine. You smashed it. Tell it sorry and see if it's going to come back together. It will never be the same again. Moving forward, it will never be the same again. As I said, I didn't come here to make a submission. I came to speak my mind. A lot of people will not like it. I don't care. Ibi tó mọ̀ ìyá méjì bá ti wọlé tó ń bára wọn sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń lejú jáde wọ́n ti sòdodo ọ̀rọ̀. But tó ń bá rẹ́rìn jáde tó ń ṣe hẹ́hẹ́hẹ́ wọ́n ti parọ́ fúnra wọn. We as siblings go into a room and they speak the truth to themselves. When they come out of that room, if you see them either crying or their faces or their eyes strong, you know they've spoken the truth. But when they come out saying, ha, 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 laughing, they've lied to themselves. Enough said. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Thank you. I use the mic, Saddam.
All right. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you very much. I mean, the truth is that some of these things that we have to say nowadays are the hard truth, but they are the truth. Like I always say, the only option we don't have is giving up. That's not on the table. So if you are here, you are an abado, you are this, sorry, it's not on the table. And I'm going to break the heart of another set of people. I know some of, some of the boys now will be thinking, obedient, revolution, they don't, so see, because I know some of them used to shout revolution now up and down as if it was one that formed the word revolution. So let me be very clear that this is not in any way having anything to do with, as in, if that's all it's still fine. If you can get some SUG and whatever to start, no problem. But this is not in any way any indication that all of a sudden obedient or well-meaning Nigerians or people are now, so this is it. So I just need to clear that for your mind. I know it will be painful, but just we are telling the truth today. So just accept it like that. Anyway, I don't know if NCS is ready to go now. I know it probably might be busy, but if it's ready, we can go to NCS. But if not, we just start taking speakers. All right. Okay, I see it. All right. NCS, anytime you are ready, and of course, we will go second service. We are ready. All right, quickly, we are just going to start taking our speakers. I know Mom Bolanle had spoken before. She went down, then we've had Jimmy in between. So quickly, I'll just start with, please, if you're on speaker section, you intend to speak, ensure your hand is up, so I'll know you are ready to speak. If your hand is not up, I would probably assume you are not ready to speak. But for those that the hands are up right now, I'll start with. So let's just take a lady first. I'll start with Dr. Royal, after which I'll come to Oladipo. Dr. Royal, I don't know if you're close to your phone. Are you there?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Sorry, I'll just step out. Just a minute.
I didn't get what she said. Okay, probably I
Okay,
know
no, I'm
something.
here. Can you? There was a little noise where I was, so I just needed to step out to
Okay.
let me the place. Okay. So I can go ahead, right? Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead. You have 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Yeah. So sorry, Jimmy. Thank you so much, and thank you, Emma Saddam. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak. I had to step out from where I was. It was quite noisy. Today is actually my wedding anniversary, so I'm spending time out. Anyways, let's just do this. I want to say that one thing I know that we have strongly refused to do, and I personally have refused to do, is to give up. Okay, and that's why I've been speaking up. I've been talking about how we should um, go ahead and keep up the hope. Keep up the, when I mean the hope, not Nigeria will change or 2027 rubbish. What we need to do right now. And I kept talking about we need to express our anger some way or the other. One way or the other, we need to say something, what we need to do, what we need to show them and show the people of the world, the entire world, that we are upset, we are angry with what has happened. We will not accept it. And from then on, we can even get up into this revolution we're planning to do. So I would just say that I'm not going to, be too long on the mic. But we're planning protests already in Nigeria. If you see my timeline, I'm already posting that already. Um, I'm very glad about what Mombanale is doing in the UK. And it's about the same date, Saturday, 4th of November. It's happening already in Nigeria. Because this thing about us being docile, we cannot keep saying it. I mean, it's like somebody telling you, get up and move. Where you are, fire is burning. Get up and move. You are saying, the fire is here. Oh, can we not get up? Who will not make us get up? The fire will come and burn you, for crying out loud. Get up and move. So we want to do something right now in the country. So I'm just going to say it out now in Vawulence, because I'm glad to have a opportunity to speak in the biggest platform on obedient Twitter. This is the biggest platform, so far. So I'm saying it out here. If you want to join the protest, you want to do something, it's starting in Delta State this Saturday 4th. Other states, if you want to do in your state, start it off already. We are going to express our displeasure against the corrupt judiciary, the corrupt government, the illegitimate government. Tinubu is not our president. We refuse it. Against the economic hardship, against everything going wrong in the country. We want to say it, we want to be out there on the street to communicate to the world that we do not support what is going on in Nigeria. We don't support certificate forgery. We don't support the injustice going on. And the judiciary, one of the things we're going to be saying is CGN has to go. We cannot have them, even all the Bukachua and even this Datijo guy talking about, I think I got the name right, talking about how corrupt the judiciary is, and we'll keep kind of looking at them for the hands is too much. That Amechi video got tears in my eyes. He has said it before in Port Harcourt, that because they never stone us. The politicians, do you know us? We like because they never stone us. Nigerians have not stoned us. That means he's saying Nigerians pick up stone and stone the politicians. And now he's telling you, if I don't say anything, people, Kenya is happening in Ghana, happening in Kenya. Look at Mozambique. They came out on the road, on the streets to protest the election results. We are here keeping quiet. No way. No way, enough is enough. And that's why I'm joining my thoughts. I'm joining Bonale on this matter to do, right? I'm back here in Nigeria. Yes, we're going to do the protest in Nigeria. We're going to communicate our anger on the streets. We're going to do it. And we're doing it right away. This Saturday, on November 4th, we're coming out all over the country. I don't know how we're going to get it done, okay? I don't know what is happening right now, but I'm telling you, I already have a flyer on my timeline for Delta State. Those in Delta State are already getting ready for that. Those in Lagos are talking about already. We already have people coming together. We're going to just do it. To go out there and express our thoughts. And Nigeria, we need to change this country. We need more David Hudens in this country. We need more Jimmys. We need more Mommy Bolanles. We need more women in Nigerians. We need more Emerson. We need more UC Max. We need more people to come out and speak out and not just talk on Spaces alone. Because Spaces is doing tremendous work. I mean, all she just said on a timeline. I saw it on a post today that they are saying these Mumu fellows have to say, I am the one, the Sokoro, I'm the one reading out I'm the one that wrote this judgment. Because you know that we're talking about him. They are writing judgment for them. So they are hearing us, they are seeing us, they know what we're doing. They are hearing my voice on this space, right? And they will hear my voice in the recording. They're hearing everybody, Jimmy, everybody speaking, and Masadam, N6, they're hearing every one of us. We need more of everyone coming out. Because we need to get in every of the from judiciary, we should have somebody there checking them. We should have obedience there. We should have Nigerians checking them, even in legislation. Because this thing that's going on in this country, enough is enough. Enough is enough, Nigeria. Nobody cursed us. We're not cursed. We are not cursed. Nigerians, they're not put curse on our head. The other countries that are fighting for the nation, they don't have two heads. This time has come for us to stand up. We have to follow the process. We have to wait and see, like what Jimmy was saying. Oh, let's see. Let us see. We'll not do. Enter. What did they say? Go and regroup. Like Saddam was saying earlier in the space. Go and regroup. Go and go. We have done everything we know. We know agree again. It's time for us to stand up. So I'm just saying it out there. If you want to join the protest, you want to do it in Nigeria, you're ready. Let us start regrouping already. It's already happening in Delta State. It's going to happen in Lagos. Abuja people, they look there with an eye because none of you come out for the Supreme Court. God will help people in Abuja. I hope. I think UC Maxwell is somewhere in Abuja, and the guy, Dr. Byron and Koda are there. Oh, yeah, let us do something. Let's come out and express our displeasure, express our anger. What are we going to do with that? Yes, we're going to keep saying it until they listen to us. When they shoot at us, God, they're not born their head to shoot at anybody. They shoot at the Kobo and these people. Do they shoot people? See, let's stop being afraid. Let's stop. They're even more afraid of us. The power of the people is greater than people in power. If America can say it, that none of them stone us, none of them doing that means they're waiting for us to do something. They expect now we they fool ourselves because we're keeping quiet and folding our arms. The time has ended for that nonsense. Enough is enough. We're coming out to display wherever it is, America, Canada, all over the world, UK, Nigeria. We're going to stand up and resist them, and we're not going to stop until this government, on this kind of uselessness of Nigeria changes. On the things change, we will not stop. The thing of the movement has ended. It just they start. They don't even know. It just they start. The fire just they start. We need more of Aisha Yeshufi kind of people. We need more of everybody that's talking. We need more of us. And if you're here, you're on the space, and you see they fall down and say, "Oh, they will shoot us. Oh, they will kill us." You are fooling yourself. I must tell you that because you will still die on the streets. You will still die in your house. You will still die of starvation and hunger. You will still die of fight of police brutality. It's time to get up, every one of us. So I'm going to just yield here. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Roya. Thank you very much. I really want us to beg every one of us. I think the biggest duty on all of us now is how to transfer our personality. That's the next thing. Like how to transfer this ourselves now. How to transfer it to other people. So we should just try to find a way to also do that. Whether you're in diaspora in Nigeria, you can do it. You can do it by me. Oh God. Any small engagement I get with anybody from Nigeria. Me, please, if you have people in Nigeria, I can talk. I don't know for people where I go talk to. If you get family group, if you sneak me into your family group, they can radicalize there for you. So Any conversation where I get with person wake up for Nigeria, that conversation is now one way they go. Just one way. So please let's also begin to bring people up to speed. All right, quickly, we're going to go straight to Oladipo. After Oladipo, I was going to just Maxwell. I don't know if you are ready, but your hand is not up. So I'm guessing maybe just Maxwell is busy. So after Oladipo, we might go to just Maxwell. Oladipo, please go ahead.
Good evening. I greet everyone. How are you guys? Saddam, I greet you. God bless you. N6, your wisdom will never diminish. Jimmy, my brother. Things will not go bad for you. Thanks for taking a stand. You see, I'm going to say this to everyone here. I know some of you think maybe there is something in it for the likes of Saddam, Sizo, well-meaning Nigeria, Jimmy, Antibolanle, and all these guys that are talking. Let me tell you something if you don't want to know. Majority of them, they can decide not to have any stake in what is going on because they are comfortable. Their wahala, their shout is not because of their families, it's because of people like us that are still in Nigeria. Because I keep asking this question, ṣé wọ́n fi ṣe wá ni? Ṣé wọ́n ṣépè fún wa ni? We have mastered the art of suffering and smiling to the essence that we've gotten BSc, master's degree, PhD in the art of suffering and smiling. We prefer to fight ourselves than to fight our tormentors. People are making our life a living hell, and you still see people supporting, rejoicing, and praising them. People are the gods to say they are celebrating the victory of calamity. That stupid woman called Betty Edun, or what's her name? She wrote it and people were jubilating. I wrote it there. I said, congratulations for the renewed Shege Pro Max. People are not realizing that the country is going to shit. Very foolish set of people. People that are so dim-witted to the point that they cannot even think beyond their noses. What is the essence of political party or some politicians when your child cannot go to school, when your child cannot pay school fees, when you cannot even feed your child, and you are rejoicing in calamity? Ó ní ẹni gbépo lájà kò jalè o, bí òun ṣe ń tó bá gbà á lẹ̀. Let me tell you something. The fact that you stupid Yoruba fools are recognizing this calamity and you are praising him is one of the reasons why they will continually treat you like shit. People are suffering. People are dying. Going to the market today, the whole market was scanty. Nobody, even if people were not opening their shops, because how would they sell? And people are here. They are bantering over their suffering. The people that are putting you in this same bondage, they are out there buying vehicles of 160. You see, when I saw that Channel's interview, there's someone that is very close to me. As I have never seen that person curse in my life. The person had to curse that, Diko, what are you listening to? How can someone be this communally daft and stupid? But I said something. He's not daft and stupid. The guy had the arrogance to talk that, hey, Sheung, which car is your CEO using? Because they know that there is absolutely fucking nothing we are going to do. You see, me, I have resorted to the fact that I will do my protest in my own way. I'm not going to even see how I'm going to do it, because you see, for people like us, it is really dangerous. We stuck our neck out there. A lot of you may not know. We lost a whole lot, especially we Yoruba people living in APC reading states. We lost jobs. We lost so many things. People walked away from us. They call us bastards on the streets. They call us different names. People have turned against us just because we stood with Peter Obi. And we were not standing with Peter Obi. We were standing for our lives. Our lives are at stake. A lot of you don't know. Olúwa o. Ẹlòmíì máa gbé mu gbọ̀ngbọ̀ngbọ̀ngbọ̀n báyìí ni. Kí ló dé? And then so. Even if you are totally senseless, can you look at the last 5 months? They've borrowed well over 10 trillion naira, and nothing, absolutely nothing, has been working. Nothing works. And you're still reveling in this madness? Ọ̀nàbọ̀rọ̀ làásọ fọmọlúàbí tó bá dénú àdòdìdì kó má dòdìdì nù yín. 1 minute, I see your hand. As I round up, let me say this to you. Sherry, ẹ̀yin Yorùbá, ẹ̀yin lè máa jẹ ìtọ́jú ìlú ìyà tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí o. Ẹ jẹ́ ẹ yó. The Igbo people you detest, they help themselves. They have a brotherly mentality. They will go to their place, bring people over here, establish that person. The person will buy land, build house in that Lagos. And you say you are the owner of Lagos. What is tiny? Galatia. Don't worry, oh. Now you get Lagos. Now you get the whole country. Sit down there. Eje. Wama benye ma wa ekun mo eni rumi. It's not that I'm cursing you. I'm just telling you the truth. Me, I'll be doing I won't stop. I'll do my own protest in my own way. I'm not going to talk how I'm going to tell you how I'm going to do it. But let me tell you something. You people will see my hand. I'll do my own protest because Tinubu is not my president. He's an impostor. I have said it. Look, I was saying something. 1 minute, please. Give me 1 minute. I was saying something to people the other day on Twitter. I said something. When they were saying, he's your president, is this? I said, he's a certificate forger, confirmed. He dealt in proceeds that resulted from drug dealing, confirmed. He's the only man that was given birth by 5 mothers on 5 different days and years, confirmed. Identity theft, he stole Donald Duke's picture. That is the one that at least we have valid evidences. Let me tell you something. If you don't fight for yourself, I hope in the grave your children will not curse you. I yield my mic.
All right, thank you very much, Ladipo. Thank you. All right, quickly, we'll just go straight to UC Maxwell. After UC Maxwell, we'll come to Mr. Godswill.
Good evening to you, well-meaning Nigerian. Emir Saddam, good evening, I greet you. Sizu, good evening to you, my respected elder brother, Jimmy. Good evening to you too. I was saying maybe it don't turn to juju, maybe say anytime I come this space, won't speak. Sleep go carry me, so I decided to come on time or earlier so that I can speak. Every time it go be like saying me the one call next. Now that time heavy sleep will carry me. But it's a pleasure to be here once again. I've enjoyed the space, but I said the first thing I'm going to say on this space is that I'm going to say thank you to Jimmy. I'm going to say thank you to this is a special thank you. No be say to people like Jimmy whom they have stood irrespective of some of the backlashes that would have made people like them giving up. I know why I am saying this. Let me tell you, except we look from the lens of nationality, you will not realize that what we are doing is not for yourself, or it's not for your tribesman, it's not for your family member, it is for the generality of people. If you don't look from that lens, if you don't look from that lens, that is why somebody at the end of the day we think that everything he has done within this electioneering season was to favor Maxwell, or was to favor Maxwell's tribe, or was to favor Maxwell's region. And it's unfortunate because at the end of the day, it falls back to that thing that Peter Obi have been asking. Is my region buying bread cheaper than your region at the end of the day? Yes, NMPC may be selling fuel cheaper than every other, what are they called, filling stations. But all of us still dey buy am for the same price. Whether you enter NNPC or you enter another filling station, you go still buy am. The dollars, the exchange rate, when they wan send you money from abroad or anything, you go still feel am for body. In fact, I was joking with Real Ever Best because e get dis few dollar notes wey I hold for hand, and I've been with it for, I don't know, for more than 6 months or 8 months or thereabout, I can't say. Very few dollar notes o. And I was telling Real Ever Best at the Supreme Court, I was like, Real Ever Best, this money that time I bin no wan deposit am or anything because I feel say na small money. But now this money wey I hold like this na very very big money. So at the end of the day, all of us are going to feel it. Let me
You see
talk about
password.
it. Yes.
You know say people dey this thing. Let's clarify. Now $1, you not reach $5.
Na $1 o, make dem know. Na that's why I say very very small. Na just $1 note.
If
Abeg
one
no
man
come
go
for,
say you put
no come, no
$5.
come for. Well really, but how you take know say na $1 note? I don dey suspect you. I don dey suspect you. Anyways, back to the conversation. Let me talk about this whole election thing. And I'm coming from the angle of giving you reasons to feel strengthened. That is what I want to do on the space tonight. See, you won the elections. So I am bothered that a lot of us are, instead of focusing our enemies who stole properties from us, we are now fighting ourselves, brothers, sisters in arms. We now realize that this person is now different from us. We now realize that this person did not fight well, or did not fight as much as this other person would have fought. Let me tell you, everybody fought as much as they would. You may have donated monies, but somebody else donated their time. I don't know if you realize that. You may have donated your time, but somebody else donated their presence on ground. So we need to come to the realization that everything that we did, we may not have done enough, but everything we did worked out. We won the elections. It was stolen. Simple and short. So stop attacking yourselves about what you felt you should have done. Some other time we'll talk about what we felt we would have done better. But for now, look the face of the Nigerian government, who is your true and one enemy, and tell them that you stole what was mine. Look the face of INEC, Mahmood Yakubu, the leadership of INEC, the lawyers that represented INEC in court, and tell them you supported this whole thing, you stole the mandate from us. Because I was mad when I read court documents and reasoned that a lawyer that is being paid by my tax money representing INEC in court used 5 pages of their document to defend Bola Tinubu in the Supreme Court. Used 5 pages of their document to tell the court why Bola Tinubu should not be removed from office, even though his document was not, was not attested to by Chicago State University in their deposition. Used 5 pages of their document to tell the court why Shetima should continue to be vice president, even though clear evidence shows that he held double nomination. This should be our anger going forward, not to your brother who fought in the same battle with you, who held arms with you in this battle. Your anger should be against these men in power who bribed people, the people who accepted to be bribed, sat down on seats, wore caps on their heads, told us that they were unbiased, or whatever the word may be, impartial, but at the end of the day, reeled out injustice from the courts of law.
These are the people that your anger should be channeled towards. I saw a video recently on a friend's status showing how people from Mozambique were hitting the streets and all of that. I began to ponder and I said, can we just roll back the hands of the time? But unfortunately, we can't. So going forward, what are you telling yourself in your mind? What are you telling your neighbor? Are you still accepting? Because I find it rather troubling that after criticizing Bola Tinubu for 1 year and a half, for forging documents, for forfeiting $460,000 as proceeds of narcotic trafficking, money laundering, after criticizing Shetima for having double nomination, after criticizing the APC for fielding a single religious ticket, after criticizing Bola Tinubu for hiring bishops, after criticizing Tinubu for paying people like MC Oluomo to victimize people on ethnic and tribal lines, that I will not come and write a tweet and congratulate him. May I not see that day. Let me not even see that day that I will think of congratulating this man. It is unfortunate that we've gotten to that point that people are so quick to drop their cloak, or let me put it, their perceived cloak of righteousness and put on a cloak of, colorations. Because we thought that all of us were righteous, not in the real sense of the word righteousness, of course. We are talking about in the sense of making a right choice, of choosing the right candidate. But today, some of us feel that, I've always said, if you do no longer have the strength to push on, take a break, go and relax yourself, get back to your business. I have a business, for heaven's sake. I have academics, I'm a student, for heaven's sake. We dropped all of this and committed time, money, everything to all of this. And I will forget all of that and congratulate him. God forbid now. God forbid. So we reject Bola Tinubu. The problem is not even about Bola Tinubu. The problem is the system that allowed Bola Tinubu to thrive. And by this system, I'm talking about INEC. Going into the next elections, I really don't want to talk about this. Somebody came to my DM, and the statement I told him is that, what is the benefit of me talking about a state election when I'm not being paid? I asked myself that question. It's not like I'm looking for payment from anybody in state election or anything, but I want us to really look at it. It is not really my state. But I then thought again, but this state also forms a part of Nigeria. If I can give my all to Peter Obi on a national level, I think maybe I can still air my views on the state level. I may not be there on ground to do any other thing. Let me tell you, they said, this is the only thing I'm going to tell you now about it. They said that we needed to learn from Bola Tinubu's school of election winning. And this is what you actually need to learn. I want to agree this time. Everything that they carried out in the elections, be ready to carry it out. If not, you're not going to win any election at the state level. I bet you. Because what it has become is just do whatever you want to do during the elections, come to INEC, give them the heavy sums of money that they need, pay the lawyers as much as they need, go to the judiciary, drop the monies as they would need and all of that, and then you move on. What we saw Dati Joe saying, I know you were about to even wave your hand. I'd already call your name before I see your hand. What we saw Justice Dati Joe saying were things we already knew. He's saying it because he was about leaving office. Didn't Bokachuwa's husband come out and say the same thing? Didn't we see the same thing coming out from Port Harcourt and the justices that, Justice, what's her name again? Please remind me her name. I've forgotten her name. But Mary Odili, thank you very much. It's not like we've not seen these things before today now. We already know how much the rot is in this same judiciary. And I don't want to go about fostering that message about Justice Datijo coming out to say it. We understand how his hands may be tied while he's in the system and may not be able to say anything. Maybe because he wants to retire well and get the benefits of retirement. But we've seen it. We saw how, what's his name? Onogen was victimized while in office. We know how these things work. So my people, just realize that you need to take your country into your hands by yourself. You need to win it. And I want to tell you, thank you for everything you did during the election. As a way of rounding up, thank you for everything you did during the election, pre-election, during election, and post-election. But trust me, if you are ready to win back Nigeria, the people who have held Nigeria this much have spent a lot of years to hold Nigeria this much. So you should be willing to spend a lot of effort, a lot of resources to be able to win it back. Thank you very much, my brother. I would rest my case here.
All right. Thank you very much, Yusuf Maxwell. Thank you for that submission. In fact, I was going to say this earlier as well. I know I said that you want to say I saw the ant die. Even if you make the ant die. I know that. See, and like Yusuf Maxwell, like I said just now, I don't. Nobody should fall for that old gimmick. What these people are doing now is they know. He knew that Nigerians, as in all you need right now in Nigeria, in that kind of situation, to become one hero, look like one hero, for his mind, so that we will now say, this one man, if he was the one. See, let me tell you, if that Joe was Okoro, if he was the one sitting there, he might have done worse. If care is not taken. So I accept what is almost like what I said about Amici not too long ago. What they are, and that's why it's painful. They are saying the right things. What they are saying is correct. Like it's some things that some of us we even know already. You understand? So it may come as well. They are saying things that we agree with, and now all of a sudden they want to look like not be me that Joe wanted to launder image. He was there all along. He was there when the PPT gave judgment. If he wanted to do something right, he knew he was going to retire. He should have put pressure on them, or at least come out and say what they did is he should have done. If I would retire earlier, make it for contact before the judgment. He can't wait. Maybe I even say, please, you people should do the judgment on Thursday so that on Friday I can be able to say something now, just to clean myself. Please, please, nonsense. I beg, can anybody not verse me like as I did now? Quickly, Oga, Mr. Goswill, go ahead. After which we'll come to 7.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's not very clear. I don't know if you're using the hands-free or something.
Okay, let me remove my hands real quick. Okay.
Yep.
Hold on. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, it's way better. Go ahead.
So, this is gonna be quick. This is gonna be real short. So the thing is this: for most of us, the fall season is actually in one of the best times. One of the best season, one of the best times of the year. Okay, because we watch football, watch NFL, college football, basketball, fantasy football, and it gives us a chance to catch up with friends, and we go tailgating, and have a really good time. But the problem is that this unfinished business in Nigeria is making it difficult to enjoy all these goodies. So, I can tell you that those of us, we've tried so hard to move on. We've tried so hard to close this unfinished business, but it's difficult. Realistically, if Tinubu does not leave office and leave office very soon, this template that he used to come to power will be duplicated for decades by politicians that are actually watching closely and taking notes. And I said this before. And it's kind of hard to move on. I mean, when they say move on, how can you move on? Moving on requires identifying what you did wrong and plan to fix it in the next iteration. But when you did everything right, yet these gremlins shit on your face, then there's no moving on. There's no way to move on. There's no place to go. So this unfinished business in Nigeria must be finished once and for all. And it has to be finished before the end of this year. I know we are talking about these weeks, months. Look, this has to be finished before the end of this year. So that most of us can go back to our normal life, because this is killing our vibe. This is destroying. I mean, they've taken away the football season, the basketball season last year. They've taken away the football recruiting process. They've taken away everything. And now we have a huge football season ahead, in front of us with the basketball season. And we cannot focus. We can't be happy with this criminality that is ongoing in Nigeria. So the thing is,
So I will actually be putting down 300,000 naira for prize of the most provocative and compelling skits that must incorporate a couple of the following. One, this skit must incorporate Tinubu's criminal drug lord and certificate forgery. It must incorporate INEC criminality, and it must incorporate judicial criminality and being bribe takers. And to be democratic about this, this process, the prize money will be split into three. We're going to have 100,000 that will be dedicated to Yoruba skit makers. So they come up with the skit that has to incorporate all this. We'll have 100,000 naira that will be dedicated to Igbo skit makers. They have to come up with the whole skit, everything that has to incorporate all this. And of course, we have 100,000 naira that is dedicated to Hausa and Fulani skit makers. So they have to check all these boxes in their skits and come up with, it has to be provocative, it has to be compelling, and it has to address these key issues of Tinubu's criminality and certificate forgery and drug dealing, INEC criminality and judiciary criminality. It has to address this. And the 100,000 naira is going to be distributed to the three different languages, major languages, the Igbo, the Hausa, and Fulani, and then the Yorubas. And but so that because we have to get this, this unfinished business has to be finished before the end of this year so that we can move on with our lives. Because we really don't know. I mean, there's no way to move on. There's no way to move on. Oh, by the way, you better tell those that they've almost finished sharing more in Abuja. So if they haven't received their own share yet, then they should begin to question their loyalty to Tinubu. I rest. That's just my short presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think one of the most interesting parts is when you were giving the criteria. You said it has to be provocative. I like, because let's say the usual way that they hold us for Nigeria, the thing's strong. It's strong. So we have how do they say this thing? Extraordinary, whatever requires extraordinary something. We need to do something about what's going on now, and I think now everybody knows what we need to do. We may not trust that it's possible. It doesn't look like it's achievable, but one thing we need to do, which is why I emphasized in my submission earlier the need for the message, is to change the narrative, the conversation. Let it now be that, Nigerians now know that, okay, this is what we need to do, but we are just afraid to do it, they will kill us, that's why we can't, or better. Let it not be that. So people do not know, they still feel. That's what we really need to do at this point. All right, quickly, we are going to go over to Sewen, after which I'll come to Dr. F. Young.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Vawulence. Good evening, Saddam. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Will Menin. Thank you, everybody. UC Maxwell. I'll start from this point. Nigeria is ours, and Nigeria does not belong to these 1%ers. Nigeria is ours to the extent at which we own it. What Amechi said, very factual, yet annoying, because it's like a slight on us. They've come to know that Nigerians are very elastic. Nigerians take the most shit. Just like Oladipo said, I wouldn't say what I'm going to do. There's no need for all that. I can't put a bullseye on my back. But the truth is, something we give. Yes. I was telling some people today, I was talking to them, and some were trying to jest about this. And I was like, you don't even get the message. You are the pawn in this game, but you are laughing about it and thinking, yeah, we tried, but we have to move on. I said, just how many kids do you have? Watch your back. Because these people are coming for everything you own, everything you ever had. They've done what they're going to do. What will we do? It could be a concerted effort. It could be a private effort. But truth be told, something has to give. I used to think that after Buhari, Nigerians will never have the argument about who to choose, but I was wrong. We still think that maybe poverty will bring people's senses, but I think they have an elastic level that is unstretchable. You can't reach the end of Nigeria's elastic level. But one thing I would say is this: I am not the trouble of Nigeria. I have never been. I know who the troublers of Nigeria are. They live in a certain city. Their offices are not far from each other. When you are ready to take back your country, you know where to meet them. You don't need to bother yourself. And they are fucking scared of us. I know that for a fact because I have access. They are very scared of us. They are hoping that we will never wake up. They just believe that, don't worry, Nigerians will always take these things from us. But the day we will wake up, we will take back our country. Whatever we will do, we are not supposed to be sitting ducks. We are not doing, we came in peace, we hold the flag, we sit on the ground. It's not going to be that. That doesn't work with these demons. You can cast and bind the demon, but if you never want it to arise again, you exorcise it. So whatever you have to do to make sure that these demons never rise again has to be very affirmative. It has to be a message that generations from now will know that Nigerians stood up and took back their country. Like a priest said, I think is a bishop in one of the states in Nigeria, he said this. He said, when a group of leaders are no longer afraid of its citizens, there is a problem. These guys don't rate us. They know they fear us because we've never done anything to them. We've never done anything to them. If some people are falling into gutters, just falling down, you understand, just falling down here and there, their minds will be clear. Their minds will know that it no go really reach ground because they will know that, they're just falling into gutter daily and daily. They will just be afraid. But they are standing gallantly on their corruption because Nigerians don't do anything. Nigerians, please, when are you tired? Take back your country, or 30 years from now, our children will be fighting the same battles. Someone said something today, our fathers did their own, this is our time, and our children will face their own. I said, God forbid. My children are not facing the same thing I've had to go through how many years of my life. If I tell my story, it will be pathetic, and I don't want to relive my story. But the truth is, Nigeria will work in my lifetime, and to be easier for my children. In fact, to be easy for me, and then to be easier for my children. That's what I want to see a Nigeria become. I'm not hoping to continue this battle for another 4 years with these punks. Nah, I'm doing this shit with them. Nigerians, I beg on you, tire. Be tired of your burdens. Take back your country. I will take my own the way I know how to. Please take back your country. I yield the mic. God bless you all.
All right, thank you very much, Sewen. Thank you very much for that. All right, quickly, today I want us to take as many speakers as possible. Make we break record. Please, if I bring you up to the speaker section, if your hand is not up, I might not waste time before I return you so that I can bring somebody else. All right, quickly, we'll go straight to Dr. F. Young. After Dr. F. Young, we'll come to Mike.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Good evening, Emir Saddam, Reminin, and all obedience here present. Thanks for having me once again on your platform. What I have to say is I'm very, very happy about the emergence of the obedient movement. So far, we have shown so much resilience. I want to say to all of us that we should take a break and take our flowers. We've really done our best and we continue to do our best. Then the next thing I want to say is when people like Abati, Ruben Abati of Arise TV says public opinion does not matter, well, we now know better with the valedictory statement of the recently retired Justice of the Supreme Court, in person of Datijo. So we now know better that public opinion matters. I know for a certain that he was the retired judge was trying to be clever by half by exiting as a hero, having seen how the judiciary has become vilified by people, so that people may single him out as not being corrupt and not being part of the establishment. but we can take his message and leave him to his own devices. And something that is very striking in the message is that these guys really crave so much for public acceptance and respect. That is, if you read that message very carefully, that is what that message signals. He wants to have a public respect and public acceptance, so that you will not count him among the corrupt justice anytime we see him. But that already has been defeated, because we already know that if he was part of the people deciding the case, he may have done even worse than those that decided. So we don't trust any of them, and we can never be fooled by any of them. So unfortunately for them, we will continue to maintain and sustain the narrative both in and outside social media. We'll continue to do our bit and educate those around us. Me, anytime I see a patient, I always tell them, I always continue to remind them, I always continue to keep the issues within levels of discussion, so that nobody will forget in a jiffy what happened. So that is one of the opportunity I have as a medical doctor, and I will continue to do that as we go on, so that nobody will forget what has happened. Because one thing I know about Nigerians, we have selective amnesia. We forget so easily when another issues arise. But this particular one, we will continue to maintain, because if we get leadership right, we will have gotten more than 90% of our problems solved. So we'll continue to sustain the issue. And on this note, I don't know if it's possible that we can, create a hashtag like Supreme Court of Nigeria. Instead of saying Supreme Court, you can make it a hashtag like Supreme Court with CULT. That is what they stand for now. They are not court of justice. They are now a secret society that decide whatever befits the establishment. So they are now Supreme Court. If you can make that hashtag to be very impactful, continue to trend the hashtag for as long as possible. Supreme Court of Nigeria. So that is, I'm just making a suggestion. I'm not trying to impose it on the house. So the Supreme Court justices that presided over the presidential election, this is something really I noticed. They refused to release names of the 7 justices until about 24 hours before hearing. And they also brought their ruling within 48 hours. Why, if we may ask, why did they even do so? Well, in my own thoughts, I think they saw how the tribunal judges, that the Samami and Co, were made popular for the wrong thing, with their pictures and faces scattered across all social media platforms. So they acted that way to avoid the same fate meted on them. So they don't want their own faces to be scattered across all social media. They don't want to be popular for the wrong thing. So in light of this, I don't know. I will appeal for us to continue to make them popular. Let's print their pictures alongside the tribunal judges and continue to spread it across all social media platforms as destroy. We can put a tag on them like destroyers of our constitution and democracy. All those 7 judges in the Supreme Court that decided that case, we can merge them with this, like we have this picture of women in Nigeria. We can merge them together. If there is no space, we can create a separate picture for them and call them destroyers of our constitution and democracy. Let's continue to make them popular for the wrong thing for generations to come, so that they will not have the opportunity to change history or change this thing they have done to destroy our own constitution just because of one man. So that is just my submission. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Wesham, for that. All right. Quickly, we'll just move over to Mike. After Mike, we'll come to Somaga.
Well, Mene, good evening, from my side. Emir Saddam, good evening. I salute every one of you on the platform. This reviewing what happened during the February 2023 election. I think, in my opinion, contrary to the views from the Agbado camp, that obedience they've moved on. They will, they want to test the will on how far we can go and things like that, because obviously the Nigerian stories after elections, everybody just carry on with the business. But we mean business because I didn't leave everything that I was doing to go to my polling unit, which also served as the biggest in my community, to fight against cultists, to fight against criminals, and deliver that word and the polling units alongside other obedience for Peter Obi and just walk away. Well, I mean, with the hope that the Supreme Court will be able to do justice, but now we've seen who they are. We understand that they are part of the Nigerian corrupt enterprise. They need to be torpedoed wherever we see them, in conferences around the world, because we cannot entrench this injustice across our land and expect that things will change. I belong to that generation that if I speak truth to power and I become your enemy, you honor me with your enmity. Let's be enemy forever. Because like I normally say on this platform, the only thing that makes us Nigerians is the Constitution. And we have responsibility. Every single one of us, even our institution, do have responsibility to uphold that Constitution. But they've murdered the Constitution. We have seen the perpetual and gross violation of that Constitution. Is there law in the land? Hell no. So what are we? What is the option that we are left with? It means that every single time, because when you see how societies are built over time, there is always a time for diplomacy. There is always a time for action. I was having a conversation with my dad just after the election, and I asked him, are you proud of this same Nigeria that you spent 36 months in the war front during the Civil War? Are you proud of what you are seeing today? When you fought that war, you were fighting for me, right? Am I enjoying the Nigeria of today? Is the Nigeria that you fought for to keep together, is it delivering for us today? You are still alive. So every single well-meaning and sane Nigerian, it is now your responsibility to ensure that you stay at the top of the food chain. What I mean by that is that you must not allow you be taken as a prey. You must always go on the offensive, because that's what I did in my polling unit. You must always be on the offensive. In fact, don't wait till somebody attack you before you become defensive. Because these guys are animals. They must be treated as such. You don't want to build a same country with people who doesn't even recognize the laws, who doesn't even want to play by the rules. My principles are simple. If you don't play by the rules, I won't play by the rules too. Because the rules matters. Rights matters. The Constitution matters. If you tell me there's no Constitution, then we go our separate way. We do things the old way. Now people are not confident to even take their case to courts, even the lower courts, because they feel get justice. The economy. Tell me which aspect of Nigeria is working. Just tell me. Is it that people cannot see it? And when everybody, come on spaces, everybody want to, appeal. Everybody want to be socially, politically correct. I am not. Henceforth, if you cross my path, Agbado, you are on this space. If you cross my path, I know exactly that the fight is personal. It's not about political parties anymore. I yield my mic.
All right. Thank you very much, Mike, for yielding your mic, because I like the way you ended it. Elections now have consequences. As I am now, there's a criteria. If not, be say, as in now, if you want to marry yourself, you go check who did you support in 2023. It is a very crucial. In fact, we are taking it further. Who did your father support in 2023? It is very crucial. This is personal. So, and I'm to all our BJ sisters out there. This is a very important question. Don't go marry man with Papa na Bado. Your problem, you don't just know say you don't enter fire with that. Anyway, thank you very much, Mike. Quickly we'll go to Somagad, and after which we'll come to Call Me Lexi.
Okay, thank you very much, Emir Saddam. Thank you very much. Well-meaning. So this is the first time I'm actually speaking on the violence space. I've been attending this space, and then even when I felt like giving up earlier on, but someone said, "What's the point of giving up? We already knew what the judiciary were going to do." So for me, it was not a bad day. When people were saying, "Oh, it's a bad day because of the Supreme Court," you know what's going to happen. So it's not a bad day. You have to, you can say, get out of it and then go into the next thing. Now, we have been talking about how we need to get the people at the grassroots, because I've said it on a space on Wednesday that somehow those of us on Twitter or X, we have alternative opportunities. If the country does not work, we can go to plan B and do what we want to do, and we'll still survive. Nothing is going to happen. Some of us can leave the country and go elsewhere. Those who cannot leave the country, those who are, you can see, the poorest of the poor, will suffer it. They are not on X. They don't have money to buy data. So these are the people we need to reach out to. And it's the reality. Let's face the facts. If anybody has second chance, second opportunity to achieve success, he's not going to come out and say, okay, let me go to the battle and then get injured or what, or get shot. It's human psychology. But for those people, like Amici said, that they are committing suicide instead of fighting the government, those are the people who have no opportunities. That's why they are seeing suicide as an opportunity, the easy way out. Now, how I think that the most important thing, which we have been repeating here, is how do we radicalize those in the grassroots so that they come out, because they are the real people that will suffer this. How do we get to them? And one, I sent Mr. Dan this suggestion, and he said I should come up here to speak about it. And I think that one way to go about it is just like we did that challenge of the musical challenge, the poetry challenge. Can we do something? Because our job here is to educate people. Can we use the structures? Because I know that some people had people in diaspora, they had some form of structure. Maybe they had a relative in Nigeria. I know of somebody who gave money. I heard somebody who gave money and was feeding the whole village and using that to campaign. So they were cooking for the whole village until the day of the election. The woman sent a lot of money down to Nigeria for the village. So they were campaigning and talking about P2B in their village. So they were cooking. There was food for everybody till the day of the election. That woman already has a structure. Some of us already have maybe siblings in Nigeria that, okay, we know that helped out to arrange the campaign for us and all that. Can we use that same structure for violence space, whereby you can have people putting violence space, maybe youths, you have youths in particular streets, youths in particular village. We can do a challenge whereby if you listen to violence space, we can get those people to also come to the speaker section to comment. Why are we not getting people at the grassroots to also speak on violence space? Those who cannot afford data, but somebody amongst them can afford that data and then put violence space. I can say you come and listen and then come to the speaker session to talk, so that we can get them involved. I think that the first thing we need to get those people involved. And one way to do it is we could do a challenge like we did the last time. If you get your community people, you can get them to listen and then make comments on the speaker section a number of times. You have the opportunity of winning this amount of money, maybe $50 for the whole community use. And I'm sure it's like a base anyway. It's like a base to get them to listen to violence space. At the same time, they get to answer. Remember, we did I'm missing a lot of things, but this idea I'm sharing, I think that people can pick it up and even fine tune it. when we did when we got okay now, so the idea is really to get people to speak on violence space. The space we did on solid minerals, imagine that somebody has listened to that space and then there's a challenge out there to and you ask a question and people come to the speaker section, those especially those in these communities that are poor, and ask them, okay, which solid minerals in your name a state and give us one or two solid minerals there, and you get the chance to win something. One, you're educating them. They now know that even in my state there's this massive wealth, but I'm suffering. We can carry out initiatives like this to get people to speak on the violence space. So it's just a matter of using that same structure we used during campaign, especially for those in diaspora who knew one or two people in their communities or in their village or wherever they left from. And then say, guy, you can win some money on the violence space. Get like 10 people to listen to the violence space. You can even make a short video of it and then post it here. And then let's see how. So the idea is to, like we say, to radicalize these people. These people are poor. They don't listen to violence space. So let us get them listen to a violence space and win some money. And of course, we can have sessions where we ask them questions from what they've been listening to over the past 1, 2, 3 weeks. And then from there, they can also earn some money from it. And by getting that information, they will also learn and transmit it to others. That's what I just wanted to share. I believe some people can fight through this idea better. I'm not just getting it, but I just want to say it because somebody might pick it up and make it improve upon it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Somaga. Don't worry, it's not anybody that will carry it. That idea, I've actually followed you. I think it's an idea that you will refine, we will refine it together, and see if it's workable and how best it's workable. So, if maybe because it sounds like if it's something you could put different points together, how do I put it now? Different options of how it could go together, maybe in points or whatever. That's why I follow so that you can send it to me in the DM. Then from there we can start to refine it. Of course, if anybody also in the speaker on the space feel like it's something that they also want to, like you said, refine and all that, feel free to reach out. But you and I would see how we can work on it and see the workability.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Sumaga. Okay, quickly, let's see. Call me Lexi. After Call me Lexi, we need to take a lady. I know, let's say all these our sisters, they've because even as many as the speakers, the request is, I'm not seeing a lot of ladies in the request section. But now ladies get this movement. Maybe I know they are taking actions. All right, quickly, I'll go to Blooming. After Blooming, I'll come to. Oh, sorry, I'll go to Call me Lexi. After Call me Lexi, we'll come to Blooming. Call me Lexi, go ahead.
I think say you won't carry up jump my head. You won't rig this thing again. 1 minute. How you dey? Yeah, good evening, my fellow violencers. Good evening, Emir Saddam, Uncle Jimmy. Uncle Otuba, where have you been, sir? Hope you are good. Even though we didn't see much of you on the violence space, but I know you are with you. I'm sending my warm message to you, sir. Stay safe wherever you are. Yeah. Thanks for everyone who keep listening to us on this violence space. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have always stand on the right side of the judgment. You have always make your stand. As I always say, stand your ground. Thank you, everybody. And we will keep telling them, Tinubu is not our president. At all, at all. We never voted him. And I'm always happy, and I always say, Tinubu did not win. It is glaring. Diasporas, thank you for what you are doing. I want to encourage you, please, don't look at the side of Nigeria not doing anything now. Please, for one's sake, for your own reputation, please march out. If possible, go to every embassy. Let them understand that this man is a criminal, so that they will keep respecting you as a Nigerian wherever you are. Please, do it. If I'm in diaspora, the only thing I will be glad to do is to do this. If I add that this man is coming to the country that I am, I will be the first person to be in that embassy to carry my placard. Because one thing I know, I'm secured. They can't shoot me, they can't kill me or harass me. I will let the world understand that he's a criminal. Please, diaspora, whatever it will take you, please don't give up. Please don't give up. We are right behind you here. We are not cowards. We started it. This journey started in 2020. You see it. We gave it all it takes. But what did this coward did? They shoot at us because that's the only thing they have. That's the only weapon they have against us. They don't know how to dialogue. They don't have sense. They don't have brain. I tweeted today, Showere, or what do you call his name? He has been shouting all this while. Revolution now, revolution now, revolution now. If he is truly on the right side of justice, why is he silent now? That man has been bought. That is when you should know that this man is part of Tinubu. Whatever he's saying is just because of the past government that is there. Right now, his own person is there. His own tribal man is there. He keep quiet. Nigerians, we have a country to save. We can see the diaspora doing their own. It is left for you and I. It is left for you and I. Cardboard has become expensive now, but I'm still doing it. Everywhere, whenever they wake up, they must see that my tempo. They must see my handwriting everywhere in this my location. They must see it because me, I have said it. I won't give this man a breathing space. Everybody must know that he's a criminal. Everybody must know. If they have already known, but everybody is just scared. Who will start it? Go to the streets of Nigeria. Everybody is fucking hungry. Everybody is fucking hungry. Not be person where chop go remain, go think of what to do. There's even nothing to do again. Is this how we are going to continue, Nigerians? Me, I am ready, and I keep saying it. I'm not a coward. I'm not a coward. We can do it. All we want is take back our country. We shouldn't expect anything positive from this government. A thief will always be a thief. A clown doesn't befit a thief. A thief is always a thief. And that is what that useless man is. I don't even know his name. If it is Tinubu, I don't know. It is better we do something now. The diasporas are doing something. Please, Nigerians, whoever you can tell, whoever you can talk to, share it with them. Every day in and out, I go out, I see people crying. Whether you vote or you don't vote, everybody is collecting now. Whether you support or you don't support. This man stole someone else's mandate and we can see it glaring. What else do we now want God to do? Nigerians, there's a Yoruba adage that says, Ọmọ tó ṣípá, ònìyá ń gbé. Please, we can do it. For once, let's make our generation proud. Let's make our generation proud. I yield the mic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Call me Lexi. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, I heard that Wiki has reduced FCT staff. FCT staff. I heard that Wiki has cut your salaries and allowance, even in the middle of inflation. Congratulations to you on that, because I think the comfort that people are enjoying in Abuja is too much. So congratulations. Wiki is working. I like this one. Wiki is working. More salary cutting, and maybe we'll know where we are very soon. But congratulations to FCT, those that are working under the FCT state government. Congratulations to you. All right, quickly, we'll go over to Bloomy. After Bloomy, we'll come to Mr. Kolade.
Hi everybody, well meaning, thank you. Hi guys. For Emir Sadan, I greet you, Jimmy. I respect the house and everybody here. This is April, guys. Some of you when I be done, they know me. I don't know what got me to go mess with my Twitter profile. Now they won't let me change it back. Can you guys hear me though?
Yeah.
Okay, so please, I know say we need to talk for here. Everybody needs to vent, but if we're all venting and we're not moving forward with all the waste our time, so I go beg Mona give me small time. Trust me, I joined this space the moment we start. If say Tinubu send the spy come here, as we all know, say we did here. At the end of the day, if he ask the spy, say guy, that the space where they do, waiting then talk. You go say Baba no, nothing they happen, and their normal talk, now they talk, no, they don't get anything what they want to do. Right now we are inconsequential, we no get level. All this talk, right? I respect everybody, I swear, but we need to tell ourselves the truth. All these things will just the talk, so now waiting they want here. This is the reaction that they want. They have us where they want us at this moment. No reason now. If you like, from today, tomorrow, talk say no be my president. In fact, they are waiting for you to cross them so they will show you that he's the president. Don't worry yourself. They are waiting. Make you fall for their hand and go tell you who be who. Do you understand? So all this one will just they do so. We are playing. They will send Ben Bruce to come and tell you that they feel a certain way so that you think what you are doing is effective. So you will not look the other way. My dear, we're talking about being able to push drugs with the country's uh plane and all that, ships and all that, without being questioned. We're talking about mineral resources. We're talking about different things that they are making. You think say now your own ranting, your own anger, now in they bother them. This is not the contest nowadays for who will insult parcel. That's not what we are doing here. They don't care about these things we are doing. We have to hit them where it hurts them. And when you come on spaces and come and be talking about how you want to do revolution, how you want to fight, how angry you are, they are just looking at you. They will record that your voice. And when you come out, that's what they will play to deal with you. And I'm going to say this now. Hear me out before you seize my mic or tell me to get out. We have to drop this name obedient as of right now. We can carry our name back at any point. Obedience is not registered anywhere. We are not registered. We are not a political party. If you go out in the name of obedience, say you be this and that, you are nothing and they will crush you and no international community is coming to save you because you have no right to do anything. What we have to do is either we get the Labour Party ESCOs to wake up or we take over the party. If we cannot do that, we are playing. Labour Party is a recognized opposition. So they cannot just come against you. When they come against Labour Party, they go don't know, say, okay, they are full-blown Russia level now. And I don't think this guy is legitimate enough to do that. Another thing, I don't want to rush. If I rush, I go forget. It's most of the things I want to talk. That's why I beg for time. Make we not just they talk and we just they go round and round and nothing they happen. Let me give you the little sense where I get. Some of them will know me. I started AD with them. I be AC, AD, ACN before we now became a PC. I don't help win election. People will know me. Some of them are still begging me to come back. But my belly, I know they feel handle corruption. I ran away. Judy said they had died in the House of Rep 2 years ago. I joined in his election. I helped him win several times. Even when I moved away, he was still talking to me. We used to strategize together because he was related to me. So I'm just going to tell you guys what we're doing. We're wasting our time as of right now. They did something where it can't be all of us the vex. And as we are angry, they are happy. Because we are angry now, we're no longer thinking. They don't carry, and now corrupt the judges are. So they validate that anger where we get more.
with judiciary. See, little thing where you see from them, don't take it at face value. These are evil people who started. They have people who go to school for these things that are advising them. Una don't understand politics. So politics is not this one that we're doing. Yeah. When they came this morning to be telling you how corrupt the judges are, they want to face you to that direction. They are pushing you to that direction so you will face the judges. Because it served their purpose now for you to blame those judges. People, some of us, some big accounts said they put on Twitter, say, oh, the judges don't legalize corruption. They don't legalize forgery. They don't legalize this. My brothers and sisters, they did not legalize anything. They did not. They simply threw out those things and did not address it. The day you decide to go and forge, and they deal with you, then we go come here, come they shout, say, Tinubu did it. You people did not put him in jail. Why are you putting this person in jail? Festus Keyamo will come back and tell you. Are you telling me to stop?
Yeah, actually.
No, please. Well, meaning, give me 2 more minutes.
April. Listen, I've through this. I didn't want you've used. Okay, let me pause it so that I can be specific.
I was not up. I have not done 5 minutes. So.
Yeah. Actually, you've used 6 minutes and 15 seconds. I think that before I stopped you now. So of course it's still counting. I actually have been listening to you very keenly. As in, you need to see me with my ears to my phone. You've spent that 6 minutes talking about, what is being done is not the right thing to be done. It doesn't have implication. It doesn't have effect. I think the only thing that you said that sounded like a solution was when you said that labor obedience is not a registered body.
Okay,
So,
I was building up to that point so you understand me. So let me give you
I want
the
you to say
solution that I have.
solutions because the first
Okay,
solution
let
you
me give you the
said.
solution that I have.
Yeah, okay.
I was getting to that point. That's why I was building on it, right? He was not cleared of forgery. You cut this whole thing, you for just patience more. I wanted to tell you that when Keyamo will come back tomorrow and tell you that narrative is wrong, that the judiciary did not uphold forgery and anything, you will cry and shout and say they did not address it. They threw it out, so they did not. They didn't rule on it.
April, I know this
But
thing you are
the
saying
good
is on
part
my
of it
TL. I
that,
tweeted about it.
yeah, the good part of it is that they left Tinubu opened. Nothing is stopping us now from continuing that fight. But we have dropped it. We are fighting judiciary. We have dropped that fight. Tinubu is still alleged to be forged. He has not answered. We used to do 1 million man marches. What is stopping us from going? See, when you are talking revolution, this, that, people might be scared. Let us come out all over the country on a Saturday. We are not protesting. We don't want to take over the country. Tinubu, just show us your certificate. When we were in court, they said we should go and provide evidence. No, we the people, we of Labour Party, we just only want to see how you graduated. That is all. Show us that you are not a criminal. Now you can't go bring evidence now. Not be we won't bring evidence, they accuse you. Now we be the people, now we you they work for. When you are saying this, shaking in the pants. Because before now, Tinubu, if he was a wise person, he wouldn't have allowed that. You wanna go they call him strategist, he no be strategist, he no smart. Before now, he was very sure him to front and take over. The North will not fight with him the way they to him, because they know that if they disqualify him, the judges disqualify him, it will affect Shetima. Now if they disqualify, now if forgery does not be Shetima, even if it's for nothing else, these people say they won't teach Abi, they've been insulting us. Even if for nothing else, let us just remove him from that we have. Let him or go home. It is as simple as, trust me, the North have something to gain. They will join you. When I know go video that was released today for no reason of soldiers beating a man, dragging him with his hands turned to the back and shooting him and burying him. I know that thing was orchestrated to put fear in your body. So please, I'm sorry, let me round up 30 seconds. This is what we should do. 1 million man march twice a month. Let it be. You don't know where you don't. People want to know. A lot of people are not informed. When they see, shaping they do 1 million man march before now. Labour Party has the right to hold rallies. They have the right to rallies. Keyamo was already threatening us yesterday with the tweet it put out, and I responded to him. and talk about it, that these people don't have the right to threaten us like this, take over that party. They won't allow us register any party now. They will not, because it's expensive and it takes time. Labour Party is what we have. We cannot keep this obedient thing up. We cannot sustain it. We have to go under the umbrella of a party. That's when you are a legalized. If you like, shout from here till tomorrow. Now we have, if you even go outside and protest, what are you protesting for? You will not achieve it. You will only just feel good about yourself that you have. Let us demand for his certificate. That's their weak point. That is what we can do, and that is what we should do. That's the only thing that will yield result. I yield.
All right. Oh God, I'm in between responding to what you said and not respond. I mean, normally I would I know you also said something similar yesterday on one MMC, but sometimes I try not to. It's why sometimes when people speak like this, I just go ahead and just say, okay, we'll go to the next. I don't try to, especially because we have a lot of people that want to speak. So the first thing I'll say, so when you were talking, I was actually writing. So that is actually the alarm of your, sorry. That was the alarm of your second time, because you used up one person's time. So I restarted it again for like a second person's time. I was going to say, okay, so I actually was writing when you were speaking. Of course, you made some salient points, and that's totally fine. I think the only, first of all, because I usually have problem with people that come with the idea of whatever people are saying doesn't make sense. What I want to say is what you actually need to do. So maybe that's not how you intended to sound it, but that's how it sounded. So I'm just telling you, so for the sake of being conscious. Because when we were speaking, actually, someone that sent me a message, not even on DM, on WhatsApp already. So so basically, you had said, you said.
well, I mean, you need to see my DM too. In
all you said,
so now she sabi everything.
in
go
all
ahead.
you said, in all you said, you profiled two solutions, right? And closely linked together. The first solution was joining the Labour Party to have some form of official, there's no word like officialism. So, but if I say officialism, I'm sure people understand. To have some level of officialness. Then the second solution you preferred, which you said from the fact, and you were correct actually, you were correct. The judges didn't exactly visit the issue. And I need to also correct this impression that a lot of people think currently. So the judges had said they didn't want to, and I actually appreciate that. I think that's the only thing I appreciated about the Supreme Court justices that they did, or injustices rather. They didn't need to take us through that excruciating pain of listening to them lie and read what Olanipekun wrote. So what they had just said was to read the summary that they summarized from what Olanipekun wrote to them. Then what Olanipekun wrote to them, which is the main judgment, they will now send it to the judges, to the lawyers, just for official purposes. Right? So whatever they did in details, we don't even know. We don't know whether they gave an obiter dictum relating to the certificate forgery and all that. We may never know, because I don't even think if the official judgment document comes out, I'm going to read it. I don't think I want to read it. I did not read the one from the appeal court, never. And so, especially because I followed this case from beginning, so I know there's really nothing anybody can tell me. I know what was done wrong, and I know what was done right. And on the average, as someone in the public court of opinion, I knew what that judgment is supposed to be. And I think anything outside what I think it was supposed to be, I'm not, it doesn't really make sense, especially because I listened to the judgment. So the point is that you are actually correct when you said that from what the judges said, and I'm emphasizing that because by the time they release the main judgment, we can now know in details. From what they said, the major thing they did was to not accept the evidence. So in your what you had seen as a good idea, or one of the best ideas, to pursue, to continue from where that stopped. So, and I'm trying to emphasize that because, like I said, I listened to you yesterday. I think, I don't know if you do not really know this, but technically, the case, officially speaking now, That case in court have closed. If tomorrow Chicago State University releases an official statement and say we just discovered now that Tinubu was never our student. In fact, we just saw a picture of the female Tinubu now. As critical and as direct as that sound, nothing, absolutely nothing can be done about it in court. Now, I listened to you because because you almost started at a point like, oh, we can continue the case. So I was thinking, is it in court? But I kind of felt like, okay, you were also saying we can organize marches. Oh God, this thing keeps resetting. I also listened to you and say we can organize matches and to now demand and say, Tinubu, tell us, is it really your certificate or not? Like demand for ourselves directly. I don't know if you were aware. Uh, I don't know. I don't know how you think they will not allow you pull a revolutionary protest, but you think they will allow you come out and say you are being peaceful to ask Tinubu, did he really graduate and all that? So, I mean, to be honest, and this is not me trying to, this is me trying to weigh what you said um, with from a very objective point of view. I agree with you. We can, do the old joint Labour Party to get some degree of official, can pressure, because one thing to join Labour Party, one thing is to say Labour Party will budge. I mean, we can tell pressure Labour Party to call for marches, to be more active. And I think I agree with that part of it. But I mean, something that you can do pressuring them, but whether they will budge or not. But that for me is not even like the major thing to be doing now. So, but for marching, coming out to march, and the aim of the march is to ask Tinubu to come and explain how, and we think like it's going to come out and explain, or if it can't explain, it will now have to step aside for Shetima to continue. It sounded really, we sounded really, really, really off. So that I just really wanted to clear that, especially because of the way you said you started it. I was listening keenly with my pen to write. I write what people say a couple of times. That's why I have a deal now with Somaga. Let's know how we can do a little bit on what he said, the idea he brought up. So, but I don't know. People should join Labour Party, please. Join Labour Party and let's strengthen Labour Party. Push Labour Party to say the right things, to act as an opposition and do that. That was a good idea from Blooming, and I think that part counts actually. All right, quickly let's go over to Mr. Koladi just dropped. I was going to call Mr. Koladi. All right, quickly let's just go straight to. Oh, I'm sorry. What am I saying? Better Nigeria. Better Nigeria. Kindly go ahead. After which we'll come to Mr. Bankole.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone of our contributions. Mr. Jimmy, thank you so much for the energy, the encouragement, and the words of encouragement. Thank you so much. Well, meaning Saddam and Ambolande, I greet everyone. Our efforts are well appreciated. Let me just say something from what the last speaker said. I think we are getting something mixed up here. Do we know that why is it so haunting them so badly now that they are seeking for our congratulatory? Is sending them a signal. Is another thing to be declared a winner in the courts. Is another thing to be declared by the people. And there is no way, if you don't get the support of the people, you can just be there and be doing all your show of power. Your government will be a flaw. And that's one thing that is different from Nigeria and the outside world. We that were outside, we know how things work there. Some people, there is a wrong thing that, especially this party that usually say that caught public opinion. I think we are getting something mixed up. How is the law formed? The laws are formed from public opinions. So if you are telling me that the public opinion does not count, you are making it is a wrong. So in judging me, you must also look at what would be the implication of that judgment in the public opinion. So that should tell you that there is a place of the public opinion in judgment, or in judgment. There's no place of public opinion, but in justice there is a place of public opinion, because the judges, they are not angels, they are human, so they have feelings, they know what it is, and they look at the law, and before the law can be passed, they must also seek for the public. Oh, this law, we need to pass it. They don't just pass any law like that. We push for a law, we push for reform, and the reform is turned to a law. The electoral act is from the public opinion. So why will you not use that law now to the public, to favor the public opinion, and you want to use it to favor yourself? No, the law is not made for you, it's made for the public. So why will you go against the public? So that's one thing I just want us to get to understand. And also, as you make mention of the law, if the way I understand the thing is that they stood, or they affirmed the judgments of the appeal court, and the appeal court, they said it is the name that committed the offense. So by them upholding that, they have already said that yes, forgery is is legalized. They said the certificate, his name is there, and they failed to accept the evidence that claim that shows that this man is not the one that hold that, is not the original certificate from the school. So they affirm the judgment of the appeal, which is they've already approved the interpretation. They approved the interpretation that the appeal gave to the judgment. So which makes it to be like, okay, yeah, the forgery is approved. That's the way I understand it. But to the legal practitioners that are in our midst can also put more light on that. But for us going forward, let me just round up. For us going forward, I think we are not slaves. It's only a slave that will always want to do the bids of his masters. So we are the citizens, and we are demanding that anyone that want to rule over us, that want to be our leader, must come out clean, so that our image outside also can be treated clean. Everyone is free to his opinion. I hit my mic. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Better Nigeria. I think what Blumi was just trying to clarify was that pertaining to the evidence from Chicago, they didn't even touch it at all. I think that was the point, and which is true. They just even, I think I said it on Thursday. Justice Okoro had said in his speech, this, I heard that one specifically, that, or and it's, I used to quote it because it stuck in my head. He said, is it although, he said, I think he said something like, although, there is no doubt that the deposition is a matter of substance. In quotes, that's what he said. There is no doubt that the deposition is a matter of substance, which for me sounded like he was saying, if I look at it, it makes sense, but I will not look at it. I will choose fraudicality and all that. That's what April was trying to say with that particular correction she was making. I mean, what I was going to say, Bloomy, if you really want to engage further on that subject, I knew your hand was up. I think I saw your hand up at some point. You can reach out to me personally on the DM. I'll be open to engage with you and probably get further understanding of what you were trying to say. Maybe I probably misunderstood it. All right, quickly, we'll just go over to Mr. Kolade is back. So we'll go over to Mr. Kolade before I come to Mr. Bankole.
Okay, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Emir Saddam, I salute you. Jimmy, everybody out there, I greet everyone. I greet everyone out there. Well, my own take, thank God you clarified that. I think there are some things we need to understand so that it helps us prepare better. And one of the things from my own side is this. What the judges did or what the Supreme Court have done is they've given this man the full apparatus of the presidency. So now he enjoys immunity. There is no way you can't take him to any court. Forget, leave that one. So the only way to get him out of there is either you go through either a revolution or you go through the what's it called? The legislator. And you know that one is impossible because the numbers you need is not there for anybody. There's no magic you can do there. Even if they start an impeachment this name on him, you get it. They won't vote to remove him. So that one is so. That is why we keep saying that since we know that they deliberately did so what we at you've just told us that you are part of the corrupt system we are fighting. So it's not just that single one man. In my own opinion, it is him, the cabal, not just him, that has the connection to the judges now. It's another person in that same cabal. It's not him that has connection to maybe the international diplomacy or relations. It's another person in the cabal. So it's a cabal, it's a cartel. So what we are now trying to do is, you know what? Nigerian belongs to all of us. We must get it back. So the Supreme Court that did that for him, that gave him that leeway to do that, they're also part of it. So that is why we are saying that, look, Supreme Court will pay him just make sure forget it. Just forget saying you are going to do any election of free because somebody that knows what he did to gain the power, then I can tell you he will do more to retain the power. So that is the angle I want to come from, and I hope that helps somebody in subsequent submission so that we don't think one person has solution to all the problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kolade. Thank you very much for that submission. All right, quickly, we'll just go straight. And actually, you were right. Tinubu, the name Tinubu is just a symbol of the. So sometimes when we say Tinubu, it's not as if we're saying Tinubu himself. Go. You get it's like he's the symbol of criminality now in Nigeria. So it's but the real thing that we're referring to is the system, the corrupt system, the system of criminality, structure of criminality. That's the real reference point. All right, Mr. Bankole, we'll come to official side.
All right, thank you, well meaning. Emi Asudam, I owe respect to the house. I like that. I copied it from somebody. Before I go in, on a lighter note, we just saw what Germany is planning for the whole of Africa, particularly Nigeria. Buhari has gone around begging that they should stop allowing us in. They are sapping our people. Tinubu's government has continued with Onimolu. And those guys sat down and they thought about it. And they're like, no, we'll allow them in. But the difference is we would now discourage those that want to come in just to help their family. You understand? And they're like, no, we'll stop the remittances. If we want to be wicked now, we'll start pushing it as a good idea so that everybody will know that our country is useless. But we can't do that to our own people. We're in serious trouble. The world is going to a place where those ideas will be the good ideas and nothing will stop it because the population is increasing and the resources are not. Now to the matter, I declared that Bankole declares a protest and all that. And I started my spaces on that matter. And I've done 2 spaces over the past 2 weeks. And I heard some opinion and there's something that is striking. The truth is, if you go back to that space, if you listen to me, I understand totally why the man I support, under any circumstances, will not call out for a protest or will not want to lead a protest. I understand that he's doing it for his background and he's doing it because he knows the consequences for his people. But what I'm getting as feedback is that the country is ready, but they need a leader. Is that the people are hungry, the people put their life on the line during the election. I heard from someone who was there at the front line, said people stood in front of guns to make sure the votes were counted in Abuja, and there's nothing stopping them from coming out back again. But every king in every war back then was in the battlefront. You go to the battlefront, your people will shield you, but you have to be there. I won't say much about that, but the fact is that Nigeria is at a very, very, very dicey point. Doing a disservice even to the future of Nigeria. 2027 is not happening because this moment is giving strength to the enemies of Nigeria and giving weakness to the lovers of Nigeria. The lovers of Nigeria are now more discouraged, while the enemies of Nigeria are now more strengthened. You heard Amechi, you heard the justices. They are playing that game. This moment is a moment that calls for sacrifice beyond whatever you think is your dilemma. This moment calls for a very critical sacrifice. And that's why I propose one thing, and I'll repeat it. The template for the way I want to convey Nigerians is one template I give out. I love what April said. We obedient, we have no name, but Labour Party has a name. Buy my idea. Conveying a concert of Nigerians who want to say that they don't like what happened. They don't like the injustice. They don't like the corruption. They don't like where they are taking Nigerians to, both at home and abroad. Because we are getting to a point where even Nigerians in the abroad will be too scared of going back home to them, and hence will become slaves. Nigerians in Nigeria will be stuck there because by the time you lead Nigeria into becoming a Pyara state, there is nowhere to go, and that is what will be in a couple of sunshine. We are getting there. So every lover of Nigeria, including my man and the man I support, Peter Obi, should know that there is a sacrifice, one final move. Convey Nigeria for one reason. Convey Nigeria because if you don't convey Nigeria, a lot of faith will be lost. Convey them just to sing the national anthem 1,000 times. Convey them for whatever reason, in whatever peaceful template, but you need to convey Nigeria to pass a message that you can still gather a crowd of Nigeria despite everything that has happened. A crowd of Nigeria must convene to build faith in the necessity of Nigerians being united, and also being united is the only way we can have a revolution. I would send an open letter to Peter Obi. I'll continue pushing my concept of how different ways. I love what April said. There are different ways we can convene ourselves, but we cannot let this moment pass because it will be dicey. But for both us and the future generation, the battle is about to be lost. And Nigeria will be that country where we all remember we were once a great people. By the time a few sunshine rises on this president, there's no hope. There's no hope. So we must stand and we must fight. Thank you, well-meaning Nigeria. Peter
All right.
Obi, this is my open letter to you. It's not. I will still write one.
Anyway,
We should all gather. We should all gather one way or the other. All right.
all right. Thank you very much, bank colleague. Shall copy Labour Party your open letter. So, actually, I get the point you're saying, and it's it's valid. So, but okay, quickly let's go over to official South. After which we'll go to
My hands
reformed.
have been up. Sorry.
Yeah. So we go over to official South, after which we'll go to reformed Jos.
All right. Thank you very much, women in Nigeria. Emir Saddam, I greet you. Thank you. I greet every one of us on this. In fact, if any of us that both home and abroad that really understands Nigerian politics should right now be very, very angry with Labour Party. We should be very angry with them because Labour Party happens to be the only people that has the immunity to ask questions, to resist this judgment after what Supreme Court did the other day. But I was surprised that they couldn't say anything. Look, let us all imagine a situation whereby we all listen to this judgment finish, and as we all were heading back home, somebody say, wait, Supreme Court did not still tell us why a drug trafficker and a certificate forger should be our president. They didn't still explain why we should accept a drug trafficker as our president. And everybody should come back to our senses and realize that yes, it is true that they didn't still explain to us. And they don't have any right to determine to Nigerians that a drug trafficker and certificate forger should be our president. They don't burn them well. I thought I could hide under this shadow of official South. They know me. Even as they talk, they don't burn even the DSS well to say they won't come pick me. Nigerians, they don't have the right to profile us a narcotic state that we are not. Because as it stands, automatically, Nigeria is now a narcotic state. And we can't stand it and keep quiet and move on. Labour Party, I thought, should ask questions. Please, let us fall back to Labour Party. Let them speak up. Should speak up as a matter of urgency. Not that we don't have right anymore. We still have rights if we are speaking through this Labour Party. Please. No Supreme Court of whatever have any right to make a drug trafficker my own president. It's a lie. I go knock short. They don't burn them well. They know me. I know all this one how they talk. Labour Party should give us this right. Please. Labour Party should start speaking up. We not join this movement, but we can't play. Please. A lot of us have sacrificed a lot for this. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Official South, for that submission. All right, quickly, let's go over to reformed Jos. After which, if you are in the speaker section, ensure your hand is up. After reformed Jos, we'll come to Organ Fiji.
Good evening, well meaning Nigeria. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Jimmy. I see you. Well done. We live in a country of people who are docile. We live in a country where people do more of the talking, less of the actions. We live in a country where a drug lord is parading himself as our president. We live in a country where a man we don't know where he's from and his origin is parading himself as our president. We live in a country where people will come out to vote, they will carry their dead bodies home. We live in a country where certificate forgers are celebrated. We live in a country where politicians are telling us the reason why they are stealing is because we are not stoning them. And instead of doing what is right,
Reform Just, are you still there?
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so now, I don't know, my problem is this. I believe there's a need for a revolution. But my problem is this. The people who didn't come out for a peaceful protest, is it the same people that will come out for a revolution? That's where I have a problem. The people that will come, those that will even come out for the protest, that will come so as to get content for their YouTube channels or whatever, is it the same people that will come for the revolution? The people that will come so as to grant interviews, is it the same people that will call or come out for the revolution? The people who will rather be on the space that they, even while they are in Abuja, than coming out to join the people outside, is it the same people that will come out for a revolution? Nigeria and Nigerians, we are our own problem. We are our own problem. If and when we are ready to take back our country, if in 7 days Tinubu do not leave us rock, then we are not humans. But as long as we remain docile, as long as we keep romancing these folks, as long as we keep making excuses, as long as we keep thinking that what my own idea is better than your own, that was exactly what I was at play in Abuja a few days ago. The level of shit I saw there, even among well-meaning Nigerians, some were asking to be paid money to fly from wherever they are so as to come lead a protest. Who in God's name are you? Some come with all manner of attitude, forming what I don't know or understand. Funny folks, they only make noise. They don't have two people following them, but they're claiming to be leaders. Even this same movement that we're in. It's a pity. It's a pity. It's a pity. This is not how to take back a country. We tried ballot revolution. It did not work. Now, it is time to try a real one. And this real one needs real people. Not half-baked human beings. Not some of those guys in Abuja that women are marrying them and keeping them in their houses. They only come on space and talk nonsense. The people in Abuja and those that operate within that environment, there is something wrong with some of you if you are here. The seat of power is right in your front. People will leave elsewhere, get into that city, then start calling you people out to come join a protest. You don't want to die. As if all of you are living self. The cost of transportation in Abuja is very high. There are no roads in some parts of Abuja. There's no light. I was there. I just came back yesterday. I entered Sunday night. I got back yesterday. Do you know why? I don't believe in coming on the space to talk. I believe on being on the ground.
And if and when we are ready to take back our country, I will show up in Abuja. I won't do it where I am. I will show up in Abuja. Let me see that bullet that will penetrate us. Let me see who will come out to kill us. What am I trying to say in a nutshell? It's we are our own problem. We are in love with our chains. And as long as we are in love with our chains, we will remain bound. We are in love with what we can get. And as long as we remain in love with what we can get from a dying nation, we will remain bound. We are in love with those who have kept us bound over the years. Then, when the time comes, you play trouble. The guys that came after us that day, they are Nigerians. For the very first time in my life, I saw people gather in a place, now negotiating who to join. They will ask you how much are you going to pay us to join you. In this same Abuja 2 days ago, Nigerians, nobody hired them. They came on their own to the protest ground. Then they will come this section and ask you, how much are you giving us? If they're not okay with it, they will move to the other side and ask, how much are you giving us? The same people we are fighting for came in the same place to negotiate for what they can get. As if somebody gave us money to come dash on the share on the space. It's a pity. It's a pity. I am angry. But there's a little or not, there's a little to what I can do or say. But if and when we are ready to take back our country, I'll be one of those that'll be in the forefront. Nobody dies twice. I would rather die for Nigeria to work than for all of us to continue like this. Something must give in. But the people we have around are women. I mean, men that are behave as if they are menstruating 24/7 all the days of their lives. And 80% of them are residents in Abuja. And 80% of them are obedient. Funny folks, funny characters, looking for money, looking for what I don't know. Let me end by this. The time is now. Let's go beyond this. Tinubu is not my president. Well, meaning, somebody brought a suggestion. Me to have a suggestion. If we want to radicalize people, I don't want to say it here. If you want to bring up people, because between 12 a.m. that morning and about 9 o'clock, with the little information we had, we were able to pull over 160 people. What we did to get those people out that day, between 12 a.m. and that time, we can do it again. If and when we are ready, I am ready. Thank you for giving me the mic, and God bless you all.
All right, thank you very much, Reformed Jots. It was when, but why you do Abuja men like this? You just the sub Abuja men, this life no balance. It was when you had started speaking that I figured, because I was almost going to say, I know Prince was requesting the mic earlier. What happened? Has he gone? So when he started speaking, I knew, okay, this is actually Prince that is speaking. I know I always forget that you're also the one that uses this account. First of all, I think I want to really appreciate you personally for what you've, how I personally follow what you have been doing. I think there was a day me and Saddam we were talking about it, and Saddam too said he has been following how effective and how you have been doing, as in talking and going along with what you say. So I think while we commend those that are also protesting abroad, for you and a couple of other persons that really, with their conscience, go out there in Nigeria. I know, so your name even says you stay in Jos, and for every time there's been a judgment, you move from Jos to Abuja and all that. I've actually heard. I'm sorry for some of the losses that you've had, even to the personal level that Nigeria has brought. Really, really sorry, and thanks for what you're doing. It's what I said earlier on this piece. My first submission is what I'm standing on. What we really need to start doing is gradually, because I mean, if we want to say we want to, let me first of all say this. People that are talking about protest, like people that come and say, oh, we will protest, I will protest. So we also begin to, that's a very good move. We need to start, it's a way of speaking up. So anybody that wants to protest individually, come out, hold the placard, hold the banner, good please, let's continue to just like Mom Bolanle have been doing. It's very, very, very effective. It's one of the things that we add to the awareness that we are talking about, right? It is some of the things we need to do on the way to the solution at this point, right? But that's why most of people say, let's call for protest. I just think what we really need to do is to intentionally, consciously rewire the brains of people in Nigeria. And how do you do that? Is to put narratives, is to put in the air. That's why I say in the air. If you notice, I don't say go on. Anyhow you want to do it. Anyhow you want to do it. Let it be. Let people just know that it is. We can revolt. If you can, on your phone. You can have many of all these videos of countries that have revolted. How it happened. You show them and they'll be like, "This country. Do you know where this country is? This is Singapore. This is Saudi Arabia. This is when they did it. Do you know what happened? So this is the kind of thing we need to do. I can't exalt the kind of ways you can go. Even you, but the real point is to. That's for me the real long game. That's for me the real marathon. A total change of the Nigerian and average Nigerian mindset. That's really what we need to do. On the way to doing that, does it mean in between we shouldn't be protesting like Bloomy, Bankole were saying just now? No. If you can get Labour Party to call for a march, let them call for a march. People will come out and hear their voice. For me, the truth that what will lead to people revolting in Nigeria is probably not something that will be calculated. And it's why it's sad. It's why some people don't believe, because you can't put a date to it. You can't say, I can't say next week, I can't say next year, I can't even say before 2027. You get? So, but it's something that the earlier we start, the better. Because now we are sure that election is not a guaranteed way, judiciary is not a guaranteed way. We need to start rewiring people's mind in Nigeria. So, thank you very much, Reform Just, for all you're doing. All right, quickly, we are going to go over.
1 minute
Jimmy, okay.
before you go, I didn't even know. Drop down to listener section. I was going to say something. You see, I saw one idiot that came up the other time. He called himself Adisalgo. I saw the red alert that this person. I don't think this person is obedient because I already blocked him. So I'm not sure how he grabbed the mic, but yeah, let's pay attention to these idiots. Then real quick, I listened to what April said earlier on. I wasn't able to speak when she made that submission. I listened carefully to every single thing she said, and I took out two major points from what she said. The way she started her submission was quite disrespectful. And when I say disrespectful was the fact that she condemned what every other person had actually said initially. I have no problem with that. Me personally, I don't have any problem. But on behalf of every other person that have made their submissions, because I listened to Antibiotic submission, Saddam's submission, well-meaning Nigerian submission. So I love the fact that well-meaning addressed that in a very diplomatic and matured manner. But that being said, she made two compelling points that we shouldn't overlook. The fact that they did not address that forged certificate thing. They did not address it. Let's pay close attention to that. Though the way she thought we should go about it is not practical, going on a rally and demanding for it. I mean, what do you think we've been doing all along? In the court, we're demanding it the legal way, and they've refused. So you think going out to protest is going to, let them, reply? No. So, and the other point she made was the fact that we need to get noticed. We need to get noticed in the sense that we need to be recognized. If we keep saying obedient, we need to be recognized. We need to be recognized. And take it, they're not going to register that that name. I want you to know that for a fact. They're not going to register it. Maybe some people had already done that, but yeah, they need to be recognized. You need to be you need to be part of something that can make impact, something that can actually, make positive impact. The Labour Party, to me, honestly, you see, I talk. I'll say things probably a lot of people don't want to hear. To me, Labour Party right now is just a platform, and they are toothless. They are toothless. They can't do jack, right? They cannot do anything right now. The people we voted in, the people we pushed in, are you listening to the nonsense they are saying? Are you seeing what they are saying? So, whatever it is that wants to happen right now, it has to be lawless. It has to be lawless. And the reason why I'm in support of this Nadeko people is simply because they will be pushing hard internationally. And they need that. I saw a tweet recently from this Judas guy that Keyamo is it Texas? Is it Texas? I'll send to the he took a picture with the mayor of Texas or something. I'll reach out to the mayor of Texas, make them know the kind of people they are dealing with. We'll do things to let them know, look, we don't recognize you, and we will do every single thing to make sure that anyone that wants to associate themselves with you, they know you for who you really are. They do know you for who you really are. Lastly, I checked just now, and I realized about 709 people are on the space, which was quite unusual, I mean, Vawulence space, 900 and something are on the space right now. Guess what? There is a space going on right now. 99%. My brother is hosting a space right now. And over 4,000 people. Hey,
Jimmy.
over
Jimmy.
4,000 people.
Oh God, this Jimmy.
Hey!
Oh God.
And what is he talking about? Davido and Abu. Hey, my brothers and sisters. 4,000 people are on that space right now. I don't blame them. Honestly speaking, I don't blame them. They are tired of talking. Now, gossip is the way forward. They want to know what happened between Davido and the Abu guy. Abu don't call Davido thief. They want to. So 4,000 people. 4,000 people are willing to know what happened between Davido and Abu. But they're not ready to know. They're not ready to figure out how to save the country where Davido and Abu they live. I'm not going to call it misplaced priority. I'm just letting you guys know that it is easier for people to move on so easily. And the people on that platform, I can move on as well. I have the option of moving on. And I swear to God Almighty, nothing is going to happen. I'll be fine. It's not going to, it won't, the movement not going to even know, say a person. But I want us to know something. We take this thing seriously than ourselves. So before people come and stand in front of anybody and question them that how obedient are you, I want you to put these things into consideration first. Know how passionate people talk about their country and how seriously they want the change of that country. Reformer, Prince, I know it's you. God bless you. You don't just talk the talk, you do the do. God bless you. We'll keep saying what we can. We'll keep doing what we can. As for me, till the last drop inside my body dries off, I will do every single thing I can to radicalize people. I repeat, radicalize people. Radicalize people. May not they hear and well. APC, they bang go record their play for Tinubu. I will do everything to make sure the people on the grassroots level, they know what is going on. I'm thinking of starting a podcast. I will speak to my Yoruba people. Reach it out to the grassroots level. Ẹ máa gbọ́nu ọjà. Ẹ máa gbọ́n lékéwú. Ẹ máa gbọ́nu bọ́ọ̀sì yín dánfò. Ṣé Ìbàdàn ni? Ṣé Ọ̀yọ́ ni? Ṣé Ìjẹ̀bú ni? Ṣé Ìjẹ̀ṣà ni? Ẹ máa gbọ́n bẹ̀. Kẹ́ mọ̀ pé ògbóǹtarìgì lẹ gbé síbẹ̀. Ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè yín olè ọ̀fọ̀n olórí burúkú ni. He did not gain power the legitimate way. And on God, I will do every single thing I can to play my own role. Ask yourself, are you playing your role? And if you are you doing it the right way? I repeat, something gotta give. In that country, you cannot do it the legal way. We've done that, and we have evidences. It's now official. Iron sharpened iron. They don't grab them. They don't snatch them. They've run away with it, oh. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. They've run away with it. But you can still see them. Everyone, come by. Over kuke mu okada ke le won mu. Ke fokada ke le won mu ke wa na won bi ole. You can still grab a bike. Chase them. Go after them. And you get rid of them from that country. In that country. Only we, the Nigerian people, can save that country. No international government will come. We will push. We will make ourselves open. We will let the international community see what we are going through. We've already done that. Thanks to Peter Obi. It don't open up for them now. They've seen what the Supreme Court has done. All the Supreme Court justice worldwide, then get their own forum. I'll look for them. I'll look for them online. I know how to compose email. Look at the representatives of Supreme Court judges in Nigeria. It is a shame. That being said, it is not too late in case you want to go and listen to how Davido borrowed 218 million naira. Go and listen. 99%. Go and listen. So we know the people that actually wants the betterment of their country and willing and looking forward, making plans towards how to get it. Back to you, well-meaning.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Judy. Anyway, I think you said much. So, all right, quickly, we'll just go straight to who did I call that was supposed to go after reformed just
I
yeah, okay, Fiji. After Ogene Fiji, we'll go to Otumba, and then we'll take it from there.
okay. Thank you, well-meaning. Thank you so much. The truth is that we're talking about revolution. The revolution has started, though. I don't know. Sorry, can you hear me? Well, meaning, just signal if you can hear me. Let
Yeah,
me
we
go
can hear
ahead.
you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, the revolution has actually started. There are different forms of revolution. Maybe we are looking at the aggressive part, but the revolution has actually started. Peter Obi, while his job is not done, he has played the major role. What is the revolution? Is the radical change. Peter Obi has separated the chaff from the wheat. He has brought down the building. People that would have died and would have seen them as heroes, he has exposed them. The system is down. Judiciary is down. We've seen things for what they are. The system is down. Peter Obi has played that major part. God bless him for that. I mean, this is it's a journey that we are really supposed to enjoy right now. The last election, it was, we cross our finger, may enter, as in, but it was too good to be true. If it would have happened, though, but I'm not trying to comment Tinubu, but let me say, I give it to him. He has built illegality for years. So I didn't expect the thing to crumble within 1 year. It would have happened.
But I commend him, but he built on the wrong soil. He built on the wrong soil. So I wasn't expecting us. This is the first time that we are actually having a good leader. Years past. It's not like we have been fighting. The fight just started actually. We would have won it. I said we cross our finger, like say, make this thing enter quick, 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 quick. The fight just started actually because this is the first time we're having a good leader. It's been APC and PDP corruption over the years. This is the first time that Nigeria actually started the fight, and Peter Obi just opened that gate for us. He has brought down the system, revealed the system for what it is. Now it's time for us to continue. You see, what can we do? That is the next step. What can we do? These steps are, how will I put it? Take, for example, now, the next step we need to do, I'm talking about practical step that we can work towards. When was the election stolen? February 25th. Next year, February 25th, we should hold a crusade, a rally. Not the time for protest. Personally, for me, I think the time for protest, we've missed several chances to do certain things, but there are chances for other things. The time for protest, personally, to me, is gone. This is the time for torment. What am I talking about? The election was stolen on February 25th. Next year, February 25th, we prepare a crusade, a concert. We print our t-shirts with Peter Obi logo on it. We dance, we contribute money. We buy things for people on the road, share food, share biscuits. With Peter Obi's logo on we write something like celebrating a hero or how do I, when you are trying to celebrate a legend or something, I don't think that's against the constitution to celebrate a man of hope. We print that out February 25th. When did the appeal judge give their nonsense? I don't really care about all these appeal judges and these. Even a pig knows when to leave the mud. So I don't know. I can't describe them. But when did they give their judgment? That day again next year, we hold a crusade. One way we are passing a message to the people, another way we are exposing, we are creating that awareness. We are taking people out of hunger, feeding the people, not taking them out of hunger, but giving them, when it comes to Nigeria, these things brings them out. When we come together, celebrate, march, play music with Peter Obi's, we need to torment them. We know. And Nigerians in diaspora, I don't need to tell you what to put on your t-shirt with Peter Obi on this February 25th. You can, over there, you can write Peter Obi, my president. Nobody will harass you. But for we here in Nigeria, we can just say celebrating a man of hope. Dance, celebrate, share. Let them shop the presidency. Not be today Nigeria they suffer, but today we just started the journey. Today we just started. Something can happen along the way. Or don't get me wrong. Something can happen along the way. Maybe when FBI release their whatever, or something can happen along the way. But this one that we can do, these are practical things that we can do by ourselves. You understand? So we print this man. We dance. We celebrate. We do different. The journey has just started. This thing, I thought about it, even the next year, the 2027 that we're talking about, this is the easiest election to win, actually. This is the easiest. So I wanted to even address someone who said there was one nonsense influencer, a big celebrity or BB Nigeria, something that says some people are praying that the country should not succeed because of one man. No, 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 no. Let's get one thing. In fact, even if $1 is 1 naira tomorrow, that is not the issue. The issue is democracy. What is democracy? The people. So the people's voice was stolen. So even if the economy, even if we build skyscraper tomorrow, the people's voice was stolen. That is the main issue. That is democracy first. If we are going to make a mistake, if to say now we vote Tinubu, that is our own mistake. We're celebrating Peter Obi now does not mean we cannot remove him tomorrow. But the people is what is democracy. The people is what matters here. We're not saying Peter Obi is a god, but the people's voice must be heard. This is the first election, actually, that Nigerians really came out to do to really deliver, and Peter Obi won. So we need to torment them through to the next election. So we can come out, hold crusade with this man on our shirts, celebrate people, distribute food, and Nigerians in diaspora. See, before I traveled, before I left the country, I used to think, you cannot blame them, especially the ones that don't talk about Nigerian situation. You cannot blame them. The country have suffered them. In fact, it was when I left Nigeria that the things happening in Nigeria is more painful, because you look at their system here. You look when you gauge resources with the system, the availability of you will see no, things no balance. So Nigerians that are
God
quiet,
bless you, my
Nigerians in
brother.
diaspora,
Ogene, God bless you. The fact that
yeah,
you've been in the system, you now see, you compare. They don't have any resources, not
no,
natural resources.
exactly,
They don't, but we do. And we know that we can be like these people. We can.
exactly, my
That
brother,
is why it's painful.
exactly.
God bless you. Go ahead.
So when I came here and I understood, no, this is just greed. This is not selfishness, because I can't see my country and see where I am, and I say I will be quiet. No, now. So when you see Nigerians in diaspora that are not talking about Nigeria, they are talking about Canada. How can you move to Canada? How can you move to this place? See, they've gone to set embassy at one place where the education sector is booming. We know all these things. I don't blame some countries for what they do. That one we'll go talk about that one later. We'll talk about that one later. But what can we do now? February 25th, when the election was stolen, we hold a crusade. We cruise. Not be today Nigeria begin suffer. But we go come out of that process. We're not gonna let them see us they cry. No. We will cruise this thing to victory. It's gonna be tough, but we need to let them know that this na the man we want. Now may he shop president, na title, may the shopper. But when you see this thing, you know, say these people don't really want me. If you like, no come out the office. You know, I give you highest, I give you 15 years. Highest, I give you 10 years. 10 years. But before you come out, you go no say, oh, they really know, not be say you don't know, say they don't want you. But you go cover your eyes for shame anywhere you go. You know, their hashtag, we could use that February 20 and 25th, the June, the October 5th. This, you see, we can't, I don't know. I don't think they can stop crusade. I don't think they can stop rally. I don't think they can stop us from, or they can ban us from printing out t-shirts with Peter Obi. I don't think they can do that. I don't think they can do that. So these are practical steps that we can prepare for Nigerians in diaspora. We're ready to drop, even if now €1, €5, or $1, $5 monthly, in preparation for these things. When we print out t-shirts, we buy how much be a carton of biscuit, how much be to prepare rice. We organize, we go rally. This thing will bring people out, give people hope. This is what we need to do. We need to torture these people. And I'm glad I'm actually speaking right now. I tweeted at one point, I tweeted to Emia and Miss Pell. I don't know why you guys are not following each other on Twitter. Labour Party, we supporters, we obedient, we need to come together. I don't know, maybe I'm just assuming, but there are some other ways. Okay, I'm rounding up now. There's some other things that I want to like pass across to you. I don't know if I can send it to you privately if there is anything, but what I'm practically saying right now is we should prepare for February 25th to have a concert, to celebrate a man. Prepare for October, prepare for June, when these people give their, these are steps that we could let the world know. We go out on a hashtag, and these are steps that we can take. There are other things that I want to say, but I think this is the time to yield my. And one more thing. People like we have some politicians who have repented and they've come out, they've out of shame. No, they remove shame. People like Obasanjo. Now, if Obasanjo died tomorrow, it's someone we can celebrate because he cover a face, say, okay, I know say I don't do bad, but may I still see what I fit do. It takes a man of dignity and courage. So person like that is someone to be celebrated if you come up. But there are some people that Peter Obi really did a great job. He has started the revolution already. The house is down. We don't need to carry fire, the house is down. It's time to rebuild. It's time. I yield.
So now, if something is not done urgently, it will go from a passive revolution, which is what we had on Saturday, the 25th, right, to an actionable revolution, which is what we had when we called it NSAS. But NSAS was still passive, but NSAS in Cross River was not passive. They
All right. Thank you very much, Ogene Fiji. Actually, I had to go back to that video because, I mean, you were right when you talked about by the literal meaning of what a revolution is. We've already, I think, there's already a revolution, right? But like Donald Duke put it in that particular audio I just played. So what we've done so far is a passive revolution, ballot-based, civil, hope on the constitutional powers, judiciary, INEC, and all that. And we did it really, like you said, it was revolutionary, actually. But I think where we've come to, like what he just said on that video, is if something is not done, and of which nothing was done, so we really need to transcend to an active, at least, atmosphere. Let me not say before we can get, and with the hope and prayers that we'll get that particular active revolution. But I also, some of the suggestions you gave, I'm up for suggestions, to be honest, was actually very good. So I don't know if you were here when I gave my submission at the beginning. I made reference to, and that is the beauty of the BM movement. People are thinking alike. I think you brought another face to it for February 25th. Maybe by the time we put it there for step, of course, we would also have, talked about it, but it's good that you put it out there. But for the judiciary, I think a year is too far. Is why I said, so okay, what I said at the beginning is we are going to the day that the Supreme Court finally killed our democracy was the last Thursday of this October. So if people can afford to do Throwback Thursday every week, we can afford to do we can afford to do the death of the judiciary or the death of democracy every month at least. Because we say every year, oh boy, it will take, so before it was happening, it now starts. We need to keep reminding ourselves consciously that our democracy is dead. And look at how it died. Look at the people that killed it. While we are reminding ourselves of the need to maintain the anger and maintain radicalizing people, the ones that haven't managed to have conscience will also be reminding themselves of what they did. They will not be able to, and we can now layer, every other thing on that. And for example, like you also said, February 25th, I actually totally buy into that idea. I haven't said earlier that this coming Christmas, this December, I think what should trend in Nigeria instead of dirty December is no Christmas 2023. That's what, as in, let the world be asking, why is nobody, Nigeria, why are they not celebrating Christmas? So it's all these ideas are things that we can do to keep active. These are like the things we do in between as we are going to maintain, to keep body and soul together while we are radicalizing, while we are bringing Nigerians to light, informing them, enlightening them as to where we are right now and what needs to be done, and hoping that it is done very, very, very soon. So those were very brilliant ideas that you brought up. Thank you very much, Organ Fiji. Organ Fiji. All right, quickly we'll go to Otumba. Then after Otumba, we'll come to Opata. Opata, I know you have been here for a long time, so we'll come to Opata.
All right. Thank you all, Mini Nigeria. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, Jimmy, Mommy Bolanle, everyone on the speaker section, and everyone listening, guys. It's another day, guys. Before I even go to what I want to speak about, let me touch on what Reform J said. I was feeling his pain. And if you've listened to me since I've been saying this thing, leave the middle class alone and go for the common man. The middle class still sees food and patronage from the upper class.
Some of the middle class, they are preparing to leave the country. That's their solution to Nigeria. Some of them are, more interested in Ilebanye and Davido, they're more interested in that. Some of the middle class have this delusion that they are even part of the upper class. All right, probably they allow them to drink those champagne, so they think they're in the upper class. That's why I've made it, I've made it my job. I've carried it on my head to make sure that 3 times in a week, I move out. I don't take my car. I go. I must enter public transport, and it's evangelism because this message you need to take it to the common man. Leave this middle. Go and talk to your friends. Them they're just, oh, my visa is going to be out very soon. They're just talking about leaving the country. Selfish bastards. So guys, that thing you saw in Abuja is just, it's not funny, but that's the reality I've been using indirectly to come on spaces to talk about. You understand? Imagine someone saying they need money for flight. If you don't give them money for flight, they'll come and start saying we are making noise on spaces. But no, wahala, we will catch up. So to what I wanted to say here is democracy in Nigeria is a facade. I've just been thinking about this. We've been practicing cosmetic democracy. Thank God for Peter Obi, for seeing this through to the end. And guys, I won't be surprised if Labour Party were to win a governorship election, one of these upcoming governorship election. Guys, I am telling you the simple truth. It's cosmetic democracy that we are seeing in this country. We are not seeing democracy. We don't have democracy in this country. You understand? What we are doing is yen derba, yen derba. Okay, Labour Party, you guys have agitators. Come and take these 2 states. And I don't want to tell you the state I'm looking at that we give to Labour Party just to make people have hope that there is democracy in this country called Nigeria. Guys, anyway, for me, conveying this message that Nigeria is not practicing a democracy, it's going to be my life work. I'm not giving it time limit like people. It's going to be my life work. So they can have plans, short-term plan. To me, it's my life's work. I don't care till it budges. This Nigeria of a country, while these politicians are eating this money, I've been studying these people. They need international support for loans and international humanitarian relief. And they know that if the international community doesn't see Nigeria as a democratic entity, just like the Niger, they won't have access to all these things. Why? They loot the fund of the country. So what do? They try to make it cosmetic democracy. But guys, I'm telling you the simple truth. For now, they are seeing that they are lacking that illegitimacy in the international world. Why? Because of what we do on spaces. And I don't know if some obedience are doing this knowingly, maybe they've been paid or they've not been paid. Come out and start saying people are making noise, this, that on spaces, this, that, and that. While we know the real issues, but we're just, playing. So to me, Nigeria is just a North Korea on makeup. Cosmetic democracy. There's no democracy, there is no court in the country, there is no justice in the country. What they just do is this cosmetic. I'm saying it and I'm going to repeat it. Labour Party is going to win. What they're just trying to do is in a state election, and what they're trying to do is to give you that hope that we might make it to 2027. My eye is open though. My eye is open. And guys, I'll just end with this. Nigeria is not practicing a democracy. Nigeria is just a North Korea on makeup. And thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Otumba TK. I was just laughing when you were giving your submission. Your submission was so apt. As in, you have the views, the real views of what is going on. You have the real views of what is going on. I think one of the places made me laugh is they will say, you said, you don't want to tell us the state that we give.
So Labour Party is winning Imo State, so that they'll also do type POB agenda that is an Igbo party. Don't you know Nigeria? Nigeria don't come out their clothes, don't naked, I beg.
Anyway, I you totally get the concept, and to really point out what you said. Do you know what it will mean if you can not you now like Otumba? I mean, if you can get you can just radicalize one keke driver somewhere in Kubwa. Just he would, you give him the idea of what is going on in the country, what they are doing. He sees you interpret it for him and tell him that these people, until one day that we will run down this country, and he takes it to their keke park and start to also broadcast. But don't understand what I mean when I say put this thing in the air. And he also starts to broadcast it. Okay.
One meaning.
October,
What? Sorry, I forgot something.
yes.
Leave these guys. So leave social media for these guys. They'll be dictating dollar prices in Nigeria. They will tell you that dollar is 400. I swear to God.
The normal level. So what, like, what you see, what we did before election is what I'm saying. If you, some of you, I'm sure before election, you had arguments, you won a couple of people from conversations, you enter back and tell them, like Nigeria, they will say, no, that's it, you see, Peter be the best candidate, or you are in somewhere, you are, that same thing is what I'm saying you should start doing. So some of those things are not things that you won't do. It's not something that you need to mobilize and go out. Sometimes you have to, I mean, I'm just saying within your small sphere. That same thing is what I'm saying people should do. What has changed is what? The message. So now you're no longer preaching, Omo, if we come out in mass, we know. What you're preaching now is that these people are criminals. These people are evil. Until we stand up against them heads on, they will not. So the message has changed, but that same thing you were doing before election, where you enter Okada, you strike conversation with the Okada man. You enter a bus, you enter Uber, you strike conversation. All of them will not agree with what you said. All of them will not say, it is true. Some of them may be like, I beg you, they go do this, they go. But you have done what? You have. Is there everybody that you told to go and vote Peter Obi that eventually went to vote on election day? No. But you've sown the message. These are how people control societies, and everybody just doing like saying, APC, they know how to do this thing. That's why they took over the media. But they had the media and won them in an election. So let's also start doing this gradually, and while we are doing every other things, protest, individual protest, collective protest, Labour Party protest, in between, so that people, to keep that fire burning. I really wish I can say this more than this. All right, quickly we are going to go to Opata, after which I'll come to, after Opata, so we can take a lady, I'll come to Rita, then, no, sorry, after Opata, I'll go to, okay, I'll come to Rita and take a lady, then before we go from there. Opata, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, 1 minute. I bet men are no vessel. People with the 99% space. Men are no vessel. I don't see people from 400 now, 700. I don't return to it. Men are go back. Men are no vessel. I was just speaking my mind. Let's say they don't send message. I don't call on a house. Men are no vessel. Go back. No, na go they listen. I beg. This one way people like 100 people don't come back here now. I bet men are no vessel. 1 minute, back to you, Big Wo.
Jimmy, leave it. You know that meme where some people used to say, leave me alone with his hands up. Now they do you that like this. Jimmy, leave me alone. See, anyway, I don't even know what to agree about that.
Okay,
Pastor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mini. Good evening, good day, everyone. So basically, I just wanted to comment that Nigeria is in a very tight spot right now. In fact, assuming we can even call it Nigeria, because if your constitution has been bastardized, like, I mean, that's is a volatile country right now. So, and I mean, we can be discussing casually because you can't kill yourself, and that's not the solution. So, but when you consider what we are really up to here, we are dealing with someone that has a lot of loyal people that is always trying to just, no matter whatever the guy is saying, they just want to, they don't care, So, and this is a country that is bigger than all of them, but everybody is, in a situation whereby we are weak and all that. Some people have raised the issue of what happened in Sri Lanka, what happened in Egypt, what happened in some of these countries, like where they try to either invite international community or they take protests to the government house or start damaging things, all those kind of stuff. So, but in this kind of situation, we know that that is not necessarily the solution. So the question is, how do you do something acceptable, not just in their own domain? I mean, if a thief comes to your house, and you know what they call house arrest, they just come when like terrorists take over a bank and the police is outside negotiating forever and ever, trying to see how they will go and take back their bank and all that. It's not always an easy problem. So, and one of the things is just ensuring that it is declared as a terrorist situation. That is one of the first important goals, just like some people have already highlighted on the space. So if it is by creating more exposure or talking with international communities and NGOs, like international NGOs that are about civic protection, civic rights protection, and all that. We need to go as far as possible to get the news out there that this is what is going on in Nigeria. Like, this is a state capture that is ongoing, and we need to just find a way that we can just keep pushing the narrative and all that. And like I think someone said, the opposition is also a wonderful thing, in the sense of that, if we are looking at the government as, oh yes, the Supreme Court has ruled X X X S Y Y Y Y, and this what is just left now is an opposition and all that, then that is something that is also very patriotic, right? So it's something that if anybody is thinking about whatever they are doing, you should understand that you're doing it for the love of Nigeria. This is not about you, thinking about yourself that you're doing something wrong, or this is when you speak out of love of Nigeria, just like Dati did, when he talked about that swearing Tinubu, and he was speaking out of that. So, and someone also mentioned that he's waiting for P2B to say something because he's a very wise and calculated person. So I also trust that he would come up with, I don't know what he'll do, but whatever it is also left to us to think about our own future, our own children, and our own country, because you can't save it by going to Europe. That is going to stop you from sending money to Nigeria and whatnot. So, or going to Canada and getting your culture lost and whatnot. So I think that if we are serious, we need to personally, everybody think about like what you can do. If what you can do is to talk to a foreign NGO or whatever, do that. If what you can do is to go and speak to some people at the people that can do impeachment or whatever, then go. I mean, there's no point. Like, nobody is a baby here, right? So you all know the different things you can do. But what I would not advise anybody to do is to come and raise a protest and say that you want somebody to show you your certificate, or you want somebody to step down. I mean, if somebody can go to this length to announce themselves in the night as the Lord, you cannot expect to speak sense to that person. The person can only tell you, sorry. So let me just round up. The person can only tell you that, what do you want? So that you will settle it. So I just like to thank everybody that has been contributing to the cause, and I also like that the space is brought back up, because what we need, like, is a journey. So what we need is like that understanding that, okay, there's somewhere you can always reach out to other people. Let's see it as a community where you can collaborate with others. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Opata. All right. Quick. Rita, are you there? Okay. Village people don't come. All right, no wahala. Williams, are you there? William.
Yeah, I'm here. Well,
Yeah,
meaning.
William, go
Good
ahead.
evening. Yeah, Emia Saddam. Evening, my brother Jimmy Otumba. Good evening, guys. I greet you, Modmidolanle. I greet you, my brother. I'm tired. I mean, the last few days it's been very sober to me. Like I can't even imagine what is going on. This was a slap on our face from all the Supreme Court judges. But I keep wondering, like, how do we let this man get away with all this? Because these Supreme Court judges can't tell me that they didn't know about this Tulumbu issue from the certificate fraud from Lagos State. Like, what happened? You know? And then if I'm trying to offer solutions here, I think I would say we need to match these people action for action. Because if we continue allowing this impunity to ride like this, I don't even know the next few months. What are these people going to do? They have the Senate, they have the House. They could sit down and start writing a law that could keep this man in presidency for the rest of his life. Who knows? You can't even win an election anymore. So we have a state capture here. It's imperative that we start talking about action. What kind of action do we take to match these people? We cannot just come out here every day and just talk and talk and talk. We must talk and back our words with actions. But what are the actions? What are the measures that we can take? You know, I come out here every day, I listen. I don't do much talking, but I'm listening. I'm trying to find a coherent, like people come out here and offer solutions, but I have to agree and disagree with a whole lot of the solutions. At this moment, at this gesture, we cannot be having any parade or whatever, like eating parade in the streets of Nigeria that we want to tell these people we are passing a message. No, we have to send the message to these people. I mean, back in the days, all these judges, we should find out their addresses. I'm serious. Go out there and put in some work. Tell them that you can't just slap, you can't abuse the constitution. These people are supposed to be the custodians of our constitution. But look at what they just did. This is not a joke. We have a state capture here. This is not a romance. I don't know. The other day I came out here and I was slamming on one of the Twitter spaces. I said, if it has to take our women to stop giving the men some pussy, where on your James? Don't give them, because this is the only thing that will probably put them out on the streets. I mean, let them do that. We cannot continue like this. For Christ's sake, for crying out loud, for our unborn children. We don't have a country. I could get out of this Twitter space. I could be fine. I live here in Europe, but I'm not content where I am. There's no place like home. Having lived in America for how many years? I'm in Europe. I don't have a home. I want to come back home. We've come out here and say a lot to these brothers in Abuja and every different city. Nobody, they cannot come out and stand out. Some of them they still come on my inboxes and they're asking for money. How can I help you when you can't help yourself? We need to stand up and march these people. Action for what? I mean, Jimmy was talking about these Nadeko people. If we have to march force with them, let's march force. Some of us are willing. I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. If we need to find people, go back to the grassroots, get guys to do evangelism, city to city, state to state. Unless I live here in Germany, enjoy the socialism system. So what else? I mean, how can my country work? We have everything to build a society. If you're talking about capitalism, 225 million Nigerians, when you talk to capitalism, somebody who know capitalism, it will tell you that's $225 million. If you can just come out with any product, if you understand economics. Huh? We have all the resources. Why do we have to be in every country? They treat us like shit wherever we go. I was looking at a video from South Africa today. Like Nigerians are having xenophobia attacks in South Africa. Why is that? Why can't we stay home? So we must come out and find a solution. Let's start talking about action. How do we match these people with action? Like I said, if our women can do this, hey, let them do it for our unborn children. For Christ's sake, maybe this will tell their husbands they need to get out on the street and defend their country. From the day these people broke this constitution, they have violated that oath that they took. So there is no law in the country anymore. We can be ruthless and be loyalists. I yield the mic, my brother. Thank you for
All
giving me
right.
the opportunity.
All right.
Thank
Thank you
you,
very much,
gentlemen.
Mr.
Yes,
William.
thank you.
Your methods are orthodox. Hey, you want carry us go where we don't know. I beg. Anyway, I think I totally and it's really the point. The point is that unfortunately we can't deal with these people with expectation of reasonable like there's no reasonable path to dealing with these guys, which is what Mr. William just echoed. There's no civility. There's constitution is gone. Is why sometimes now when I hear, as in since that Supreme Court judgment, if I hear peaceful protest, I don't know what you say, because peaceful protest is a constitution, but that constitution is gone. Like it doesn't exist. So we really have to tell ourselves the truth, and that's one of the ways. I mean, we just it's quite sad.
I'm sorry to cut you off, right? For what do you call it? These people say they don't see the Tulumbu certificate fraud from Lagos. They don't see the forfeiture. Like, come on, these are things that are spelled out on our constitution. Eh? Oh.
Yeah, it's really crazy. I'm sad that we are here. I told I think on one episode I said it that one of the painful part after we had on Thursday space where we had to start saying now imagine what we started preaching now for elections in Imo, in Kogi, in Bayelsa, is that they should be ready for violence in election. These are things I personally thought that we are left in 2011. These are things I thought we had left 2003, 2007. We're gone. Thank God we have left it. But now we have to deal with it just because of INEC all over again. So it's a very, very sad place to be. That's what happened when the Supreme Court couldn't. I mean, even if you are too afraid to disqualify this guy, you can also be afraid of INEC. They couldn't do anything to INEC. So which simply means now we are way backward. Like on election wise, we are back to 2003, 2000. You know that time when it has to be the toughest person wins it. And the implication of that is that you can't even get good people to run. I told people that that's one of the benefits I was expecting to get from Peter Obi. I supported Peter Obi so hard, or I still support Peter Obi so hard because I knew if Peter Obi was declared, because he won the election. So let me just say, if Peter Obi was declared after winning the election, you will see what will happen in 2027. A lot of all these good guys will begin to say, this is good. I mean, people will begin to join, everybody. But now, those few good people will be like, Peter Obi, billionaire, former politician, man without one single stain. He went through this process. They were still able to take it out like this. Now me, some of them don't, do some shady business with their business. They are good people, but they've done so. They are just going to tell us that, no way. So we are back to the age where we have to start settling for lesser evil. Because now, for anybody to really win an election in Nigeria, the person has to be really, really, the person has to have some level of evil in them. Because that evil part will be the part that because, for example, now Peter Obi will not pay talks, no matter what we talk. In 2027, can't tell Peter Obi will know if he decides to win contest, for example, like let's get there, for example. Peter Obi will not pay talks. He will not. So is that the way they contribute money for materials for space? Maybe that time we call it contribute. Somebody call us say I contribute for 2 talks, please 20K 2 talks for Peter Obi.
Well, meaning you know when.
No, I didn't tell you. We will not be contributing for talks.
We'll be raising funds for cutlass.
Do you understand? Somebody say
2 by 2.
How much
two
is
by two.
cutlass? I'm paying for.
I'm donating. One person will say, I'm donating a whole sawmill or a whole sawmill. Maybe they do 2 by 2 for people. A whole sawmill. Maybe they do 2 by 2 for people.
That's where these guys took us way back to. We'll be having to settle for lesser evil because now, for you to win an election, you need to have some level of evil in you in Nigeria. So if you are good, you probably can. There's no way.
Let me help you out. What Wellman is trying to say now is, we think Peter Obi is the best candidate in this 2023, right? We think he's wholly amongst the best candidates right now. But guess what? We have some people that have cleaner record. They probably might have not held a political office before, but they have cleaner record than Peter Obi. Guess what? They no go come out. Because if Obi will triumph, got treated this way, they have to change their CV. So the job application now don't get new requirements. Number one, you must somehow have a criminal record. If your criminal record can't be international, hey, you be senior man. If your criminal record get international level, you be senior man. But if you get local, you got to be ruthless. Maybe you don't keep a C before, or you don't key set of people before. Those are the kinds of levels they brought us to. Henceforth, they won't do campaign now. You saw the video Saddam posted. Operation Launch Your Bag. That is the way forward now. That is the way forward now. That is what people are now beginning. There is no point you raising. Flyers are useless. All those apron flyers, 1 million mama tape, they useless. Save that money. If na Niger, you go import stocks. If na anywhere you want import, if na Togo, go import stocks. Come. Save your money. Look for INEC stars you can bribe. Because the more your money is, the more chances you. That is the level. Imagine we're discussing this on space, international space. That is the level they've brought us to. People that have been listening to us for the past 1 year, they listen. They saw the way we've been going up and down. We've been the best law-abiding citizens. We have lawyers. Every Sunday, we have people's parliament. Tuesdays and Thursdays was not part of violence space. We had to create time, effort to make sure we sensitize people, to make sure we pass these messages across to people. Sacrifices were made all over the place. People were spending money on data in Nigeria. Sleepless nights, morning, afternoon, and night, any day of the day. Sorry, any time of the day, if you all go on Twitter, Spaces is on. Space is there on. And now, they're now telling us that every single thing we've done, and that's the reason why they kept saying it, that you will labor in vain. They know what they are saying. They know what they are saying. Labor in vain. They know what they are saying. Is it the same Labour Party that they Apapa don't already congratulate Tinubu? Don't give Labour Party. Don't give Supreme Court. Rankadede, you guys did well. Rankadede. Labour Party is no. Oh, in case you've not understand what is going on right now. Labour Party right now, they don't get the structure. Now, Obedient, they hold Labour Party together. I was reading the news recently, say Abure did something, sack one person. There is a lot going on within that Labour Party itself. There is a lot. But this is not a place to be talking about all those things. The bottom line is, these guys, they've taken us backward. We intend going forward for the betterment of the country, but they've taken us backward. So now, for us to push jumpstart the country back forward. These guys cannot do it. They have no clue on how to do it. We need to first get our country back. And as a matter of fact, let me tell you how this is going to play out. Don't have the mindset that, yeah, there will be a revolution, they will kick them out, yeah, they will put Peter Obi there. No, that's not it. Take it or leave it. We will have to do another election. I don't care what's going to happen. We will now do it the normal way. It will be done again. We need to get people. See, when people came on and start saying J. Rowling style, we understood what they meant. But we didn't want to entertain it simply because we knew we're meant to be law-abiding. But right now, the people we're dealing with, they are animals. They are demons. And you have to be demonic to understand them. You have to be demonic to play the game the way they play it. 1 minute, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, and thanks for that clarification that you made just now. So people don't think when we talk about revolution, if it happen, I say Peter will be at the end. So I think I've left the whole get Peter Obi to be president van as it is now, right? So he's already my president, mentally speaking. So when Professor Skiamu they tweet today, I mean they talk about me. I know they see Tinubu as anything as president. So it's totally fine. So, but that's not the real concept. Like I said earlier in the space, everything I said earlier, I wasn't mixing words. I was calculating about everything I was saying. The effect of that, the first thing we need to do now in Nigeria is to establish the power of the people. As in, I did not say it's to show, it's to establish it. To let these people. So that's why, if you know, in the conversation I had, like, as I was saying earlier, myself and Nelo were just talking that afternoon. One of the questions usually, okay, if there's a revolution, let's say it even happens, because the chance of it happening is almost next to none, right? And it happens. What will now happen after, everybody, let's say we've been able to drive Tinubu, what will now happen? The first thing I just said that, I think I'm not interested in what will happen after. If it happens, ever happens, any year it happens, one thing will be established. The power of the people will be established. So any idiot who will come after that time, military, individual, maybe they will gather and do meeting. They will say, different people, representative from each region, do meetings. So make tell people, which people, Southerners, who do you listen to? They say, it's Peter Obi, Northerners, it's Sanusi, let us come, let them come. Okay, what do we agree on? What? I'm not really interested in what they will do after. Because whoever will come after would have known that now the people have the power. That's what happened. That's what really happened in all those countries. It's why their people are still afraid today. Macron will shake and
and by the way, 1 minute. If Peter Obi is now back on the ballot, if he can't run election, if he no win, whoever win legitimately will be the president. It's not just about Peter Obi. It's the process.
Election to start with.
So you understand? It's the process.
Nigeria need a reset, and that's just the fact. And the other way I come to it, I mean, we might shy away from it for a long time and just play around. The earlier we come to that knowledge, the earlier we start to sensitize people around us. Some people will say, if I'm preaching people telling people around me how bad Nigeria is and how much we need to, it does not have effect now, it does not have effect somewhere else, not that place. How would they now know? Should we set a date? No, let me tell you how it will happen. If that conversation, see like what Amici did today, if it's in the air and everybody's passing it on, like I said earlier, say you talk to one keke driver, one Okada rider, you're able to totally, the same way you spoke about Peter Obi before election, able to totally tell him that, look at what these people are doing. Even now they'll try to vote, look at what they did. Look at everything.
Well-meaning.
That person transfers it.
Before I forget, well-meaning. Guys, that Amechi video, if we can get someone to translate it in Yoruba and Igbo and Hausa, please, we need that. It has to go on the grassroots level. Make them they hear, person when they see for TV, talk out. We need to get the translation, please. Back to you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much, Jimmy. So, like Jimmy just said, if we can have those translations, see, your phone will get tools, working tools. You will get, your phone will be dominated with different videos, different pictures, different everything, screenshots of the different news where they say they want to share 160 can show. You show, I say, see now, you let see, they want to share more to 160 million. Each one of them, not many they be, see, and you, by the time you start to give these people this thing, they too go back to their own small, wherever they are coming from. Start to pass it on. What will happen is the day one person somewhere starts that, whatever will lead to it, the day, the year, the whatever, starts it. Because these other people here have been carried along. So that's why we charge even our northern brothers that this thing is for everybody. The other person here would know that, oh, this is why I don't hear for here. Don't start for that side. Oh, yeah, make we start out for this side. What happened in NSAS was that SARS was not a problem in the north, first of all, to start with. SARS was not a problem in the north. They have their own issue. So when they were the year SARS, I know how many of my colleagues in the Abuja, I had to begin to tell experience with SARS for them to understand. They couldn't relate with what we were doing. First of all, before the old tribal thing now came in, that before the old thing, Buhari, they want to remove our brother thing came in. Even before then, they couldn't really understand what was SARS. I had to narrate my own experience with SARS. For now, say, did that kind of happen? We not that kind of, we not used to see SARS in our side like that. Especially say maybe in Kanu, Kaduna. So what unifies us is suffering. And like I wrote in my note when I was saying this, Tinubu is going to give us working tools. Tinubu himself will give us working. There will be no, the way he go work now tools for us, as in to convince people the suffering. And when I say working tool, the suffering is inflicting is a working tool for you as an individual. Anyway,
1 minute. Let me add a little bit to it. You see, guys, when we translate these things, when we speak to people on the grassroots, for instance, the 160 million per car. You see, most people on the grassroots level, they don't understand the amount. They don't understand how huge that is. The person you're speaking to, if that person is maybe selling cow, you can put that amount in an equivalent of how many cows that could buy. You can put, you can translate it to, if the person is selling fish, you can let them know maybe 10 cold rooms of fish. You can say maybe 1 million, give them something they can relate with. Because when they hear this figure, they don't understand. A lot of them, they deal in hundreds, they deal in thousands. They've never dealt in hundreds of thousands, talk less of millions. So you need to bring it to their level. These are the ways you can radicalize these people. Get them angry. Let them know that this is one person is hoarding. This is what one person is holding on to himself. Let them know what that money can do to their family. Let them know that money can finance their children's school fees. Let them know a fraction of that money can finance their children's school fees. Let them know the impact a fraction of that money will make in their lives. That's the way to radicalize them. Let them know the government can do it, but they've decided not to do it because they think they are irrelevant. Put it to them that way. It's not lie. They've decided not to let the people know this. But it's our own turn to let the people know this. So when they now know this and they decide not to speak, then it's a different ballgame entirely. But for now, we know certainly that the amount of people that are aware of what is going on are very, very limited. The percentage is very low. And that's the reason why I'm doing this. And that's the reason why I'm still here. Let's not mislead people. Let's not give people false hope that 2027. No 2027. None. Thank you. Back to you, 1 minute.
All right. Thank you very much, Jimmy. All right, quickly, let's hear from Mommy Bolanle. If you're in the speaker section and intend to speak, ensure that your hand is up. While Mumi Bolanle is speaking, those that their hands are not up, I'm going to take them back to the listener section so that I can bring more speakers. Um, there are many people requesting, and I don't. The way you raise your hand, there's a love icon on your phone. After you press that love icon, there's a hands up by the extreme right. That's how you raise your hand. So it's not really wave. So just ensure that your hand is up. While Mumi Bolanle is speaking, I'll have to drop those that the hands are not up. I'll just assume maybe they've slept off or something. All right, quickly, Mumi Bolanle, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm almost sleeping off, but I'm still here. Sorry, I had to come back again. Um, I've been listening to a lot of submissions, right? And some of the solutions that people are probably are really good. Might need some fine tuning, but you know what? Obedience, we've never been devoid of any. When it comes to ideas, we have lots of good ideas, right? So I was like, let me add my 2 cents, right? Okay, how did we win this election? Because I am a firm believer in not reinventing the wheel, right? An election, right? Go back to basics, right? You come to space, granted, spaces give us vital expensive. What's it? I say, but country hard. Are you throwing the fact that they gave each lawmaker X amount of money? They gave judges X amount of money. They sent the prayers to your senators via email, which is money, right? The idea now is that you take every opportunity, right, to tell them the real state of affairs in the country. Because if revolution, we no carry grassroots person along, no be that one no be revolution, right? You need to get them angry. Like Jimmy said, radicalize them. It is the reason why politicians have gotten away with all the stuff that they have done over the decades is because the very people who will hit the street, where they will say to themselves, if I die, I die. After all, the hunger won't finish me for here, right? Are not getting this information. So Tinubu has gone on and said, what in it talk? Say you go lose weight, tie belt, and what have you, right? So what is our response to that? Letting people know, don't take it for granted, because even people on social media, beyond Twitter, the messages do not get, because remember, the app that Nigerians love the most is Facebook, followed by Instagram. Let them know. TikTok and call. Where are my TikTokers? What are you doing? Right? Get some. When he talks and he goes to Google and he brings out information which a lot of people would have missed, right? TikTokers, if you have Omega X's, what's it called, music playing in the background, and you're putting in your TikTok all these newspapers of what they are borrowing money and what they are sharing. That is it. So we know that a lot of young people use TikTok, right? Then Facebook, a lot of older people use Facebook. In fact, the most of, like, for example, most of my extended family are not on Twitter. They're on Facebook or Instagram. Carry this message. Go. You know what? What we don't seem to realize is how resourceful we have been in the last year. So why should it end? And then do what they want to. We agree. It's a pain. I agree with that too. But instead of wallowing every day, if you are on Twitter and you have a Facebook account, I better go there. Share parent facts, share the streaming of violence space, because some of the people that on on Facebook, they don't necessarily have to, they might not be following the page, but the way it works is people who are just watching videos, It might just come up and they listen in. Right? We need to use what we already have, right, to get what we really want, right? And so while we're talking about revolution, the biggest revolution Nigeria needs is that of the mind. And how do you get it? You have to put that information out there. Somebody I know in another space, somebody once said, "Oh, we should go back and do jingles." The problem being, Tinubu is not gonna. No radio station will collect your jingle for you if it is the marketing him in any way. Nobody wants job fine. Therefore, you have to be your own radio station. We have violence space radio station. Let people you know, that are not necessarily doing Facebook or Twitter, right? Send them that link in their WhatsApp. Even if you get creative with it, right? Because the link on its own might not make sense. But if you cut a 2 minute clip of something that has been said on violence space, make everybody, let them get angry with it, let them know what's going on. Right, our voices here on Twitter are not enough, right? So I have realized it myself that you have to do both online and offline. Because if we win that if we can start that revolution of the mind, right, and you have the hearts and minds of the poor Nigerians who are suffering the most. Nobody go teach anybody. You go just say now 10 people enter street, hundreds join them. Right, but we can't. They're lacking in the information they need in order to get angry. And it is on us, the onus is on us to get that information to them any which way. Every now and then, if need be, right? If need be. I mean, it's like there's so many things that we can do. And I personally, when I started the protest, I wasn't waiting for anybody because I realized that I can talk. Man, I get gift of the gap to a certain degree, right? However, I'm not reaching the people that need to be reached, right? So standing there the other day, right, for the time I spent out there of the High Commission, having those conversations made it such it made it successful. In that, even if I told one person, maybe not how we start to do this P2B thing, right? If you can give one person information, right, you might as well be giving 10 people because there's a rippling effect. And so we need to get better at our messaging, right? And we also need to look at ourselves as 1 million Nigerians, right? You see, right? So for some people, the moment you say obedient, and I learned that the other day, the moment you say obedient, right? Whilst you will get some people who were or are obedient, there's some people, the PDP people now, who are also as upset as we are. Eh. How do we capture them? We need to look at our messaging. We've got people who are really good at get those kind of messages out there in a format that we can use and get it to trickle down. Because it's ironic that everyone was people rushed to 99% space because it was gossip. Do you know that news spreads faster than light? Abishe, speed of light. Faster than the speed of light, right? Through gossip. Throw it into those Christian mothers, Kineko. Those ones, they like to talk. Put it there. They will call. In fact, they might even call. They'll say, have you heard what these people are doing again? Because most people in Nigeria would have WhatsApp. Right. So be doing it not as an afterthought, but be deliberate about it. And so that was what I wanted to say. Oh no, I forgot. In terms of our status as a movement, right? We don't necessarily, we don't need to be a political party. I mean, if push comes to shove, and despite our best efforts, Labour Party does not fall in line, right? Yeah, that might be. But at the moment, right, you see how Nadeko could just call press conference, they talk. Eh, why don't we also register ourselves, so like Nadeko did, and use it as a pressure group, because the pressure that we have given these people and are still giving these people is why Bola Tinubu is still looking for legitimacy, right? Because we are not quiet, and I feel like if we have a more formal, albeit a loose structure, because remember we don't get Oga, everybody is his own boss. But if we have something that when it comes to putting out, responding to the nonsense we put out, we can equally respond, officially, uh, as a pressure group, civil society group. I don't know what you want to call it, but Labour Party, all these news, they are doing all the press conference with their very lukewarm kind of attitude. That thing, that's what is vexing me most of all. I rather you just shut up. If you cannot call out, you see, you cannot call out evil. Exactly, describe that evil. Give that evil a name. Don't skirt around issues. That's not helping. That's not helping. Right. And finally, what I wanted to say is London or UK mega rally is happening on the 4th. The planning for it has been crazy, has been really, really crazy. But I need everyone who's, even if you are not in the UK, but you have people who are in the UK, come and talk, because after all, Nigeria, not only Nigeria we get. Wherever we are in the world, as much as I for one could have. I mean, I don't forget Nigeria. Shipping at 2001, I go last, but I now realize that my silence, or my non-involvement, right, has meant that, of me and many others, right, has meant that Nigeria is the shit we're in right now. That is one of the reasons for it. And how do we remedy it? By tell people rally day. Oh yeah, make we go that rally. Let's hear what people have to say. Please help us share. We don't have the funding to do mega campaign kind of, or sending out information by email and all the rest of it. We don't have that. We don't have the capacity to do that. But what we have is big accounts on social media. um Please, 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 please help me share. Tell your friends. As you've heard all sorts here, take that anger, call them, tell them, say, oh, should be you did for obodo Oyibo, for UK. They're having a mega rally. We need numbers out, because whilst this isn't the only thing we'll be doing, this is the first kind of significant one that we'll do it. I know there will be so many more, right? Because the plan is, from our conversations in the group, that at various points we're going to continue, until we're not going to be tired. And I've said, if we can give them a heart attack, oh yeah, if it means them by hook or by crook, the guy has to go. And the only way we can do it is to show that we're not happy. Not just Nigerians in Nigeria, but Nigerians wherever they are. Right. And so please, 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 please. I'm going to upload the flyer once more. Please, I am begging you. Oh, she says I'm begging. We need to send the message in the best way that we can. Um, and social media is one of those ways. So I'm hoping, I mean, we will have a fantastic event, right? And I mean, as it is, while I was listening to people, I don't already say Commonwealth Office. I am going to protest outside them. I will be calling out the UK, because it is the role that UK and other people in the West have played, and in America. Yet somehow, politicians will leave Nigeria and come and buy a property cash down, and they're not questioning them, right? So they are part of the rot, so to say, because they've enabled these. They've
Mambolani, yeah, it's on Jumbotron. Please let's um, endeavor to share it. Uh, at least we won't start to save. Let's start to retweet and post it and take the picture or the image and share on other platforms. All right, quickly, let's get straight to Chooks. I know you've been here.
House. It's a pleasure being here. I've been listening, and I just want to take some time to admonish us and also to encourage us, because I see a lot of us, our shoulders are down, our heads are down, and a lot of us are really feeling and sounding defeatist, like we've lost. We've not lost anything yet. We've not lost anything. And if you look at the proper scheme of things, we are actually on track. We are actually on track. If we thought we are just going to go win the election and then we'll be announced and everything will be a roller coaster, it means we probably didn't know what we are up against. Even Peter Obi knew this election was going to be rigged. He was prepared. He even had a statistician or a mathematician to even calculate and look at the possibilities and all that. You understand? So he knew the election was going to be rigged. And the truth is that we're actually on track. Nigeria is like an apartment that we've abandoned for a very long time. If you have a property somewhere and you don't look at it, you don't weeds will grow, animals will live in there and things like that. The first time we actually realized that we have abandoned Nigeria was during NSAS. That was when we started getting our way. You understand? That was when we started getting our way, and that was when we started thinking about taking the country back. During the election period, we actually took this country back. We actually got into Nigeria. We won this election. You understand? We won this election, but because of the filth in the house, the resistance in the house, we are not able to get announced and things like that. So there are processes. Thank God Peter Obi the lights in the rooms. Now we can see what we are dealing with. We can see the rats in INEC. We can see the snakes in the police. We can see the scorpions in the judiciary, the reptiles, the crocodiles. We can see them. And now this is where the work really starts now. It's actually going into these institutions and dismantling them. And I believe we need to start with the judiciary. The judiciary, they say, is the last hope of the common man, but it's actually the first institution that determines whether we live a decent life or we are all vagabonds in Nigeria. It's actually the institution that holds us together, that determines if there is justice or not. So if the judiciary is corrupt, as it has been announced openly, first initially it was like a rumor, or we are all sensing it. Just like our judiciary is corrupt, we don't trust them, so we started doing all eyes on the judiciary. Then all of a sudden they started showing their hands in court, where you subpoena INEC, and then they'll start asking you, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? INEC will get away with everything, and the judge will be feeling incapacitated. Those were signs that this is not an institution that stands. Then they started giving their judgments. These are things that should be sending people in the streets, but somehow it's not happening like that yet. Then the Supreme Court issues now then happen, and the oldest person in the Supreme Court that just retired a day after the judgment now put his seal on the judiciary that all the judges are judicial bandits. I think that is the last proof we need. So honestly, what I think we should be doing now, every Saturdays we should be put. And I wonder how, if we look at how we won this election, we actually contacted few real people. If we stay here and shout, "Oh, let's come out and protest," people are not listening to us here. A lot of us are in this place are probably scattered all over the world. You understand? But we had a strategy for actually winning this election. All those strategies on Saturdays that we are doing 1 million march for P2B, we can actually reignite this thing back. But this time, we are saying this judiciary, all the judges have to resign. This is no time for gradualism anymore. If you are saying, "Oh, we'll clean the no, all the judges have to resign, and then they probably have to reapply." with what they call it, a proper delegation. Let's say something, people like Chidi Odinkalu, Hassan Kuka, people reviewing the job because they are no longer fit for purpose. It's only when this judiciary is clean that we can bring back all these judgments, that because this cannot be precedent for a country. It cannot be precedent. That's why before we even go out, we could do things like skits that should embarrass the judiciary. That look now, these judges now say, being a narcotics dealer, you can become president. You can, of course, if we say we want to do jingles, they won't allow it. But skits will go worldwide. Put Justice Okoro's face there. He says a narcotics dealer can now be president. Oh, I'll round up very soon. What they call it? Forgery is now okay. Things like that. By the time we do it and spread it around and really embarrass these judges, really embarrass them globally, we will be moving forward into taking this. And then our legislators, all of them, I think we all have to know their names, have their phone numbers, their addresses, and then start bombarding them with mails now. Because if we don't become active, these people will continue the way they are. I
All right.
reveal the mic now. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Chokbaz. Thank you very much. All right. Quickly, we're going to go straight to episode A, after which we'll take a lady by taking Rita.
One minute, please, Jill. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible, please?
Yeah, you're audible. Please go ahead.
1 minute. Section. Good evening, everyone. Can I speak, please?
Yeah, go on. I can hear you.
Okay, because this is my first time speaking on violence day. So, firstly, I want to apologize if in my work I made some mistakes.
Wait, are you using some earpiece?
Yes. I'm
Yeah,
using okay. I just off it now. Audible, please.
yes, it's way better now.
Okay. So my own suggestion is, I think we need to, find a way to advertise violence space for people that don't know what is going on, because we are talking about protest, march, and maybe a revolution on this space. How many people of us are, how many people are here? How many people are listening to us right now? On my phone here, I can see maybe like 650 plus people, which is 650 people. Most of these people are not in Nigeria right now. So how are we going to advertise violence for people that don't know something like this exists to know? Because I can tell you that in Nigeria now, people are angry because so far people they hungry, they don't know what to do. For my street, now me first tell them say there is someone coming around, let me say after APC primary election. Now me first tell them say someone they come wey dem dey call Peter Obi, say he go win this election. They nearly beat him. For my street, even when they come know person wey dem dey call Peter Obi, I was like, shebi I tell you now, say this man go win this election. For my area na Peter Obi win. They are like, this guy, you say it don dey happen. You say it don dey happen. And for my street, we have youth chairman, and our youth chairman was like, if I had an issue with any Igbo guy, he is not going to defend me just because I did not support Tinubu. And now I can tell you that they have realized their mistakes. People they vex, they don't know what to do. Some people want to protest, but they don't know what to channel their angry on. This judgment where they just do. Most people don't even know that something like this is going on. They don't know. I was going somewhere yesterday. In the I was in the tricycle, and this woman was like, na 25,000 naira in carry come market o. Say make I see wetin dey hold. Just a bako bag, 25,000 naira. The bako bag no even full. 25,000 naira don finish. And I was like, we never know what we are in. Because shebi they don affirm this man as Nigeria president now. Now we go know what is going on. And the woman was like, what am I trying to say? And before the woman and I in the tricycle, I was the one, trying to tell him some things about Nigeria, which this woman don't even know. And this woman was telling me that he has a grown-up children like me at all. Even for my street, people wey be youth wey still dey under their papa, I dey tell them say, una no fit comot o. Maybe na no know. They don't even know what is going on. Na me go still dey tell them say, this is what is going on, this is what is going on, this is how Nigeria is now. They don't even know that this man forged the certificate he gave to INEC. They don't know. Na me go dey tell them say, this is what is going on, this is what is going on, this is what is going on. And I don't know if I will yield the mic soon. So I just want to say, if there is a way we can just advertise violence space for people to know that something like this is going on. I've been trying to, find a way. I don't know how to do it, to share this space on Facebook, because I have about 4,000 something as my Facebook friends, but I don't know how to do it. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Episode 8. Yeah, for you to share the space. So Violence Space streams on Facebook. Do you know the stream link of Violence Space on Facebook? Episode 8.
I don't know. I've searched for it so many times. I just don't get it.
Okay, so after the next speaker speaks, I'll let you. I'll just confirm the process that you need to take, because first of all, if you are following it, it will be easier for you to see the live stream, and all you have to just do when there's a live stream is to share the live stream that you see. So I think the issue is that you don't know it, but don't worry. After the next speaker, I'll get back to you on that. All right, please let's quickly go to Rita, after which we'll come to JROVPR.
Well, meaning, thank you very much. Greetings to you. Emia Sadam, I greet you. I saw Cecil earlier. I greet Cecil, Jamie, I greet you, Mambolani. Thank you for all you're doing. I saw Magnific Dude. I don't know if he's still here. Okay, yes, Magnific Dude, you're here. Stephen, as in everybody on the space, I am greeting each and every one of you especially. And of course, our amazing listeners here on Facebook, YouTube, radio station, wherever you're listening from, I greet you especially. Thank you once again for the great opportunity. All we have is election review. Nigerians reject Tinubu revolution. It is a known fact to even the blind and the day-old child that the election was actually won and lost at the polling unit. It's so very unfortunate that the INEC under Yakub Mahmoud and even the judiciary under CJN and Riwola have made a democracy to be the survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest in the sense that who can hire the highest number of thugs. The person with the deepest fat pocket is the one that goes away with the seat at the end of the day. No longer the democracy that is meant to be for the people, for the people, and by the people. In my polling unit alone, INEC disenfranchised more than 1,400 people, because out of the 1,734 people that registered to vote in that polling unit, they said 1,134 can vote there. But at the end of the day, all the crowds that came, it was only 318 people that was able to scale through the accreditation process. They said 600 people were transferred elsewhere. We tried to use the polling unit indicator. We're able to get for some persons. The other persons couldn't. A huge disenfranchisement. And that was exactly what happened all over Nigeria on February 25th. But in spite of this disenfranchisement, of course, we saw how people were sleeping on the street, waiting to collect their PVCs, going every day and every day to no avail. In spite of everything they did, Nigerians still came out, and the election was won. They knew that with the wave of the obedient, they knew something was going to happen. And that was why they opted for the upload of the Senate and House of Rep to check out what is really happening. So if it's going the way it seems it's going to go, then they will do what they did in the presidential. And that's exactly what they have done. So, like, seriously, we won the election. The blind knows that. A day old child knows that. And by God, as Tinubu is not my president and he will never be my president. The person I voted for is a man with impeccable character. Is a man who's got credentials, like verifiable credentials. That's the man I voted for. Is a man who can travel to every nooks and crannies of this world without any stain on his body. That's the person I voted for. That's the person Nigerians voted for. For the first time, the youths in Nigeria, within and outside Nigeria, everybody came together. We weren't caring if you are speaking Hausa or Igbo. We came together under one umbrella and we're speaking one language, aiming at getting a Nigeria that will work for everybody. And this so-called criminals calling themselves justices right now, they are trying to rob us of that. So currently, I don't even understand why some Nigerians are talking about 2027 when we aren't done with 2023 yet. A mandate was stolen right in front of us. Everybody knew a mandate was stolen. All we should be doing is strategizing, which I'm so grateful to as many that have given suggestions. Last week, Saturday or so, I asked well-meaning about bulk SMS. I spoke to NBAD Politics and I said the government of the day have told all the telcos not to be sending bulk SMSs like those ones. So the fact is, they are afraid. They understand that the Nigerian people, if they are aware of what is really going on, that seat will be too hot for them to stay. So they are blocking every means to deprive Nigerians from hearing what they need to hear. Well, meaning I see your hand earlier. So, like, seriously, exactly what we did to sell that logo of LP that was never known. Even when INEC deliberately omitted some things, grandpapa, grandmama, 18 years old, people that never voted before, we were able to sell it to them and they were able to locate that logo, and that was how we got that majority of the votes. We still can do that. Yeah, we did jingles, but this time around, our mouths will be the jingle. Our mouths will be the jingle. If you can go to those creeks, anything, let's just do all we can, because we can allow these guys to run with our mandates. We can't allow them to run with a mandate. This is the first time I'm experiencing an election over 10 months or something now. It just be like saying that yesterday we do the election. That's to tell you that something is about to change. So we don't need to give up by saying, let's start preparing for 2027. As in where that 2027 won't come from when we never finish 2023. So we must get our mandate back, because this man sitting on that place, our global reputation is tarnished. Inside reputation is tarnished. A whole lot of persons are suffering. If you go to the market, like Oladipo earlier said, people are suffering. As we speak currently today, a kilo of orobo that used to be 1,000 plus is now 3,200. Oh, sweetie, I'll be wrapping up. It's now 3,200. Titus fish of 1,000 naira no dey Nigerian market again. If you see Titus fish of 1,200, it's very tiny. How much is the minimum wage? 30,000 naira, and then he said he wants to add 25,000 naira. That cannot even go for transportation right now with the fuel that is high, not to talk about food. And you are arresting Yahoo people. If you want to know if a man can react or something, is to play with his tummy. Nobody will sit down for him to die of hunger. He definitely must do something. This guy, Nigerians,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Nigerians are suffering and they're buying cars. So, like, seriously, we just need to do everything we've done before to that brought us here, so that we can get back everything that belongs to us. Please, we need to do
All
everything.
right.
And for Jimmy, thank you very much for telling our principal he must not tell anybody congratulations. He must not tell a certified drug baron, a certificate forger, congratulations. Because if he does, Omo, make him ready to give us our energy back, oh, and our strength, because me,
All
I
right.
don't need the money. So please,
Thank you very much.
before I wrap up, apologies. Please come to our prayer.
You've not wrapped up.
Please come to our prayer space tomorrow.
All right, let's
You know
go
I
to
won't
prayer
wrap up
space
now
tomorrow
without saying this, unless you
by
skip my
by
mind.
1:30.
And please, in case,
All right, quickly.
sorry, in
PRO,
case you
PRO.
don't see it on next quiz's handle, you see it on mine. Okay, please 1:30 tomorrow. Thank you. I yield. Love you all.
All right.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much for that. PRO, quickly. Let's have it.
Good morning, evening, afternoon, Vawulencers. Good, greet you, Miss Adam. Well-meaning Jimmy, I see you. Mr. Steve, I see you all, everyone. Um, okay, Jimmy, hope you can, well-meaning, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, before you go on, episode 8, because I just forgot. That's why I actually also left you in the speaker section. If you look at the Jumbotron, um, I just made a tweet of the Violence Space Facebook link. Um, when you click it, it will take you to the page. So I think you can like or follow the page, so that whenever Violence Space is going on, it will be easier for you to see it and see the stream, share it. Maybe you can now come to Twitter and listen if you want to request the mic. You can't really request the mic on Facebook. So, but at least when you share it, people that follow you will be able to see it and follow and all that. And the idea about advertising Violence Space, I think that's also a very good idea. So it's something I want to charge everybody on the space. If you have an idea on how that can be done, please reach out. Go ahead, JRVPRO.
Uh,
Oh,
I'm sorry, sir. Jumbotron, I don't know how to get. I don't understand. Maybe it's a page
Okay,
or something like
okay. If I say you be Facebook master, you just call Twitter today. Anyway, go if you can scroll up, yeah, there's a part that is like, how do I put it down? Okay, send me a DM. Send me a DM. Can you send me a DM?
that. Okay, sir. I will.
Yeah, just click my profile, then you see the message icon. Send me a DM, then um, I'll reply. I'll send the link directly to you. Jerry Piaro, go ahead.
okay. Thank you so much, well-meaning Nigeria and other well-meaning Nigerians out there and on the space. So I wanted to, I think this is my first time speaking on space after all this their drama in this place called Nigeria. Some people would say it was what they want to discourage Nigerians so that they can really take total control of the country to spoil it more. Jimmy, you people are now saying that the election in Nigeria, you cannot win it by, I mean, being that saint, being that responsible guy. Yeah, that's a fact. I know after Lagos State governorship election, GRV said something. Look, my name is Prince Savior. Hmm? He said something. He said APC have created a new way of winning election. Winning election in Nigeria now. What they did in this 2023 election, which that is not the first time, please. That is not the first time. Is if you want to win election, you have to go by violence. You have to turn yourself to terrorist to win election. A lot of people were like, he's a governorship candidate. He wouldn't have said such thing. But that is fact. The problem we have in Nigeria, in our country, is somehow we run away from the truth. Nigeria at the moment, the state of our nation, I would say is not. We don't only need political change. We need a whole lot of change in our country. Mindset, the way we think, the way we reason things, we need a change. Now, let me come back to, because me myself, it's not everything I will come on Twitter to say it, but I know I will call some people to talk about it because I don't want to be the one destroying other people's mind. Look, um, in some of platform, I normally say that I thank God that I'm alive, and some of our team guys in Lagos where we work together, I said we thank God that we are alive. At the end of the day, after all what we went through, putting life in the red line, doing all what we were doing during the election period, not thinking, then nobody was scared of Agbero, nobody was scared of anything because the love was so overwhelming for the country and for Peter Obi, right? Seeing a man that has the capacity and what it takes to reform the country. That was why we were doing all those things. A lot of people lost a lot of stuff. But, sir, look, me like this, eh? In fact, the course I did in my school is because of the love of the country. But I can tell you now, for now, probably tomorrow, it might come again for this country. Do you know why? It is not even the election rigging, whether Tinubu win or would they rig Tinubu buy his way. My main pain and discouragement in this country is INEC is not the hope of the common man. INEC is not the hope of a common man, please. The hope of a common man is the judiciary. Someone said on this page that the judiciary is the one that is holding this country together. Correct. But if what is holding the country together can easily be bought, it is useless, not even be bought. If what they said is holding the country is useless, then is the country existing? A new Nigeria is possible. Very yes. If they had declared Peter who won the election to be the president of this country. Look, my mentality is for this country to be better, we need a president that would get into Asu Rock and does not believe in 8 years, but believe in 4 years or to serve the country. That 4 years, because if you want to have the mentality of I want to finish my 8 years in Asu Rock, my brother, you won't do anything. Because by the time you step on some people's toes, you will reconsider, my second term, they will not allow me to go. So you have to be very rugged in your 4 years to set things right. Some people are saying, yeah, go and protest. Let them change. Judges resign. Judges resign. My brother, if you are in Nigeria, you should be able to know the truth. Protest judges, the current one, if they will listen to you and resign, right? They will still bring their slots and put in there. See, I don't just I don't just like that because not as if what is happening is very good, but if I want to air out my mind on public like this, I beg, go. It's not good. Nigeria, please, Nigeria, I beg. For now, me on my own, for me now, Nigeria, please don't let me say what this is about, Nigeria, I've seen Nigeria finish, please. They told me, I argued, I disagree, and I've come and see it.
Judiciary is the final hope. What did they do? Judiciary is useless. If what you claim is holding Nigeria is useless, then waiting remain. Oga, well meaning, please. I don't want to talk my mind, please. I don't just want to talk my mind. You see this country? You see this country we are? You see this country?
Oh, thank you very much, Yaro. I can
You see
relate
this
with.
country? My Oga, you see this country? Forget.
Yeah, I can
You
relate
want
with all
to
you.
be
Anyway, I know it's quite tiring. All right, quickly, let's just go straight to um Bernard. After which we'll go to President. After which we'll go to President Victor. Bernard, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, please.
Meanwhile, episode A, I'm still waiting for your DM. You know, I see this Twitter where you come and struggle. But me, those are 4,000 Facebook followers. They must hear, they must hear violence based. I'm interested in that 4,000 people. So please, sorry,
I
Bernard.
don't mess. I've messaged you.
Okay, I'll check again. I've been checking for it. All right, Bernard, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I think for some of us that has been here for the beginning, the violence space came on board. We've been very active. I think just few things to set the record very straight. And I want the leaders who are the anchors of this space to take cognizance of the few things I need to say. We quite agreed that the election was rigged. We quite agreed that Nigerian constitution from 1999 to date, there are a whole lot of
Bernard, I need
things.
earpiece. Like your
No,
voice is
I'm not
muffled.
using earpiece. Please. All right, can you hear me now?
Slightly better.
Okay. I said we should take cognizance of the few things I need to highlight quickly. Because if we want to channel our energy in making a lot of complaints, we won't make any headway at all. So, a few things I want to bring to bear is one, I think we should start by firstly tame down our emotions and start to find a well coordinated approach in solving the current crisis that is on ground. One, if we decide to follow by the popular opinion of hitting the street without a calculated approach, without well flow of information from major top players that can sit down, outline critical issues that we need to ensure cut across all the nooks and crannies of the nation, the information flows parallelly, concurrently. We might lead people on the street for a very chaos that we will not control it. Because as we stand now, the country is already boiling. People are upset. So if our approach is not well coordinated and we decide to hit the street, for instance, in the next 24 hours, we will lead Nigeria into chaos. And the outcome might not be favorable. So I think moving forward, we have about 600 or 700 people that as we speak right now. So meaning the awareness is already huge. Let's go back to our drawing board as usual as weekend. Probably blueprints in what do we need to do. Let me suggest a few things. We have 1,000 plus various groups in our nooks and cranny of our state. Who were the champions of these groups? Where are they? And let's not also forget the importance of the diaspora. They played a vital key roles in these various groups that were active during the campaign and the 1 million man marches that we were doing at the time. Let's fall back to those groups, engineer those guys that were active in various communities, discuss holistically the new blueprints that we need to undertake, build from the grassroots up again. While we are doing that, I think it's also very important that we can, this for the fact that we cannot do a jingle on air, we can also go discuss on radio and television about governance issues across board. And that can happen in each of the federation at the same time, radio station, everybody hooked up. Because at the start now, like I said yesterday, Joy is here. I think we had a conversation yesterday, and I said there are people that are coming to these spaces, listening to the harsh word that we are discussing and those harsh terms, and they will go and paraphrase them and say, oh, the obedience are also planning to sabotage the government. And I think at this point we should focus on the Nigerian as a people, not basically about obedience. Because when we say the obedient thing, take note, it's biting hard on the APC and the PDP as well. It's not about the obedient family, anything. It's about the Nigerian issues and the people leading the country at the moment, what they are doing. Secondly, I think we should also have a set of a think tank bodies who sit down and highlight core issues that when we come on board like this, we pick item 1 and 2, quickly brush them over, set up narrative, and push it forward. Because if we come on board every blessed Saturday, like as usual as it's been done, and we keep complaining like this, sorry to say, somebody will wake up tomorrow, carry gun, enter road, and they say disobedient. So I'm suggesting the emotion should be well carefully managed. A thorough approach and management strategy should be built up. Narratives should be well set. Like I said, each of the states, let's set up narratives. We can go on radio and television, discuss governance that will board us on this factor. For few of us that have listened a few days ago, in summary of what I said, we listened to Channel Television a couple of days ago when they invited the Chairman Committee on Service about the 160 million project of the SUV. Look at what he said.
All right, Bernard, I don't think you heard me when I rang the bell. So just try to round up in the next 15
Yeah.
seconds.
So please, let's go back to a drawing board, like I said, like I suggested, and come up with a comprehensive blueprint that each, across wherever we are, that we need to run with. Because the complaint is not really going to take us further or take us nowhere. What do we do next? What approach do we need to take? What counterproductive do we need to put into consideration? And all those kind of a thing like that, so that we know what we need to discuss and all of that. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your submission. You almost said opposite of, at some point, you almost said opposite of what I think. So I understand your point of view. So some of the things that you were saying shouldn't happen is what some of us are hoping should happen, actually. So I think you are still at the point where, you think we can see reasons, like we can have conversations with these people, they will see reasons, and, we can talk on TV and they will see reasons and understand. But I actually think we've passed that point. Anyway, President Victor, please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, well-meaning Nigerian. Good morning, Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, everybody. I want to appreciate the organizers of this violent space. It's been a place where people can come and share ideas on how we think we can take back our mandate. Having said that, I want to suggest we actually put up some agenda that captures even things outside the election. The first subsidy removal has caused a lot of problem for us. The weakening of Nigerian currency has caused a lot of problem for us. You know, I can remember during the NSAS we have 5 for 5. You know, I think we should look at how do we create a movement that cross across other phase of life. Nigerians, we have over 25 million young Nigerians who are unemployed today. There is hike in school fees. There is the diesel night that is sold for 1,200 per liter. So I think we should look at the living standard of Nigeria today and put it into the judiciary corruption, and that will give us a better platform to ride on. Because if we just ride on just about the election, people will feel, oh, they are aggrieved. That's why they are saying what they are saying. I think we should look for other avenue where Nigerians are suffering so that we can add it to what we're talking about. Then another thing that I believe we can do so far is, if we cannot get Tinubu, we should start looking at who are those supporting him, who are those who have openly come out to support him, and bypass their businesses. On top of my head, I could tell you Tony Elumelu have supported him openly. Dangote have supported him openly. If you get everybody that has UBA account to close their UBA account or to remove their money from his bank, that will send a message. If you tell people don't buy Dangote cement, patronize any other company that have cement, that will send a message. Because the truth about it is that without the supporters of Tinubu is nowhere. If we bypass patronizing Oando, that will send a message. We'll look for top people who have brands that are supporting him. Bypass them. That one we don't need a protest. We just need to any brand that you know they are supporting him. Let us know. We'll just be bypassing them. That will send a wide range of message while we tackle other issues like the first subsidy removal and the rest. If we say we wait until we're able to gather and protest, I don't think even if we protest a day or two, we will still have to carry out this protest for a long time. And I don't think it's something we can sustain almost immediately. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, President Victor. I actually agree with you. That's why the word we are using is no longer protest. So just to be very clear, people that are in protest mode, that's something that can keep going. But I think we know the final solution. We're just talking about the final solution to a lot of the problem. So, and I actually agree with you. So it was when you were talking, I was just telling myself that wait to, hey God will help us. God will help us. According to Saddam, God have mercy upon us. Hey, that is Tinubu that actually owns Wando. I don't, if I'm mistaken, and I'm sure people go to some of us, they go back for Wando. I think I like that thing you said. We need to. I know boycotting is very difficult in Nigeria, very difficult to deploy in Nigeria, but it's something that it's easy to attempt trying. So it's a good idea too. All right, Mr. Olu or Dr. Olu.
All right.
I don't know whether you forged your certificate, so I need to be very careful now.
We pay for what you just say now. It's not that minister is not. I'm not Tinubu. See, thank you.
You have 3 minutes. We don't almost round up. I don't think we can bring you. I know you're
Èpè
here.
ni mo fẹ́ ṣẹ́
Go ahead.
fún ti àwọn judiciary yẹn. They will not know peace. They have caused a lot of depression for many people. I don't know how you guys are having the strength. The criminal wanted it more than the patriots. That is what really happened. There is no reason why. There is no way a country will thrive when there is no rule of law. I saw one of a similar post from this Dr. Lufumi analyzing the fact that his account was debited wrongly for £11,000, and without blinking an eye, he just got the money fast. These little things are what make a sinner climb better than Nigeria. The point here is that we are at the crossroad, and we need to keep on talking. That is just it. They are expecting you to move on. People like this Ben Bruce of these days, they want us to assume that let's support. There is no way you can support illegality. There is no way that Nigeria cannot be better. I'm not causing anything. If you have any means to japa, leave. You cannot. Your children cannot thrive in that kind of environment and be successful. There is repercussion upon repercussion. When you look at about all these foreign countries, it's fine. They have their own problems. They have their own issues. But at least you can be sure that 50% of time you are going to get justice and you are going to be treated fairly. Nigeria is gone, and that is it. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm highly, highly ashamed. And I feel that we have misplaced, how can I put it? This is our own opportunity to prove a point that we can change Nigeria. But unfortunate thing is that Tinubu, which I think probably these judges are afraid of. Now tell me, how this useless man has started appointing high-neck rec. The one in what is the name? In Akwa Ibom was the former SSG to Akpabio. How will that person be able to conduct free and fair election in 2027 and is giving them 5 years contracts? What is the implication of all these things? These are the reasons why, personally, I think Nigeria have not suffered enough. One of my friends is telling me now, one head is about 150, 200. And I was asking him, how are you guys coping? He said that from Agege to Mowebafo, it's now 1,000 naira. Something that used to take within just 250, 200. Then from where he stays is 1,500. So imagine if you are working 5 times a day in Agege. Go come now, you are going to be spending about 10,000 naira per week. And yet you are comfortable. Yet you are going to redemption camp to go and be praying that God should deliver you. How will God deliver you with that kind of thing? How? So I don't know I don't know how our suffer level go reach before we can be able to voice out. Because I don't understand. It now be like saying I only obedient is suffer for the country. So to me, it is very disheartening. And I'm hoping that FBI will release more cases. Just that the last hope that probably will have actually changed a lot of things is the Senate. But I'm 100% sure that none of them get the balls to impeach this guy. Because that's the only feasible thing, according to Elalise, except if God call him to order. Call him. I don't want to say that in space. In a nutshell, we should keep on talking. That is the reason people should continue to analyze the mistake of this government. And that is what they want to silence. So the more we talk, the more they see reason why it was a great mistake. But at this stage, I'm highly, I don't want to say I'm disappointed, but I never believed that Nigeria would get to this level. We are not on the low again. We are now on the floor. Thank you, man. Wemini.
Let the poor breathe. Don't suffocate them.
Dr. Olu, that was for you. Let the poor breathe. Egg. A egg, according to Jimmy, is 250, but I don't know if the poor is really breathing. Anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Olu. I think that was a fair note for us to end today's piece. Dr. Olu, you were spot on. It's quite sad to say, but democracy in Nigeria, as constituted, is dead. Sometimes I really just because if I kept going on and picking on things that reflect it, I would probably keep going and keep going and keep going. But you also pointed one out just, and I think Saddam had mentioned it on the space. To think that this man is electing Rex for INEC at state level, like the one you mentioned for Akwa Ibom. So, appointed a Rec for Akwa Ibom who was abused. So I really think PDP should gradually just use time to forget Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom is going to APC. So it's quite, I mean, it's quite disheartening. But like I said earlier on the space, I think we all know what, maybe we all don't know. That's why we had this conversation. I probably will keep having some of this kind of conversation. We all know what we need to do. Uh, it's really how to do it. Can we be able to do it? When can we do it? That it's really now the question. Let's just keep hoping that the people, the same way we're hoping on the judiciary. Now we now know that the judiciary is not the last hope of the common man. The common man is the last hope of the common man. So let's now also begin to hope on the common man, which is literally you and I and everybody in Nigeria. All right, on that note, thanks to everybody for coming. For those I couldn't bring up, but I think today we did quite a good job bringing us, because we've been here for the last 7 hours, and I think we brought up so many speakers. So people that are still left, I don't know. I think I've given up on trying to exhaust everybody. I don't think that's ever going to be possible. So, but apologies to those that we couldn't bring up. Of course, we'll keep doing this. We'll keep speaking. Anyway, Saddam, over to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Well, in Nigeria. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Guys, thank you very much. I think we have tried today. Just keeping the conversation up. There's nothing much than as I always say, the online force doing what they have to do, because for us, why we keep waiting for Nigerians to react, and why we keep encouraging Nigerians to react and get out there and take back their country, is important that there are people holding the narrative up online. So that is what we'll be doing for the foreseeable future. Thank you for everybody for the contributions. The energy is low. As Dr. Lu rightfully say, many people are depressed, many people have been pushed. But one thing we cannot do is that we cannot give up as a people. That's what we should understand. We cannot give up. Yes, it is right to be angry. It is right to feel bad. It is right to feel sad. It is right to cry. Whatever emotions you want to display, you can do it out there. But what is not right to do is to give up. We can't give up on our country. We are not emergency patriots, as they want to put it. We are people that have found out that this country should work for every single one of us, irrespective of wherever you are, or whatever you believe, or whatever you think. Nigeria should work for every single one of us. So we on the platform will keep doing what we can do. We'll keep opening up these spaces for Nigerians to come out and keep reacting. Those that think it's just about talking, let us keep talking. White people that want to work, keep working. Whatever you think you can do, please do it. Let nobody make you feel like you're doing nothing. Let nobody make you feel like you're not saying anything meaningful. Jimmy, hands up. Let me just okay. You could call me right now before I could just wrap up.
Yeah, sorry, I just remembered something. You see, Monday, the FBI are going to be releasing the document on Monday, and I just got to find out that Atiku was scheduled his conference speech to be on Monday as well. I'm thinking he wants to do it after the release of those files. I have a very strong feeling that people are going to be a little bit energized, when they see this, all this records coming out. It's going to ginger people more. But I want to speak to everyone on this platform. If you have the skills, if you have what it takes, those documentations, as they are coming out, if you want to make a video about them, make it a documentary, do it in Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. Hmm? Let it spread across board on the grassroots level. Thank God, Violence Space now has a WhatsApp group. Let it spread. Not just those 3 languages. So if it's Steve, if it's what's it called, Egba, any language you can interpret it. Do so. Look, we are not leaving any stone unturned. Let people understand the kind of person they have in power right now. We are doing everything to radicalize to people, to make them revolt. That is our assignment henceforth. We're not just coming here to talk, 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 talk. No, we have gotten the thing right now. We have done the necessary things. Now, radicalize people. So we use all the tools in our arsenals to make sure we let the people on the grassroots level know that this man is not the right person. This man is a fraud, and we will keep doing that. Thank you. I just remembered that. I thought I should keep that in. Back to you, Saddam.
God bless you, my brother. God bless you. Very, very important information there. Probably, I think probably even that Monday itself, if the file comes out, I think probably I don't know if you how your schedule will be. If you could still run up a space for us that day as you did last week Monday, it will be because for me I feel like these conversations we just have to keep having them because it makes them uncomfortable. No matter how we think it does not, it makes them uncomfortable and as long as this is what we are doing right now, let's just keep doing it, perfecting it. And also, please, wherever you are across the world, please find your city, find your state. We'll be marching in Germany November 4th also, Frankfurt. Please, if you're in Germany, reach out. If you're in UK also, they'll be marching November 4th also. Across the world, people are doing things. Delta State also, November 4th, I think. We are please just keep doing whatever you're doing. Organize as much as you can. I really think that we just need to keep putting this pressure. Hopefully, while we are passing the message to the grassroots, hopefully this wall will crack. And with that, I say thank you to every single one of you that came out on the platform again. All you guys are the ones I say the strong ones because at the end of everything, so many of our people have. Please reach out to obedience that you know that you had personal discussions with, that you've made friends with, that have given up. Encourage one of them, talk to them, let them understand this battle is not over. We are just starting. If we give up right now, 30 years time from now, our children will be hosting spaces or hosting something else to discuss about Nigeria. Because you see, Nigeria, if you're thinking of Nigeria we break up, it will not happen with these people. These people will not allow Nigeria break up. They will not allow Nigeria separate. We will see hell on earth. How many of us can Japan? Think about it. And when I say thank you to all those that cannot get the mic to speak, I beg no vex. It's just that as we're always on the platform, we try to bring up as much as possible. And if you don't get a space today, you might get it on Tuesday. Just keep trying. We'll be here again back God willing Tuesday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. I see everyone on the platform. To all of you listening to us on the YouTube channel, Facebook channel, our Violence radio station. Thank you very much. I see my brother Big Steve. Thank you very much. And as you plan for your dad's burial, we are with you in heart and in spirit. Mami Bonale, thank you very much. Big Mark, thank you. Mala, my brother, Mala Jabri, please do not forget, contest. Contest with our people in the house. Thank you very much. Madonna, Antonia, Arewa, Chike, Franny, Polonium, Dr. Mary White, Kolade, Oluwadami Larry, Lily V, Abukina Geri, Bankole, Naomi, Mama Wakiri, Biruki, Liberty, Mr. Strong, Napunzel, Luntutu, Tony, Otumba Dike, my brother, thank you. Midday. Mr. Waleri, sorry for Chelsea's loss. His rookie, Mr. Mike Kang, Emmanuel Foye Mugzi. Guys, thank you to every single one of you. Patience, Dr. Royal, Omoye. If you did not hear your name, I beg no vex, but we'll be back again. From my side, it's all love and light. God bless you all for believing in this country, for not giving up, for standing and for fighting. We'll be back, hopefully, God's willing, on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. As I always say on this platform, we do this for God and for country. Good night and stay safe.